And resuming the Worcestershire is Swanepoel and Brett D'Oliveira.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome from a sunny, bright Cheltenham for day 3 of this clash between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire in the County Championship. And this could well be moving day as far as this game's concerned. I suppose they often say that about day 3. Worcestershire currently leading by 55 runs with a, I suppose, fairly well-established partnership last night between Brett D'Oliveira, who's 49 not out, and Bayers Swanepoel, who will resume on 22. For Gloucestershire, they have obviously got to try and limit this lead to as little as possible. If Worcestershire can start getting this up around or even beyond the 100 mark especially, they will feel as if they're in a really commanding position in this match. But it is a beautiful morning. There's barely a cloud in the sky. The wind has completely dropped off as well, so a calm morning. But the initial test will be how can Worcestershire combat the left arm spin of Sai Kishore, who has already bowled 25 overs, 9 of which have been maidens. He's taken 3 for 56. The pitch is no doubt going to continue to offer plenty of assistance for him. And he's going to bowl the first ball of the morning between the umpire and the stumps. Round the wicket he comes, and D'Oliveira just taps away out to point for a single and brings up his 51st ball of the morning. Welcome along wherever you're listening to us on the BBC Sport website and app or on the Gloucestershire live stream. Alongside me is Frank Watson. Frank, well, 1 ball in. Skipper's got to 50.
Yeah, nice start to the day for Brett. I think he'll feel better after that. He'll have been thinking about it, I'm sure. Not too much sleep lost about that 1 run, I wouldn't have thought. But yeah, he will have enjoyed that start. And it brings Bayers Swanepoel onto strike. And he was busy last night, Swanepoel. Changed the mood a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, very, very positive without any sort of recklessness, just very harsh on anything that was even slightly off, and actually rotated the strike as much as hit boundaries, because Gloucestershire had spread the field, and they've done pretty much that this morning as well. They've got 3 men out on the boundary as Kishore bowls over the wicket to Swanepoel, stretches forward and plays along the ground to Borman, who's at short leg. So the field for Swanepoel, a slip and a short leg, a mid-wicket, an extra cover, a mid-off, and then long on, deep backward square and deep backward point on the boundary. This is cut away by Swanepoel, right where square leg umpire Ben Peverell is standing, and that'll be a single out to Ed Middleton, who's patrolling that point boundary. So Swanepoel on to 23 from 21, and this partnership, I mean, it feels as if it's put on more than 30, but it's again in the context of this game where it's 150 plays 207 for 7. A partnership of 30 is pretty significant. Kishore to D'Oliveira, rocks back and cuts this one firmly out to Ahmed, who's at deep cover point for Brett D'Oliveira. So the lead ticks up to 58. And also because this partnership came together after Worcestershire had lost 4 wickets for 29 runs. Right as they were about to take the lead, the first of those wickets fell. Rehan Edavalath, the injury sub, who made 63 top score in not just this innings, but the match as a whole, as Swanepoel blocks out that delivery. So, yeah, the door sort of opened a little bit, even though Edavalath played superbly, hit the ball straight to mid-on, and then a few more wickets fell. As Kishore is in back foot defence from Swanepoel, so 3 runs off Sai Kishore's opening over of day 3, and Worcestershire 208 for 7. So it really was a, I mean, they didn't desperately need it because they'd have been in the lead anyway, but in terms of really wanting to push home their advantage, this partnership was vital for them yesterday evening.
Yeah, and we said, didn't we, yesterday, that when you consider the the advantage they've got, you've also got to take into account that they're going to bat last on this pitch. I spoke to Ryan Davalath last night, and he said
67, Ollie Price.
it nipped and it turned throughout. Interesting decision this morning to bring Ollie Price into the attack for the first time. I thought we might see Ed Middleton, because he bowled particularly well last night, I thought, passed the bat a few times, but Ollie Price, the off spinner, will be turning the ball away from the left-handed Swanepoel, and Swanepoel might just be a bit of a concern for Gloucestershire, in the sense that if he stays in for half an hour this morning, he'll probably score another 20. That's the way he plays. And if he does that, the lead will be getting up towards 100, and that would be highly significant. At the moment, it's not that big a lead. Price bowls. His first ball is blocked by D'Oliveira, in the sense that they've got to bat last on this pitch against a Gloucestershire attack that has got 3 spinners, whereas Worcestershire have only got the 1, really. So it's Price from the Chapel End bowls, and D'Oliveira is back, playing that defensively out on the onside. 208 for 7. Price again in. D'Oliveira repeats the shot from the previous delivery. Beautiful day, incidentally, here at Cheltenham, and the smallest crowd that we've had for the 3 days by some margin. Other things to get in the way on Saturday, don't they? Football, cricket, league cricket, and so on. D'Oliveira blocks again, back to the bowler. Good start from Price. He's been right on line and length, around about middle and leg to D'Oliveira. Might just want to get the ball a little bit outside off stump. And he does there, but D'Oliveira drives through the covers, and that's 4 runs. And a very good effort by Middleton, who's a big man, running to his right on the cover boundary, which is a short boundary, dived full length, lost his sun hat, parried the ball, unable to stop it from hitting the rope. So the first boundary of the day. Worcestershire's lead goes to 62. D'Oliveira goes to 55. First bad ball Price has bowled, just over pitched a little bit outside off stump. Much better this one, pushed out on the offside end of the over. But yeah, an interesting decision to go with Price. I thought they might go with Kishore at one end and a seamer at the other. Have seen a little bit of up and down bounce on this pitch. I had an interesting discussion last night, actually, about, I can't remember who it was, who said, I think it was Alan Richardson, said that they thought that the heavy roller might have affected the bounce. Gloucestershire had the heavy roller on before yesterday morning, and we got 1 or 2 that went up and down, and then Worcestershire only used a light roller before they batted, and they felt that in this innings it hadn't been as up and down as it was before. Interesting.
Kishore continuing over the wicket to Swanepoel. There's a defensive shot on the ball. I think may even have gone through his legs to Borman at short leg. Yeah, it's so hard to tell, wasn't it? Because it obviously absolutely chucked it down and then seemed to start to do more on that second morning. So an awful lot of different variables, and it was hard to know exactly what it was that caused it. Swanepoel cuts, and he might even get 4 for this. It's a long chase around the boundary for deep backward point. We'll get there. We'll come back for 2. And it is good fielding. Yeah, it's a long chase out on the boundary. I think it might be Price's dropped out there. Middleton was on the boundary, but it's now Middleton at extra cover. So a couple of runs to Swanepoel, who continues to be happy enough to play against the turn. 214 for 7, a slower delivery, worked nicely down to long on, good work with the wrists. Picks up another single, so he's dropped the field back, and he's not hit a ball in the air, I don't think, in this innings. Scoring a run a ball, but Gloucestershire have been mindful of the fact that he might try and add some runs in a flurry by hitting boundaries, but actually doing that by just, well, not quite milking the bowling, but opening up the gaps and taking what's on offer. Kishore to D'Oliveira, comes down the pitch, drives mid-off, wants a single. He'll be a shot at the stumps from Williams, which misses. D'Oliveira probably home anyway. He certainly didn't take a particularly straight line approach to the stump, so he must have been fairly confident he was going to make it. And the score was up 216 to 7.
Charge it like that, wasn't it?
We haven't seen much of that.
I haven't seen it, and just a little bit risky, given that it's turning.
Kishore to Swanepoel, goes back and punches it back to the bowler. And already, I don't know, could just be this partnership anyway. I didn't really think back to how it was when these two were batting against Kishore, but he certainly hasn't been going for 3s and 4s very often in his spell so far. Swanepoel again just plays very softly in defence as he gets a massive stride forward, and then just allows the ball to run off the face of the bat. There'll be no run, and it's 216 for 7, but another over from Kishore where you sort of felt, well, okay, the batters were absolutely on top of him, but at the same time, it wasn't like a lot of overs yesterday where it felt as though Kishore could just land it exactly where he wanted it, and he knew what he was going to get from the batting in terms of they've just got to respect it and block it.
Yeah, well, interesting. Price is carrying on. Middleton just gone and had a word with somebody. They're just adjusting the field, and yet Cameron Bancroft isn't really involved in any of it. Seems to be some ideas being exchanged by Miles Hammond and Will Williams, one or two other people. Interesting to see Daz Ahmed loosening up, whether they've decided that Kishore's not the man for the College lawn end. Price bowls to D'Oliveira, who turns him on the leg side for a single. So now we're going to have Price bowling to the left-hander for the first time, turning the ball away. Field is just changing around slightly with just the one slip. Got a sweeper on either side. Mid-on is halfway back, 2/3 of the way back, going all the way back. Swanepoel might favour the offside. This big gap here at extra cover might be of interest. Hitting with the spin. He's round the wicket, Price. He bowls, and Swanepoel goes back to that one. There's a big shout from Bracey. Hands on heads all round. I wonder if that was just drifting on and going on to miss leg. We'll have a look.
We'll have to get the
we might not get
pictures up.
Yeah.
But my
had
impression,
that look about it, didn't it?
Yeah, my impression was whilst it was a concerted appeal, that as soon as it was ended, Price got up and went back to his mark.
I thought exactly that. Delivered from round the wicket, hitting in line. It's difficult to get an LBW. Swanepoel cuts a shorter delivery, and there's no run as it goes out on the offside, fielded by Kishore.
I mean, he had gone back, I think, which is why it particularly interested Gloucestershire, but yeah, probably just not quite straightening enough.
Price again in bowls, and Swanepoel's got a run this time, or at least there's a leg by, I think, as it's drifted away down to short fine leg to be fielded by Aaron Rao.
Certainly enough in those 3 deliveries with Price bowling to Swanepoel to suggest it's a good idea to get him into the attack.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't bowl yesterday, to be honest. Over the wicket now to D'Oliveira. And he's forward and pushing out on the offside. Intriguing little session, this, I think.
Definitely. They do just get a bit obsessed sometimes, though, with this. Off spinners can only bowl to left-handers and leg spinners can only bowl to right-handers. I'm not saying that. I mean, I think Middleton was bowling well enough. You wouldn't have wanted to take him out of the attack yesterday.
Price again to D'Oliveira, who defends, end of the over, and it remains 218 for 7. Yeah, I thought Middleton bowled really well yesterday. I can't remember him bowling full toss, and I can't really remember him dragging one down. And for a leg spinner, that's quite something when you think that he bowled 14 overs. But I suppose maybe they've had a little think overnight. We're not going to see Seamer yet, so Kishore is going to carry on. But when I say it's an intriguing little session, what I mean is I think, you know, the extent to which this lead can be extended is going to have a massive impact on the rest of the game. And that might sound ridiculously obvious, but what I mean is if they're bowled out and the lead is 60 odd or 70, and they're batting last on this pitch, it's not, you know, you've seen those sort of leads overturned. If it goes past 100, then I think it becomes more than just a psychological barrier.
Kishore to Swanepoel back, nudging leg side. Plenty of space there with 2 fielders deep. So another comfortable single makes it 219 for 7. So the lead is already up to 69. And really, mostly just steady progress for Worcestershire, just that one LBW shout. And again, it's only been 14 runs, but quarter of an hour in, Gloucestershire would have been desperate for a early scalp to break this partnership. Oliveira defends to extra cover, walks away over to square leg with his bat on his right shoulder. Back in line again. He doesn't actually, but he got through some overs very quickly yesterday, but he's not rushing through this morning. Is Kishore, who bowls to D'Oliveira, again stretches onto the front foot and defends back to him. If the lead gets more to 3 figures, you know, you're going to need the biggest score of the match as D'Oliveira back foot drive to extra cover, no run. You know, to set
Something
actually even just something, you know, that's sort of 150, 160, which could still be tricky, but
I think it would be, yeah.
But you're still going to need to bat very well just to set that. In comes Kishore, grunt of effort, and D'Oliveira just blunts it into the offside.
We were discussing this last night. I mean, Worcestershire won't want to chase more than 150 on this pitch, I don't think. And if they can chase less than that, then that will be absolutely ideal for them. That's what they'll be thinking at the moment as they try and extend this lead.
Kishore in now, and D'Oliveira meets that with a defensive bat. It's stopped by the boot of the bowler, and just a single off that over. There is still 99 overs to be bowled today, so same timings as yesterday. Lunch will be at 1:10 tea will be at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I think the other, you know, Worcestershire's plan this morning will be just to do exactly what they're doing at the moment. But you'd also, the back of your mind when you're thinking that if they get the lead past 100, then, you know, if they've still got a couple of wickets in hand, then you can play a couple of shots and maybe get it up to something really, really significant. Price bowls, Swanepoel is forward, and they hurry through for a quick single. Good running. Swanepoel's done nothing extravagant this morning, as we thought he might. He came in and played some proper shots last night, but I think they've obviously had a chat and worked out that there's no need to do anything risky. Just keep doing what they're doing at the moment.
I mean, they are actually looking pretty comfortable doing that. We've not seen anything sort of turn square past the edge, but
no, we haven't. No, you're right.
You know, there's nothing too much to worry them yet.
Price over the wicket doesn't deliver. It's something felt wrong as he got into his delivery stride. Umpire Peveril singles dead ball, and Price starts again. Bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, just dabs that down in front of him, just taps it again with his bat to help James Bracey, who's coming around from behind the stumps to gather. Bright sunshine, beautiful setting. And Ollie Price moving from left to right as we look from our vantage point high over the mid-wicket boundary. Bowls, and the right-handed Brett D'Oliveira plays that straight back up the pitch to the bowler. So all spin so far this morning. Price again is in, and D'Oliveira is back this time and turns this one behind square on the leg side for a single. Slight misfield by Kishore, but not so much that they could get back for two. 221 for 7. The lead 71. Best weather of the game so far, I think it's fair to say. Clear blue sky, just very few fluffy clouds. Bright sunshine as Price is in and bowls, and Swanepoel is nudging this one away on the leg side against the spin. No run taken. But we, sadly, are not in the sunshine on our balcony. We've got these parasols up. We don't need them, really, because the sun is behind the building that we're sitting on the balcony of. Bryce again is in and bowls, and Swanepoel is again forward, playing that out on the onside. And that's the end of the over. They're getting through the overs pretty quickly, just as well, because we've got 104 of them in the day, as Ed was just saying. And so far so good for the visitors this morning, but we are now, I think, going to see a change in the bowling.
So with 6 overs left until the second new ball is available, we are going to see Aman Rao bowl from the college lawn end. The 2 umpires are having an inspection of the ball, and they're just going to toss it back to, well, Hammond in this case. I don't know who asked for that, but I think changing a ball with 6 overs left until the second new ball, you're not likely to get anything that's any good anyway. I'm not sure whether it was the umpires who took it upon themselves to do that, but Bancroft didn't seem particularly involved in that anyway. I don't know whether it was more. Well, they got the gauge out, so it can't have been. There's something loose. Can you just snip that bit of stitching off or something? No idea. Anyway, seam's back, and I suppose if the new ball were going to be taken by a pair of seamers, the first new ball was Williams and Ahmed anyway. But Rao, the tall figure, bowling now to D'Oliveira, who's just coming forward and pushing away to Ahmed at mid-off. They could, of course, give a second new ball to spin as well. But, well, they would have been hoping to have wrapped this up before then, but these two are being more than stubborn and pesky. Moving the score on to 221 for 7, the lead into the 70s. It's a wide slip as Rao bowls to D'Oliveira, who drives along the floor. That's picked up there by Ahmed. Once again at mid-off. There's already quite a lot of people in hospitality. They've done well in terms of selling the hospitality boxes for day 3. It's a large mob on the hospitality section nearest to the chapel, all sitting at the front watching the cricket. This is off the back foot, steered away and just beats the dive of Joe Phillips at backward point, who did get a fingertip on it but couldn't quite stop it. So they've taken 1 with Williams positioned back on the boundary. Nelson struck for Gloucestershire. And Worcestershire now on double Nelson for 7. Rao's bowled 9.3 overs now, none for 21 on his first-class debut. So looking for that maiden scalp. And he'll now come round the wicket to the left-handed Swanepoel in and bowls and full and straight. And just blocked out into the covers by Swanepoel, who's doing as most batters have done to try and get as far out of their creases as possible and negate whatever movement there might be as best as they can. And I'm reminded that section, I'm sure that will be the section which is the Gloucestershire Exiles today, which is why there's a particularly large number in. I'm told there's 130 in for the Gloucestershire Exiles. Round the wicket comes Rao, and that has been edged and I think has been put down at slip. I'll have a look at the replay, but Swanepoel went at it without any great force, but it deflected away, and I think it was catchable as Bancroft is at wide slip. He had to move wider. They take 2 runs, and Aman Rao was that close to breaking his duck. Yeah. I'm not quite sure. I'm going to look again. That might have been an off-cutter. Rao in now, Swanepoel back quickly and defending the way to the bowler. So 3 runs from the over, 224 for 7. My view was slightly obscured on the angle by Bracey, but it did seem to me as though it
got 2 hands to it.
Carried, and yeah, it may not have been an off cutter, but he sort of slightly tried to run it down. And yeah, I mean, we can't quite see it in the shot as I'm looking at it, but it definitely looks as if it did carry. So that's the first one that's gone down in this innings. One did go down in the Gloucestershire batting innings as well, but yeah, that's a big moment. Swanepoel put down on 28.
Price to D'Oliveira, and he drives into the offside, half stopped by the diving Middleton. It's a good shot, but no runs. Hard to penetrate that gap. They're quite tight together in terms of line. Middleton at extra and Fielder at mid-off. Price over the wicket again, bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward to this, pushing out on the offside again. Middleton is the fielder.
Especially as the catch went down, I think Worcester should be quite happy to see that. You've got a seamer bowling with an old ball, and clearly there's still enough there for a nick and a you know, Worcestershire, whilst they've got a spinner, of course, who bowled Worcestershire to victory in the reverse fixture, they'll want it to be doing something for the seamers.
D'Oliveira taking on the ball. There's going to be a run out here. There's going to be a run out. Oh, goodness me. Very close to being run out, Swanepoel. What happened was D'Oliveira went back, was taken on the pad. It dribbled out on the leg side. Didn't look like a run to me. But Swanepoel fancied a leg by, set off. He got easily halfway down. Saw that D'Oliveira wasn't coming. Put the brakes on. Scampered back as a slightly wayward throw from Kishore came in. Had it hit, he would have been gone. Price to D'Oliveira, back again. Pushes out on the offside this time, and there's no run.
I wonder if Kishore was slightly worried about the fact his throw might hit the batter, because Swanepoel had turned, he wasn't looking, but you still know what angle that throw's coming in at. I don't know if that was the reason, but as you say, it was a long way wide. Price had no chance to gather it. But obviously, I think it would have needed to be a direct hit anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Price to D'Oliveira, square drive. Out to fielder on the offside boundary. And they pick up a single. So just that one heart-in-mouth moment for Swanepoel this morning when he was put down by Bancroft. It was a difficult chance. Diving away to his left. Round the wicket, Price. Swanepoel steers this one square on the offside for a single. And it's the end of the over. partnership now with 49 between these two. Just what Worcestershire wanted after that clatter of wickets. 4, as Ed said, falling for just 29 runs. And they needed this, and it's been a partnership that's been in 2 phases really. Last night Swanepoel quite aggressive. This morning both batters quite watchful.
Yeah, chances coming in the last couple of overs, but only add to the frustration that this partnership has created that it's still there. This has been well bowled by Aman Rao to Swanepoel to start this next over. Has the beating of him through to the keeper. So things continue just to... It's amazing how things can go along for 25 minutes without really very much happening at all. And all of a sudden, things can change.
As you said, though, Ed, in the last over, it's quite encouraging from the Worcestershire bowler's point of view, I think.
Yeah.
If they can get this lead up to 100, to think, well, you know what, with a new ball,
yeah,
it's going to do a bit.
Because all the talk has been spin, 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 because that's what Gloucestershire's attack's based on. Rao to Swanepoel, and this is just pushed away to backward point for no run. But Worcestershire, I mean, they showed in the first innings they're not going to give Gloucestershire much at all. Somebody, you sort of feel is going to have to play really well for Gloucestershire. Somebody's going to have to do what nobody else has done and go on. Yet D'Oliveira might do it. Swanepoel might even do it.
Two or three people, but yeah, you're right. I mean, you're looking at the senior players, aren't you?
Yeah.
Hammond and Bracey and the like, really.
Round the wicket, Rao, Swanepoel. It's the first one that he's really had a proper go at, and maybe just a sense that he might be starting to feel okay. I might need to do something. But down for a word there, D'Oliveira. I'll describe what happened. He came a long way down the pitch and really thrashed at that one. I thought he was looking to hit offside. I don't know. It's very difficult to tell where he was looking to hit it because he ended up almost with the back of the bat facing the bowler by the end of it. The bat had turned in his hand so much, but went straight to mid-on.
D'Oliveira definitely went and had a serious word, didn't he?
No need for that. In he comes now, and Rao beats Swanepoel for the second time in the over. It's plenty happening all of a sudden now that
isn't he?
Seems back on.
He's asking some questions now.
And it doesn't... Have a look at that one again. That one's just straightened a bit from around the wicket. He didn't have to do masses. But especially as it went past Swanepoel, it was actually swerving a decent amount to Bracey's left. And actually it's carrying okay, which it hasn't always been. So now they've seen this and thought, well, okay, actually, we might get slip catches. So there are 2 slips in now. Rao to Swanepoel, who wallops this one over extra cover, and that has gone away for a boundary. Ricochets off the advertising boards, and Swanepoel, I think, has decided it's time to really have a bit of a dart. There's indeed the 50 partnership brought up. Swanepoel's scored 35 of the 53, with 5 extras as well. D'Oliveira's just manoeuvred his way through onto 60, scoring 13 in that partnership. Rao to Swanepoel, has struck him on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW as he's gone back into his crease. Gloucestershire are convinced, but umpire Wharf is not. And stares down at his ball counter, which suggests that it is the end of the over. So 3 plays and misses. A loud LBW shout. I think the ball may have just carried on through to Bracey, but the only thing that kind of possibly saved him was being outside the line, and it is mighty, mighty close. That I would suggest, and I wouldn't stake anything on this, but looking at the replay, I think that is one of those that would be on the more outside off of umpire's call. I don't know that that would have been one that would overturn, but I think it would certainly have stayed with the on-field decision if it had been given, but it wasn't, and I think you could see why. But you also see why Gloucestershire were desperate for that one. They're making things happen, but they still haven't broken this partnership, and Worcestershire have moved their lead up to 80. Yeah.
And now Psyche Shore is coming on at the college chapel end, so that the Ollie Price experiment has been abandoned. 3 overs to go to the new ball. Will they take it?
I think
Got to,
probably, yes.
Yeah. He's over the wicket to D'Oliveira Kishore, and D'Oliveira plays this down the leg, looking to play it down the leg side, and Bracey takes it and appeals, and umpire Peveril signals wide, because it's Ed's favourite rule, left arm over. Is it just spinners or any left arm?
It's left arm spinner. And to clarify as well, it's a competition regulation for the county championship.
Kishore again bowls, and D'Oliveira off the back foot plays defensively. So competition regulation for the championship. Left arm spinner over the wicket to a right-hander, down the leg side.
The strict limited overs wide interpretation shall be applied.
What about an off spinner over the wicket to a left-hander? Would it be the same?
Absolutely fine. No problem with that.
That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
D'Oliveira forward, pushes out on the offside. So the same situation reversed is not an off spinner over the wicket to a left-hander down the leg side.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Mad. I cannot see that at all. Extraordinary. Who thought that up then?
I tell you why I think it's been done.
Kishore again is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira lets that hit him on the pad. They're appealing for everything now. It's almost as though they just think, well, we might as well appeal because we can't work out what's happening anyway. Kishore's having a chat with the umpire.
I think it is another thing that has been done to try and take umpires making decisions out of the game, so that they don't have to make a call about whether it's negative bowling or not.
Kishore bowls, and D'Oliveira works this one away on the leg side. Thinks about coming back for 2, but good job he didn't. Excellent throw from Daz Ahmed. Yeah, I can see that. I just can't understand why it doesn't work the other way around. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. So why would that not be negative by? I don't know. It's why mess with the laws of the game, really, which is what you are doing by introducing these conditions. Kishore, I don't think, was aware of it because he's had difficulty with it at one end and now he's had difficulty with it at the other. So both umpires have had to explain it to them. It's tricky. The other thing I think, and this is not in any way a criticism of any individual, but when the appealing becomes a bit kind of untargeted, is one way of putting it, a bit kind of, I don't know, gratuitous is the wrong word, but excessive might be the right word, I don't know. But when the fielders get a bit excited and there's some couple of really good shouts they've had, break off as Kishore bowls and it's blocked by Swanepoel, and you think one of them, oh, that's really close, and then it start appealing. You
start feeling the umpire owes you one,
yeah,
or you try to give off that impression.
I think the umpires get a bit, they get a bit restless, and it all gets a bit. I've seen it quite a lot in league cricket. Swanepoel steers this one down on the offside.
It's also,
and that's the end of the over.
It's also tricky, isn't it, as a fielding side, the sort of balance between, I suppose, being intense and also almost
going
sometimes slightly, and also almost showing the opposition how frustrated you are.
Yeah, and you can get the umpire, you can get the umpires upset, I think, if you do that. Not that calling their judgment into question, but I've been there myself as an umpire.
Yeah.
Teams appeal and appeal and appeal and appeal, and it affects your thinking and your sort of judgment. And then you're thinking, well, I'm not going to give in to you just because you're appealing, so it's got to be out. Because if you do give one out, then the other team think, oh, you've given
exactly. Then you start almost umpiring by numbers rather than umpiring by what you're seeing.
So it's good. It's not in the fielding side's interest to overdo it, I think is what I'm saying.
Here's Rao continuing to D'Oliveira, who's surprised by the bounce there and went a long way forward, and that just popped a little bit and caught not quite the splice, but up high on his bat. But he played it well down into the offside. There's nobody in particularly close to really bother him anyway. But if this is Rao's last over before the second new ball, he'll have done everything in this spell but take a wicket. Runs in again and bowls. D'Oliveira drives down the ground. Kishore, oh, what a great piece of fielding. There could be a run out here. D'Oliveira's come a long way down from the striker's end. What a stop that was from Sai Kishore. He had to use every bit of the... Well, if he is 6'5", I'm pretty sure that's what the search engine told me anyway. He just about plucked it. I think his trousers may have just repositioned themselves slightly as he slid along the ground, but he stopped it clean. The batters were not quite shaking hands, but D'Oliveira was especially convinced it had got by.
Well, D'Oliveira was just jogging after it, really, thinking, oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Did that for 4.
Lovely odd drive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
232 for 7. Rao into D'Oliveira again. Just acts as though that one has bounced a little bit extra towards backward point.
Yeah, hit it down the ground, jog after it, admire the shot. Oh my goodness, I better get back. It was an amazing piece of fielding.
It's one thing to actually even get a hand on it, never mind then stop it at all, and then to pick it clean. Yeah. And got up quickly.
Brilliant.
Especially after he's got through 29 overs over the last not quite day. Rao bowls, that one stays down a bit. D'Oliveira, who's got a fairly low centre of gravity, was able to get down and also work it away for a single to deep backward square. But there's uneven bounce there for the seamers. We saw it plenty in Gloucestershire's batting innings, particularly when they resumed on the second morning from 107 for 5, lost their last 5 wickets for 43 runs. Haven't seen it as much in Worcestershire's innings, and partly just because we haven't seen much seam at all. Lead moves on to 83. Rao to Swanepoel, stays down and defends. Rao fields off his own bowling. There's a fair bit for Bancroft to think about here. Now that Rao's started an impressive spell here.
Do you keep him going?
Yeah. You could keep him going, but give him the new ball. Or you could think things haven't been going along too badly in terms of chances being generated in the last couple of overs. We'll just keep going. But harder new ball, uneven bounce. You'd think you'd want that. This is Swanepoel just looking to guide this one past backward point, but Phillips gets across and stops it. Just a single off that over. Rao has bowled 3 overs for 8 in this spell, but he's passed the bat a couple of times. He's had a catch dropped. Williams is now going through some of his quite terrifying bowling warm-ups as he's bowled about 7 deliveries over towards the beer tent. Gone halfway, more than halfway towards the boundary. Suggests he's either been given the nod or certainly know that it's worth keeping himself loose. There's 1 over to go until that second new ball is available.
And it's going to be bowled by Kishore, who's very sensibly getting quite friendly with Ben Peverell now. Over the wicket and bowls, and D'Oliveira sweeps and sweeps well. It's a really good shot from D'Oliveira. It's gone all the way for 6 over the longest boundary square of the wicket on the ground. He's got all of that. It's a cracking shot from nowhere, really, over the wicket. Kishore and Oliveira gets into T20 mode and goes to the highest score of the game so far. He's moved up to 68 with that 6. His first, the first of the innings, only the second of the match. And off the first ball of the over. But yeah, just talking about Kishore, he's having a good chat with Ben Peverell. They've obviously had a slight disagreement about the wide interpretation down the leg side, but you know, my advice to any bowler and batter, get on with the umps. Always used to try and do it in the league. Afternoon, Stan, how's the wife? Have you had a good week? Yes, thank you, Frank. How are you? I'm all right. Oh, that was close. Yeah, just going down. I think captains
chat
always,
like that would butter anybody up.
Captains always, well, of course, but you know, captains always used to have a charmed life when they gave marks to the umpires. I think Kishore bowls and Oliver picks up a single on the leg side. But no, in all seriousness, I think it always pays to get on with the umpires. Whoever you are, they're only human, doing the best job they can. Worcestershire's lead is now significant, I would say, 90. Still only 7 down. This one's driven by Swanepoel on the offside. Good diving stop in the covers. But you sense, don't you, that Gloucestershire they're a bit disappointed not to have picked up a wicket this morning, I think, in this first 50 minutes. Swanepoel forward again, drops it down the onside. What is surprising, however, is that, you know, we thought if Swanepoel was still there after 50 minutes this morning, he would have added 20, 30 to his score. In fact, he's only scored 13 this morning. It's been D'Oliveira who's been more aggressive. That said, Swanepoel pulls this next one away on the leg side, but only for a single out to Price on the boundary.
Tommy Borman's life flashed before his eyes there.
Yeah. He's under the helmet at short leg and saw Swanepoel go back and play that pull shot. He's very close now at sealing it off as well. He took a good catch there yesterday to dismiss Henry Cullen. Off this bowler from the other end. That one's quicker, flatter outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Bracey. End of the over. New ball being taken, I think. Just seeing umpire Alex Wharf walking over, asking them to bring out the box with the balls in.
The old one's just been chucked off.
The old one's come off. We've had enough of that one. And we're going to see a change, I think.
It obviously didn't come out with it. Maybe they thought there was a chance that it wouldn't be needed at all, but
we're going to see
here it comes.
Daz Ahmed take it from the College lawn end, I think.
Shiny new cherry being brought out by Ahmed Saeed, who will also take off one of the helmets. So that kind of suggests it could well be double seam with this second new ball.
I think it will be. And what would you do? You would, I think, there's a slight worry, isn't there, as a fielding side, that the new ball comes off the bat quite hard. And if you get a quick 20 or so, that could take the lead past 100 and make a real difference. But you've got to do it, because you've got to try and break through. 2 slips in. Would you have 3? I don't know. You don't want to give too many runs away.
Yeah, I think
Swanepoel might, if he's got Daz Ahmed. I mean, he's around the wicket. He's going to be bringing it into him, but there's a lot of acreage on that offside, isn't there? If he errs in line,
he might start. I mean, he showed signs in the previous row over of really thinking that he might start to put bat to ball.
That's a good. I would have a sweeper out there, I think. and I think that's what Cameron Bancroft's doing. Sweeper
Yeah.
on the offside.
They've taken the
Brought a
mid-wicket
man in
out.
from mid-wicket, yeah.
So
So you don't want to get too straight now. You can get work through mid-wicket, but I think that short boundary down there is where Swanepoel will be looking. He's batting out of his crease.
Ahmed then round the wicket, and Swanepoel is squared up by that first ball. It just goes off a thick-edged backward point for no run. Williams, 1, 2, only 2 shadow deliveries this time, but he does them back-to-back as well. He just continues to bowl and bowl and bowl. He did about 4 or 5, I think, towards the hospitality area previous over. A couple more there. He very much gets himself loose. Ahmed round the wicket, Swanepoel down the pitch and trying to whack this one down the ground. And it was a very wristy-looking attempted drive. When I got the feeling he might have been looking to try and hit it in the air, but it just went along the floor to Kishore at mid-off. I did interview Sai Kishore last night. I said, what would you prefer? I called you on commentary. I said, well, Sai's fine, Sai Kishore's fine, Kishore's fine. So I think I'll settle on Kishore. But he was very, very easy about it. Ahmed in, back and defending to extra cover. There's no run.
Well, I had a similar conversation with Rayhan Adavalath, and I said, I've been calling you Rayhan Adavalath, and he said, that's absolutely spot on.
Adavalath, yeah. I think I might have, what have I been saying? I think I've been saying Edavalath, haven't I? So Edavalath.
Adavalath.
Yeah. I'm going to put an underline underneath the da.
The Dav, yeah.
I'll get it wrong the next time, I guarantee you. Ahmed in now and played very late by Swanepoel. So late it's gone to second slip.
Took the pace off that one a bit, Ahmed, I think, quite nicely.
Price at first, Bancroft at second. Hammond, backward point really. Middleton has been the third slip when they've had one. He's not express pace, Ahmed, so maybe that's another reason why they've only gone with 2. But as Frank says, they do have to think about runs as well here. This is worked into the leg side. They'll take a single up to a mid-on fielder who's Rao, down from his considerable height. Lead on to 92 with that single. Swanepoel is on to 37. Just a gentle ripple of a breeze fluttering those beer and cider manufacturer streamers over in front of the beer tent, but the Gloucestershire flag and the Union flag hanging limp on the flagpoles up to our left. Oliveira, 1 ball in this over to face from Ahmed. It's down the leg side and nothing on that, so Bracey will take. So Ahmed, who's only bowled 8 overs up to that point, now 9 overs for 27, and Williams indeed is peeling off his cap, so looks like Hammond just nipping off the field. Alfie Johnson is on as a sub fielder. He made his senior debut in the first of the 2 50-over matches here and took 5 wickets in Gloucestershire's second 11 win over Durham a couple of days ago, on as a substitute fielder at, well, what will be mid-on now. Keeper back to start with for Will Williams. Bracey's got the helmet there. You know he's going to stand up at some point. Swanepoel's been batting so far out of his crease. I wonder whether they might go straight to standing up. But I don't know. Do they almost feel that him coming down maybe, at least to start with, brings them into the game a little bit more? I don't know. But he is standing back.
Gloucestershire really need a wicket, don't they? They really do. This partnership has become very, very annoying for their hopes of staying in this game, I think. As Williams bowls and takes Swanepoel on the pad, they run through for a leg bye despite an appeal. I think it looked as though it was going down by the way that he played it. 243 for 7, 93 the lead. Worcestershire began the day certainly thinking a lead of 100 would be very good, and now probably thinking a lead of 130 would be even better.
It's not as though Allison and Singh can't bat either. There's no guarantee you break this partnership and just roll through the others.
No, but I mean that's what you got to hope, isn't it? Gloucestershire's point of view. But it is once it passes 100, I think it's psychological as well, isn't it? Here's Williams again into D'Oliveira. Bowls, and D'Oliveira is solidly forward, playing that back up the pitch. They haven't cut loose. I think that's what's been quite impressive about the way they've played this morning, is that they've maintained their focus. D'Oliveira hit that 1-6, but it was fairly risk-free. Swanepoel had a couple of rushes of blood, but D'Oliveira has been quick to discourage his forays down the pitch. Williams again striding in, bowls, left alone outside the off stump by D'Oliveira. Bracey skips to his right to take. Orange bread van goes along the road opposite. No buses yet today.
It starts to feel like the reverse fixture, actually. It wasn't 150 played 250, but it was 280 played 380, and that Brooks weight partnership and then more runs from the lower order that has extended that lead.
Williams again outside the off stump, left alone again by D'Oliveira. Good line from Williams.
And in the second innings, Gloucestershire made 185 in 81 overs. It was a very slow moving game in general. Only really came to life on the final day, but again it was turning, and it also, you know, it played out that way in terms of a 100-run lead. Gloucestershire could only manage to set Worcestershire 87 to win. They did take 5 wickets.
Yeah. D'Oliveira on the walk to Williams this time, and then just gets an inside edge as it runs out on the leg side. Good start from Will Williams, he's bowled pretty well in this innings, to be fair. 2 for 41 from 12.5 overs now. Just not quite ready to come in. Abort his run-up, turns now to come in and over. And D'Oliveira again is on the walk and leaves that alone. Can't get anywhere near it, actually. Really good delivery from Williams, which left him off the pitch, I think.
Oof. Yeah, he's moved a long way across.
A long way and ended up just kind of dabbing at it, really. Glad he missed it, I should think. End of a maiden over from Will Williams. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 41. But the most important number is that Worcestershire's lead is now 93.
It's actually a bit lucky that took off the way it did.
Yeah, I agree. They've had an hour this morning. They've added 38 runs, which is nothing extravagant, but it's the fact they haven't lost a wicket that's made the most impact on the overall picture.
Ahmed to Swanepoel. That's slightly uppish, but there's no fielder saving the single square leg. So all the way out to Williams. Not all the way, but Williams in off the boundary to field. So 244 for 7 with a single to Swanepoel, who has 38 now. You might have thought he was there for a good time rather than a long time, but actually he seemed quite happy with his role and happy with what he's getting, and feeling that he might be able to play a longer innings here. Ahmed into D'Oliveira, who gets a bottom edge, and the ball can't have been too far away from the off stump as he tried that cut shot. And yeah, I mean, it wasn't too close to the stumps, but it was a bit of a bit of a heart in mouth moment, maybe.
He needs to have a word with himself now, D'Oliveira. He needs a captain at the other end, and he hasn't got one. He's only got himself. But that's 2 balls on the trot, isn't it? One, the last ball of the previous over, and that one where he's lost his shape, and he's just got a little bit carried away trying to impose himself. No need. Doesn't want to give it away after doing such hard work.
Ahmed to D'Oliveira, yeah, leaves that one. Yeah. Very decisively, and Bracey has that one go through extremely low to Ahmed, who I think is taking the new ball in the championship for the first time. I don't think he's been the new ball bowler before in championship cricket. He has taken it in the one-day cup. Getting this chance here as D'Oliveira outside his crease blocks away out into the covers. So we've had the first hour of the day and no breakthroughs. 39 runs added, so they haven't been racing along, but it doesn't really matter. And also in some ways, time taken out of the game by Worcestershire as much as scoring runs. It just adds to that feeling of Gloucestershire not having a lot of time to set their game up maybe as well. That starts to come into play. I mean, there's still a lot of overs left, but still got 3 wickets to take here. Keeper up to the stumps. D'Oliveira in his crease this time, defends back to Ahmed. There is no run. Just having a look at the Derbyshire-Durham game, because Gloucestershire are going up to Durham for the next round of matches, and that bowling attack of Durham's Potts, Carr, Stokes, Olivier, plus some more seam from Rhodes and left-arm spinner Parkinson. Ahmed in driven straight to extra cover, so there's no run, and a stop is made by Aman Rao, so just a single from that over. And it is 244 for 7, the lead on 94, so approaching a dreaded 3-figure mark for the Gloucestershire point of view, and plenty of work still to do. In that game at Derby, by the way, Durham, who were bowled out for 283 in their first innings. They have just rattled Derbyshire out for 156, with Matthew Potts taking 5 for 46. Stokes only bowling 4 overs, but taking 2 for 14. So a lead of 127 for the Division 2 leaders, Durham. You'd almost say runaway leaders. Williams over the wicket to Swanepoel. Forces that away off the back foot, out through the covers, and that'll be 4 runs. There's no offside sweeper for Williams. Plenty of room there between Ahmed at cover and Phillips at backward point. Another boundary to take Swanepoel on to 42. And Worcestershire 248 for 7, and for what it's worth, Worcestershire approaching batting points as well. Williams in back into his crease. Swanepoel defending away to Kishore at mid-off. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 113 for 5. after Northamptonshire posted 284. So Lancashire trailing there by 171 runs. Lancashire really needing a serious late charge, with Northamptonshire currently in third place in the table. Williams over the wicket, he bowled him. Swanepoel goes in dramatic fashion as the stump that has been uprooted ends up going quite a distance back. I don't know that it quite cartwheeled, but it did do a bit of cartwheeling actually. Several rotations on off stump, and it ends a extremely valuable innings from Bayers Swanepoel. 42 to his name, really applied himself, didn't give his wicket away at all, and just got a good ball that straightened a bit on him. Perhaps didn't bounce quite as much as others, but a damaging partnership there for the 8th wicket that has almost taken Worcestershire to that 100-run lead. So the partnership worth 71, put on in just over 20 overs. So even though it actually slowed down a bit lately, still at a pretty decent rate. Worcestershire's innings run rate now at 3. So it's actually racing along, but it is a little bit higher than it has been for most of the innings. I mean, been tied down by Kishore for most of it. But a 3rd wicket for Williams, 3 for 45. And his 26th wicket of the season in the County Championship. And he's now going to have Ben Allison to bowl at, who's the number 10 for Worcestershire. 3rd slip has gone in for him. So Ed Middleton into the cordon to join Price and Bancroft. Williams bowls now to Allison, and that's just dabbed off to backward point, and there's no run. Frank going off to do his update, brought the wicket.
Yeah, I think it was quite conclusive dismissal.
Yeah. we've seen a few bolds, but
did it keep a bit low?
Little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Little bit. I don't think that's why you missed it.
No.
But that may have done, yeah.
No, it was a good delivery.
Williams bounding in there now to Allison. Just rocks onto the front foot, blocks it to mid-on. Yeah, it's funny. I was just having a couple of looks at it whilst the new batter was coming out, and
yeah, I
mean,
think
it does straighten a bit. It doesn't seem to do enormous amounts, but just fading in a little bit. It certainly didn't bounce as much as others. Williams bowls to Allison, and that's left alone. So end of Williams' 14th, 3 for 45.
He's bowled well, hasn't he?
He's just so reliable.
Eddie. Absolutely. Yeah. But that partnership, 71 for that 8th wicket. Just what Worcestershire needed. D'Oliveira and Allison in conversation now about the pitch. I can tell just from the gestures that D'Oliveira's making. They've just got to keep playing the same way. I think put the bad ball away if it comes along, and I think if they get this lead to 120, 125, that's going to be highly significant. But as we know, it only takes a couple of deliveries for it all to be over. James Bracey just doing some back exercises behind the stumps as the discussions go on between bowler and captain about field placings for D'Oliveira. They'll be looking to give him one, you would imagine, and have a bowl at the new man. Will Williams seems to be doing most of the field setting rather than Bancroft, who's at slip. Handed over responsibility to his senior bowler, who's Daz Ahmed in from the College Lawn End Bowls, and D'Oliveira, with the keeper standing up, stays at home and pushes up to mid-on.
And we do sort of want your bowler to set the field in a bit of consultation with Will Williams. So certainly a thinking cricketer as well as a reliable seam bowler.
Ahmed in again, bowls, left alone by D'Oliveira.
Who'd have thought it, a thinking seam bowler?
Well, I was going to say, when you said you want your bowler to be set in his field, I was thinking, you know, in my captaincy experience, and I was captain of quite a few teams that I played for at various levels, but I was pretty keen on setting the field myself, unless I had great trust in the bowler. I played with quite a lot of bowlers that had no idea how to set the field. Ahmed in again, bowls, and that one again just pops a little bit. D'Oliveira looks as though he was taken by surprise. He's calmed down a little bit, D'Oliveira, after his couple of rushes of blood a few minutes ago. Highly significant innings from him, from the captain here. Really, he hasn't been in great form throughout the season. He's had some good scores, but it's been a bit of an in and out season in white and red ball cricket. But goodness me, he stood up in this situation. Ahmed in again to him, bowls and works this on the leg side to mid-wicket. 167 deliveries he's faced now. And, you know, this is a batsman who likes to play a shot, so I think it just shows you you've got to earn your runs on this surface. We thought that Price and Borman played well, particularly on that first morning, I thought, for Gloucestershire. You've really got to work hard, and D'Oliveira has. Ahmed in to him again, and he gets this one away on the leg side for 4. Over pitched on leg stump, timed it well, and that's the thing, isn't it, about making runs on this pitch. You've got to be patient, you've got to work, you've got to stick in, you've got to deal with the ball being a bit up and down. But when the bad ball comes along, you have got to make sure that you don't miss out, and he did. Just pierced the gap between those two fielders behind square on the leg side. Goes to 73. D'Oliveira.
Alex Worf suggesting that D'Oliveira might not walk right down the middle of the pitch after having the customary fist bump.
Ahmed bowls, and D'Oliveira's got another run here. I was going to say 4 more, but it's not. It's 2 more. Down to third man. Bracey a bit cheesed off by that, I think, by the way that he didn't gather that return. 6 from those last 2 deliveries, and Worcestershire's lead is over 100, 104 now. And that is the most important number, I think, that we've got to think about at the moment. D'Oliveira now on 75, the top score in the game. The lead 104, and still only 8 down.
Yeah, it's taking on quite a different proportion. Even, I mean, it's only 12 more runs than Edavalath,
Yeah.
but he's been out there for way longer in terms of minutes. Williams to Allison, it's a defensive shot, and Williams, I think, I'm not sure whether he deliberately tried to deflect that onto the stumps in the non-striker's end or whether he just missed it, but anyway, there's no runners. Kishore does the fielding, but he's been out there for best part of 4 hours. D'Oliveira, Edavalath, 2 hours and 40 minutes. Borman and Price actually out there for almost 3 hours. As this is guided away by Allison, and he won't quite get off the mark as Phillips tumbles away to his left at backward point. There is no run. I gave the Lancashire score, by the way, but they're now 113 for 7 against Northamptonshire. So this could be quite a significant round of matches with Durham potentially away and clear. Williams in length ball, defended by Allison. Both Kent and Northamptonshire in good positions in second and third in the table, and Kent are playing Middlesex, who are 16 off Northamptonshire and 18 off Kent, who they're playing. They could really start to make it a two-horse race for second with wins in this round. Kent in a good position at Merchant Taylors against Middlesex. I'll give that score in a moment. Williams bowls down the leg side as an appeal from Bracey, but well, Ed Middleton quite liked it. He's run all the way to the stumps, but I don't think Williams was particularly interested. Kent 108 for 3 in their second innings. They had a lead of 101. It could actually have been more than that were it not for some tail wagging from Middlesex, but still over a 100-run lead there, and they've extended that with a 64 from Tawanda Moyeye. So 209 for 3 effectively. Williams bowls, carved away by Allison for 4 through cover. Was just short enough. He could rock onto the back foot, got some width. And again, having waited for his moment, he was in a good position to strike and off the mark with a boundary. 258 for 8. The lead to 108. Ahmed will drop back to the deep mid-wicket boundary for the last ball of the over. Well, actually, no, deep backward points drop back, so they have dropped a couple back. But Allison is not tempted to try and find a single and just let it go and complete another over from Williams. So 258 for 8. Wickets continue to fall aplenty in Division 1, where Yorkshire are 171 for 6 at the Utilita Bowl, leading by 147. They sent 2 night watchmen in last night, Yorkshire, and they both got out. So Revis had to come out anyway.
It's nonsense, isn't it?
Cliff and Chauhan both faced 4 balls and were out for ducks. So Cliff didn't hang on, and neither did Chauhan. And then at Grace Road, been 16 wickets there already. Leicestershire lead by 135, 6 down in their second innings.
Does Ahmed bowls, D'Oliveira drives slightly uppishly on the offside. It's not easy. We've been saying it right from the start of the game, but batting out there is not easy, and it's not been easy this morning. This D'Oliveira innings has been worth its weight in gold to Worcestershire. Anybody gets 25 out there, they're playing an innings which influences this game, I think. Ahmed in again, bowls. D'Oliveira drives up to mid-off. And there's no run. It's it's made fascinating watching. It's been a really interesting game of cricket to watch. And I think those, watching cricket on roads gets boring after a while, doesn't it? And we like to see a good contest. Watching cricket on pitches that are too helpful to the bowlers is not entirely satisfactory. But this is a real contest out here. You can get runs, but you've got to play well. D'Oliveira has played well. Gets another one here down to third man. Thinks about 2, but on this occasion, having got to the same fielder, Aman Rao, in the previous over, Rao was much quicker to the ball this time. And they only got 1. I think that's why Bracey was fed up by the last ball of the previous over from Ahmed, because Rao wasn't quick enough getting the throw away. And it is his debut, and I think it's one thing you see with players as they get into first-class cricket. The more experience they get, they see things a bit earlier in the field and just improve in that area.
There is a lot of Aman Rao to move around as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But you know what I mean.
I know.
Kashif Ali's the one we always point to at Worcestershire when he first started in the first-class game. Oh, that's a good one from Ahmed. Beats the bat of Allison. When Kashif first started, his batting was impressive, but his fielding was way off. And now, a couple of years later, you wouldn't know that he hadn't had a long first-class career because his fielding's improved so much. Williams, the senior figure again at mid-off, has a word with the bowler, talking about the line he's bowling, Daz Ahmed.
They've got Max Waller as well on the coaching staff these days, Gloucestershire, so a lot of work done there.
Ahmed in again, bowls, and Allison is forward and is out. Pushing forward, taking on the pad. LBW or LBW, I think.
I thought so.
Yeah, pretty stone dead, I think, looking at that one. So whatever Williams said to Ahmed has worked. And Ben Allison has gone for 4. Daz Ahmed's first wicket.
So I'm just chuckling because Allison did that sort of freeze that almost every batter does when they see the finger. Oh, what? But obviously they can't. Not actually making any gesture or anything, but just completely stopping. But I'm not sure what could have been wrong with that. I don't think it was outside the line, and unless he got an edge.
Looked a very, very good shot, I thought. I really did. So Fateh Singh is the new batsman. I had a chat with him this morning. I said, do you fancy going out there and whacking a quick 30? He said, oh, more than that.
Of course.
Bit of a smile. He does like to get on with it. Just having a word with D'Oliveira. I wonder what D'Oliveira's policy is going to be now. Fateh Singh has played some attractive, busy innings in white ball cricket. Made many contributions in red ball. Hasn't played that many games, but I would imagine D'Oliveira might just be tempted to press the accelerator a little bit if he gets on strike again. I say if, because still 2 balls to go in this over. I'll have another update before kick-off in the game that BBC Hove and Worcester are covering, Kidderminster Harriers, at 12:30. Could the innings be over by then? Ahmed, 2 balls to go in this over, 2 slips and a gully weight. Singh on strike, the left-hander, he's round the wicket, he bowls. Singh drives up to mid-off. No run. Actually, there was only 1 ball left, the end of the over. So Singh survives, D'Oliveira is on strike. Worcestershire are 259 for 9. They lead by 109. And what will D'Oliveira do now? He's on 76. You could argue that's worth 100 in this game. but just had a good chat with Singh.
This
Will
could-
he try and keep the strike? Will he try and play 4 deliveries and then get a single? We'll have to wait and see. The field is pretty well spread. Still got 2 slips in, obviously. Ollie Price at first slip, practicing his batting. Bit of shadow batting. Williams is adjusting his field again with the help of Middleton. Bancroft seems to be very happy to let Williams sort it all out. Oliveira waits to see what they're going to do. Going to have a man on the drive at short extra, Middleton. 2 slips. Backward point on the fence. Mid off. An ordinary cover. Mid on and deep mid wicket and long leg.
There's a curious field as Williams bowls to D'Oliveira, who just will allow the ball to run off the open face out to deep backward point. Is off strike straight away, so I almost might as well have set everybody out. I'm glad they didn't, because I don't like it when that happens, but but really they've got what they were pretty much after. They were willing to give away the run to bowl at Singh, who might be batting at 11, but there's very few genuine number 11s out there now.
If he's given any width, he'll go after it, Singh, I think. But I don't think Williams will give him any width. He's staying over to him, which is interesting.
And it's just Williams's great strength, really, because he gets so many. I'm going to have to have a look at the number of wickets that he's taken this season and the proportion that have been bowled in LBW.
Okay.
And he just does bowl at the stumps. So there's a deep backward square, ring field really in 2 slips. Williams over the wicket to Singh, and there is a long leg as well. I must admit I didn't see, with the support for our parasol in the way. And there's a single, so Singh underway. The first ball that he faces from Williams. I lead on to 111. Sort of feel that 100 runs might be the over-under mark, but Worcestershire over 100 and still one more wicket for Gloucestershire to take. Keeper up. D'Oliveira back on strike. Williams into him, and he'll tuck this one to deep square. Ahmed will field. So 3 balls this over, 3 singles. Other action from the first division. Just run down those scores. Essex following on 121 for 1. Second time around, they're still 190 runs away from even hitting the front at Taunton. 469 played 158 on first innings. Dean Elgar not out 54. Williams bowls to Singh, covers up and knocks it into the offside. Nottinghamshire 211 for 4 at the Oval. So that's a lead of 233. That Oval pitch, it starts off the same colour as the outfield, but it does tend to flatten out. So it could be that you get 2 very low first innings scores, but 2 quite high second innings scores. So a bit difficult, possibly for Notts to know what to post there, but they're certainly doing better second time around. Joe Clark has 72 contributions. Plenty there. Williams tries a short one, and Singh has absolutely nothing to do with that at all. Just drops the hands and lets it go through. Sussex 162 for 5 at Edgbaston. Pretty much parity on first innings. That's actually already the highest score of the match there. 162 for 5, lead 157. So basically a 1 innings shootout. It's been an injury sub there. Finn Hudson-Prentice subbed out for Dan Ibrahim. Concern for Sussex as they continue to fight the 12-point penalty and stay in the title race as Singh defends the last ball of the over to mid-on. So 3 singles and 3 dots. Score at 262 for 9.
And the lead, 112, which I think Worcestershire would have been very happy with if you'd have offered them that last night. If they can extend it to 120, they'll be even happier. Brett D'Oliveira, as yet, hasn't shown any sign of urgency, particularly since Allison was out. Happy to let Fateh Singh have the strike. Singh has looked pretty competent so far. But Daz Ahmed will be hoping that he can persuade D'Oliveira to do something a bit reckless. The field is fairly well spread. We've got backward point on the boundary and a sort of cover point on the boundary. So 2 men deep. Backward point actually going round further to sort of wide third man now. Short extra and a mid-off on the offside. So Ahmed bowls and D'Oliveira pushes 2 at short extra. Williams. And then on the onside we've got mid-on, short mid-wicket on the drive, deep square and a long leg covering that short boundary. So basically, if D'Oliveira looks to score behind square on either side, he's going to struggle to get the ball through. Could clip it through mid-wicket if Ahmed over pitches on leg stump. Or he could try and go over the top as he does here, and he has got away with it. He's chipped it over mid-on. Kishore was interested, didn't really locate it. He ran back. He might have got back and taken the catch over his shoulder, but he sort of didn't really locate it and then didn't set off with any real pace. D'Oliveira's got away with that.
It's the second time he's gone for the really big one and just lobbed a fielder.
Didn't really get hold of any of it at all. It was a leading edge, if anything. This went straight up in the air and got 2 for it. And this time he's gone, well, he tried to hit that into Worcestershire, I think.
It was such a reproachful noise from the members down below us after that. Oh, there's no place for that here.
Almost knocked himself off his feet, missed it. Bracey took it, held it because he thought D'Oliveira might then overbalance and he could stump him. As it was, he didn't. But goodness me.
No, I almost thought we were going to have a Prithvi Shaw moment from a few years ago when he was facing a short ball from Van Meekeren and just toppled over backwards into his own stumps.
It wasn't a kitchen sink. It was the full Hobben unit and everything else, wasn't it? That's much more circumspect as he just turns this to short mid-wicket. Goodness me. I've played golf occasionally with Brett D'Oliveira and he doesn't swing that hard when he drives. It was absolutely threw everything at it, didn't he?
Yeah, it's been strange because it's almost as though there's
when he goes, he goes.
He goes immediately, doesn't he? Yeah, because that time he came charging down to Middleton, got that,
and the next
that
ball
edge that went over the top, and then actually Edavalath was out the next over. And it's almost as though they just have this chat and say, all right, this over, I'm just going to try and smash everything. And then it just calms down for another hour. And then all of a sudden it's like
those two this morning, one after the other, where he lost everything. Anyway, just seems to have settled down again now as Ahmed comes in. And he's pushing forward again. He needs a single now. That's what he wants. Just 1 ball left in the over, I think. Good stuff. Can't take your eyes off it. 114 the lead. Whatever happens, he's played very, very well, Brett D'Oliveira, in this innings. Field is in now. Largely to stop the single. Ahmed in, bowls. Unfortunately, they can't stop the single because he's worked it nicely to mid-wicket, just wide of the fielder, and keeps the strike. 265 for 9. Good over from Ahmed. Eventful. 3 runs came from it. Worcestershire still hanging on. 2 helmets coming out. Shin pads. Time for some spin, I think.
Yeah, I was wondering how, I mean, as much as they might want to keep Williams on as well, he has been on and off the field several times in this innings, and he's not bowled the kind of lengthy spells that you so often see from him. You know, you're used to him going 6-7 overs just as a matter of course if he's bowling well, but he's given, if he is nursing something, he's given Gloucestershire 16 overs, 3 for 52 through that. And the headband's off, so that definitely settles it. Will Williams headband. So Kishore perhaps thinks that one of these two might have a bit of a go, and he certainly won't mind that. I mean, he's used to bowling in the IPL, which sort of involves batters trying to hit you out the park. And actually, I read quite an interesting interview where he talked about bowling as a net bowler and bowling to MS Dhoni as a net bowler and getting smashed all over the place, and then coming back the next time having learnt from that and then applied it and didn't get smashed. And he said that was one of the most, as you can imagine, you're bowling to your childhood hero, no doubt. Grew up in Chennai, and Dhoni, the Chennai legend, in terms of where he's played his cricket. Reverse sweep, loops up in the air, and it's going to be one bounce and just patted back in by Middleton. Does well to prevent the boundary out at deep point, and they will come back for 2. So D'Oliveira on strike still.
He doesn't play that much, Brett D'Oliveira. He's not a.
He didn't look the most natural reverse.
He
sweep.
does play it, but he's not an Ethan Brooks or someone like that who plays it as easily as he plays an ordinary sweep.
267 for 9, so the lead up to 117. Kishore over the wicket. He's bowled him, and that will end the innings. So 4 wickets for Sai Kishore in his first Gloucestershire innings. D'Oliveira the last to go, and I felt this innings was going to end with a smash up in the air the way it was going the last couple of overs, but actually it's ended with a ball that Kishore has pitched just outside leg stump. There's a bit of drift, and it has turned and hit the top of off stump. That is a corker of a ball to end the innings, and proof that there's going to be plenty out there for both seam and spin. So the lead at 117, and D'Oliveira, he may not be taking his helmet off and raising his bat, but his teammates are gathered there to applaud him off. He's whacking the ground with his bat, but he certainly needn't to. I mean, there's very little you can do with that. That is just an absolutely world-class piece of bowling that's got rid of him, and he's certainly more than done his job. And an innings of 83 that I think you'd have to say would be worth a sizable 100 in another situation.
Yeah, I would say so. Really, really good innings, and a fantastic delivery to finish him off. Kishore finishes with figures of 30.2 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 76, with power to add, as they say, because I think in the second innings he's going to play a very significant role, depending on what the target is that Worcestershire end up needing to chase. But they have established a pretty good lead. 117 is the lead, and that might still be the most significant number that we're talking about today. Will Williams finished with 3 for 52. Brett D'Oliveira's innings, 83 off 183 balls with 8 fours and 1 6. It's been a good morning for Worcestershire. There's now a tricky little spell of about 20 minutes or so for the Gloucestershire openers to face before the lunch interval. But Worcestershire have established that lead of 117. And as I say, I think that is more than they would have hoped even for this morning.
Yeah, they've added 62 runs for the final 3 wickets, and one early one, and you felt it could just go very quickly. But Swanepoel and D'Oliveira started it off. It's a strange scorecard, really, because everybody that got in stayed there for a certain amount of time. There's a lot of single-figure scores in and around it. So D'Oliveira 83 and Swanepoel 42 really do stand out in the middle to lower order. Hose 2, Cullen 5, Waite 3, Taylor 4, Allison 4, and Singh 1 not out. So sort of similar story really with the Gloucestershire first innings. You had Borman 60 and Price's 31, and then there were 5 other single-figure scores in that top order. So when you get in, you've really got to make it count. I think that's one of the messages from there. So we will just step aside for a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with you for Gloucestershire's second innings as they attempt firstly to knock off the 117-run deficit. When we do come back, Stephen Chalk will be joining us to have a chat about the series of books that are out recently, including especially the biography of Mark Lane. So we'll have a chat about that up until the lunch break, but we'll just leave you for a few minutes and be back for that Gloucestershire second innings. Welcome back to Cheltenham as the players are in the middle, just taking positions for this Gloucestershire second innings as they have a small matter of 117 runs to score before they can start thinking about setting Worcestershire a total. Still pretty sunny skies for the most part. The puffy clouds away in the distance, and it is Bancroft and Phillips who open the batting for Gloucestershire, and Tom Taylor, who has the new ball in hand from the Chapel end, is wasting very little time in running in and bowling the first ball to Bancroft, and that's turned away to mid-wicket. There's no run. Taylor with the Chapels behind him and the hospitality marquees, and Bancroft in his position at the crease at the College lawn end will have 3 slips behind him, a backward point, and I'm sure Frank Watson will be thrilled to see a third man down there. There's also a fine leg, so there's actually only 3 fielders in front of the bat, mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on. Bancroft getting a boundary here, that's sweetly timed, out to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs, so Gloucestershire underway with a boundary, second ball. Stephen Chalk is alongside me, and it's a great pleasure to have you back. And we, I guess, firstly should start with the event in the boundary hub on day one. The great and the good were here.
Yes, well, nice to be on air with you, Ed. Well, it was quite an assembly of people.
Then comes Tom Taylor to Bancroft, full and straight, defended back.
The star guest was Zahir Abbas, who scored many a run on this ground, and he's just launched a new autobiography from A to Z. So he came in, and I assembled some other former teammates and former opponents. We had Roger Knight and Andy Brassington, who played in the Gloucestershire team with him, and people who played against him. Mike Brearley was here, Roland Butcher, and Fred Rumsey.
In goes Taylor, bowls Bancroft outside his crease, again playing back to the bowler.
We had a woman, Jill Smith, who played for England when we won the World Cup in 1993. And late in the day, after the monsoon had burst on top of us, we had a wonderful session with Mark Alleyne. So, yes, we had a packed marquee and some wonderful guests to mingle among us. And it was a classic Cheltenham day.
I think it's one of the things that many people would say make the festival special, occasions like that. And as Taylor is in, Bancroft edges, but along the ground, out to third slip. There's no run. Jill Smith has got a book out or coming out, has she not, with the cricket photographs? I remember chatting to her about that.
It's out, the book she brought with her, What Cricket Means to Me, raising money for the PCA Cricketers Trust. She's got about 100 different people writing little pieces about what cricket means to them. Lovely, uplifting book.
Taylor in for defence into the offside. Bancroft taking a quick single, so 5 without loss. Sorry, that's Annie Chaves?
No, that's Jill Smith.
That's Jill Smith.
Yes. No, Annie Chaves' book came out a couple of years ago. Cricket Changed My Life.
Ah, that's it.
They're longer interviews with people. Some very moving stories in that book.
Because I know she was there a couple of days ago,
yeah,
she
was there as well. Oh, we had so many people there who've active in the world of cricket.
65, Ben Allison.
But trying to interview people with that monsoon beating down on the roof of the marquee was not easy.
Well, I have to say, I have limited sympathy for that particular travail, because at the same time, I was sprinting through sheets of water trying to save the broadcast equipment so that we could actually still have something to talk through today.
Yes. Oh, magnificent. Yes. Well, Mark Alleyne came in late on when the game had been called off and gave us a wonderful 3/4 of an hour. I've done the book with him, and we've he was on terrific form, and the rain had died down a bit by then.
Ben Allison from the College lawn end bowls a length ball, and that's nibbled away down to fine leg for 4 more by Bancroft, who has nicked all the bowling so far and has added 9 runs in the 7 deliveries that have been bowled. I think Cullen might be wanting to stand up to the stumps already, it looks like, after just 1 ball. It seemed to take Allison about 4 hours to concede a boundary in the first innings, but he's gone for 1 first ball here.
Well, you say about Bancroft nicking all the... There were a lot of stories about Zah here. When you batted with him, you had to be on your toes, 5th or 6th ball of the over.
Okay, a ball counter. The keeper is up. Still 3 slips. Allison to Bancroft, who wants a single off towards mid-wicket. That's to be quick here. The throw ends up hitting Joe Phillips's bat, but doesn't deflect off to the boundary. 2019 final style. So Phillips will now get to face, and Gloucestershire a 10 without loss. Was Mark Lane talking? I was more sort of. Was it more sort of anecdotes from his career or coaching career?
Oh, it was a mixture. Yeah, we certainly went through some of his early days and some memories of Cheltenham. Everybody's got such wonderful memories of playing here at Cheltenham. A big turning point in his whole career was here. He will tell you it's the revolving door moment of his whole time with Gloucestershire.
Allison to Phillips for the first time. Phillips just gently forward and defending for no run.
He'd been out of the... When Eddie Barlow became coach in 1990, Kevin Curran wasn't bowling much, and Mark got dropped out of the team, and he was out of the team till Cheltenham, playing Surrey, and he was brought back in, and they'd be batting him at 7 and 8, and he put him up to number 5, and he went out to bat early on, nicked the first ball from Martin Bicknell to slip and was dropped. And then the next ball, he put another slip in and bowled the same ball. And watch this ball first.
Allison passes umpire Peverell. Phillips again well forward and defends just up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run.
And he showed his courage. He hit the ball for 4 through the covers and went on to score 100.
Right.
And played every competitive game for Gloucestershire in all tournaments for 10 years, 393 consecutive games. And I asked him in that interview, I said, with the science and medicine people, they wouldn't allow you to play some of those games now, would you? He said, I have a job getting some of the players on the pitch 2 games running.
Allison loses his run here.
Yeah, it's a different world. I mean, he's terrific in the book, talking about the way the game has evolved during the 40 years he's been involved in it, and the first-class game at county level. And you know, I've learned so much working with him.
In comes Allison and bowls, and that's defended into the onside. I suppose we should probably go back to the start in terms of, I mean, I remember you saying that you were, Mark Lane was almost the one you wanted.
Yes. Well, yes, I've done a number of books with other cricketers, sitting down, talking to them, and I thought I wasn't going to do another one, and he came to Bath to be interviewed by me at a cricket society, and I went home and said to my wife, I don't think I'll do another book with a cricketer, but if I were to do one, Mark would be the person I'd do it with.
Allison, keeper back now. Phillips way outside his crease and pushes away to cover, where the Worcestershire skipper D'Oliveira does the fielding, and that completes over number 2. Gloucestershire 10 without loss, still 107 behind.
And yeah, he just had such thoughtful answers to everything, and such a positive personality, and you just came away with a real glow, and you can see why he's such a good coach. And but then about 3 days later, I got a phone call from Chris Coley. Mark had rung him and said he changed his mind. He wanted to do a book. So we sort of reached that point of meeting almost simultaneously. And it's been an absolute joy doing it with him. Must have met, I think, 26 times.
Taylor to Bancroft, starting his second over. Tom Taylor, Bancroft, long way outside his crease, but had to go back a little bit to block that one.
Yeah, each time we sit down for 2 or 3 hours and just talk. And You know, he's always got those little extra deeper things to say about things. That, you know, it's not anecdotes in that sense. It's authentic kind of experience processed.
Taylor turns. Approaches now in and bowls. And Bancroft to the leave, alone outside the off stump. Imagine it in a way you sort of hang on every word that he says, and as you say, somebody that is very much his own thinker. So I'd imagine in any chat you wouldn't be short of material.
No, but he comes over as quite a quiet person, but and so it's, you know, initially surprising to realise just how much depth he's got and how much originality of thought, which is part of what attracts me, and not just cricket, it's life.
Taylor in now, and Bancroft has a feel for that one and misses it as Cullen doesn't quite take it cleanly. Sudden eruption of noise in the field. Worcestershire obviously feel as though they've come out a little bit too flat, so started shouting at each other. So in terms of, actually, that's an interesting comment there in terms of life in general. So
well, cricket's a people game, isn't it?
I suppose it's always been the sort of game that teaches you a lot about life anyway. Taylor in now, let go by Bancroft. So I suppose it probably does connect to cricket mostly, but does he talk more personally as well?
Oh yes, very much so. I mean, his whole story of how he got to be at Gloucestershire, born in London, spent his childhood in Barbados, came back to London, had quite a difficult period moving around here, there, and everywhere. His brother got a summer's trial with Gloucestershire, and he just tagged along, and that's why the book's called Pack Your Bags, Brother, because it's his brother who's supposed to have been the cricketer.
Taylor goes in now. Bancroft,
he was doing
down defence.
He was doing A-levels at school. You know, he was going to go to university and become an accountant. That was his mother. And but one day, he's just there, the kid brother, one short. Can you play for Gloucestershire under-25s at Edgbaston tomorrow? The brother doesn't score any runs. He gets 60 not out. Then he's in the second 11, and 3 weeks later he's playing for the first team. Youngest person ever to score 100 for Gloucestershire. It's a fairy tale story.
Taylor. And now Bancroft drop and run out to mid-off. Well judged. And he's nicked the strike again. So it's 11 without loss after 3 overs.
Yes. So it all happened rather fast, and maybe that's a good thing in some ways, you know.
Yeah.
And he does contrast. This is where he's so interesting. He contrasts the way in which, in the modern game, there are all these pathways and everything's managed, and the progress is mapped out by so many support staff, and he looks back at what happened to him and the sort of slightly chaotic nature of it and how he had to process it for himself, and the learning curve involved in that.
Yeah, I suppose the only, and I thought about this with some of the stories that we had in the One Day Cup this year. Keeper up, Allison to Bancroft, shoulders, arms. There were, I suppose, there's a bit more support even with the South Asian Cricket Academy, but you do still see a lot of players who've played a little bit there. They've played maybe 3 or 4 different second 11 teams, and then they maybe get their chance. I was thinking about somebody like Pereira, who played for Somerset in this year's competition. Yes. Hisham Khan, who signed a short-term deal with Surrey. And I sort of thought, well, maybe one of those could be the next Marker Lane.
Yep.
Forward goes Bancroft, finds a gap on the offside and takes a single to the right of backward point.
Well, after he left Gloucestershire, Mark had 7 years at Lords when he was the head coach there and managed the MCC Young Cricketers, which doesn't exist in that form now. And they took players, exactly those sort of players who are now going around playing odd second 11 games.
Well, Ahmed was an MCC Young cricketer, Daz Ahmed.
Yes, but they don't have them for 12 months now like they did in those days. Ian Botham was an MCC young cricketer.
Roland
Actually,
Butcher
the person in this
talking to
game, hold on a minute,
Allison bowls now. Phillips blocks.
Adam Hose, he was one of Mark's charges,
Right.
and he hadn't made it and had that period of redevelopment, and Jamie Porter at Essex was off the radar at Essex, and so they had that scheme where they took people and Mark was in charge of it. So, and to a greater extent now, although they do have a short period at Lords where they play some games, but they don't have that full-bodied programme anymore, which I think Mark regrets. He thought it was a very good programme.
12 without loss, as Phillips still yet to get off the mark. Allison bowls to him, and again just forward and pushing away into the covers. There's no run.
But I mean, the bottom line is Gloucestershire have won 11 trophies in their entire history. Mark was captain for 7 of them in 6 years, and coached
Yes, can I say
an 8th when they won the T20 a couple of years back. I mean, his record is absolutely phenomenal, and I don't think in the world of cricket he's won more one-day trophies as a captain than anybody else.
Yep. Allison in and bowls. Phillips, he's getting even further down now to defend to extra cover. He's almost a third of the way down the pitch by the time he finishes, and they've had enough of that. The helmet's been tossed straight to Cullen, who's going to stand up, and yeah, I think even around the wider game, I think it's right that it's not really recognised.
No. Yeah, Gloucestershire always been an unfashionable county, haven't they? He talks about Essex calling Gloucestershire minor counties west.
Oh, yes, that's that comment. Allison is in, and from the crease, Phillips pushes away, no run. In
that period, I mean, how little international recognition those players had in those years.
Yeah, indeed. And Mark Alone sort of in and out of the England one-day side in the days when it wasn't really prioritised, and there's so many cricketers who were actually better suited to playing 50-over cricket than others. They didn't get the right roles, they didn't get the right treatment.
Yeah, he had a stroke of very bad luck. He was in the England one-day team in Australia the winter before the World Cup coming in the summer in '99 in England, and that would really have suited him because he was a player who always played his best in England.
Standing up is Cullen now for Taylor as well. A tight leave from Bancroft, but a good one.
And, you know, he had a couple of really good performances, just established himself in the team. And then his father died in a car accident in Barbados, and he had to leave the tour. And somebody else, Vince Wells, took his place, did quite well, and that was it. He didn't play in the World Cup. So these things do turn on moments like that.
I suppose in a lot of jobs you have those sorts of moments, and it's almost as soon as you allow somebody else in, that's no guarantee you can get back in where you were. Taylor to Bancroft, and again just dabbing away into the offside. Worcestershire still staying on the attack as they ought to be, really, with a lead over 100, but allows Bancroft some single taking opportunities into the covers just with a drop and run. So took another one there and has all 13 of Gloucestershire's runs in this innings in the 5th over. Deficit is 104.
Got a lovely story about the first trophy Gloucestershire won under Mark's captaincy was the Benson and Hedges in '99, which because of that World Cup was a truncated tournament.
Taylor falls to Phillips. He'll get off the mark. Just a deflection down to third man and picks up a single, so 14 without loss.
And it was only the 8 top teams in the county championship the previous year who entered the competition, so it went straight to a quarter-final. Gloucestershire finished 4th, so they got a home quarter-final straight away on the back of the county championship. And this is one of the enormous ironies. They finished 4th in the championship the previous year on the back of Courtney Walsh's bowling, And Courtney Walsh didn't come back in '99, didn't play in any of those years when they won all the trophies, and it was all set up by his bowling in the championship. But yes, so they won that truncated Benson and Hedges.
Taylor leaps in, bowls. Bancroft looking for a single through the leg side, but straight to mid-on this time.
Mark got 100 in the Lord's final, that first one, and then they went back later in the summer and won the NatWest as well. And when he met and the only other team who'd won both Lord's finals in a year was Lancashire. And in the winter, playing for England, Mike Atherton said to Mark, that wasn't the proper double, because it was truncated Benson and Hedges. So Mark had the great delight the following winter when Gloucestershire won not only both Lord's finals, but the 40 over league as well, as saying, well, that wasn't the double either, it was the treble.
Taylor bowls and full ball played back to him. No run. Terrific. Well, they just had a phenomenal record at Bristol, especially in knockouts at Bristol over all that period. Just get the home game, and then it was, well, that's the path to the final sorted.
But they won 1 or 2 away as well.
Yeah.
Ian Harvey, of course, was brilliant. Mike Smith, they had a bowling attack that absolutely knew how to.
Taylor bowls back foot punch from Bancroft, but this is stopped at cover, and there's no run. So 5 overs completed, 14 without loss.
And Jack Russell standing up to the stumps. Everybody remembers that too. He won a man of the match award, didn't he? It was, it was in the field. They were a brilliant team, well ahead of their time.
Yeah.
And that's where the real captaincy takes place, isn't it?
So how much does he talk about the relationships, personal relationships in that team?
He talks quite a lot, particularly about the impact of John Bracewell as coach and the change in culture. He was almost like an equivalent of what Arsene Wenger did in football, in introducing a more professional culture around behaviour.
Allison is in. Phillips defends straight back again.
In fact, we were talking about this yesterday because Ben Stokes has given this interview saying there's a drink culture right through English cricket. And I said to Mark, that's not true at Gloucestershire, is it? And he said, no.
He says, no, it's not true at all. No, he didn't.
He didn't. No, he's got this phrase in the book. He said, they're all chasing the bean, meaning they're obsessed with coffee. Coffee is the drink they're all into, not beer.
Seems to be the case with a lot of cricket teams.
Yeah.
Allison in now, full and straight. Phillips respectfully pushes away and he into the covers. He
didn't think in county cricket there was a particular drink culture anymore, not like there had been when he came in as an 18-year-old. But he said when he had been involved in the English setup, when he'd gone in and done stints as batting coach, he was aware that it was a more social environment.
Yes, it's caffeine monitoring now rather than...
Well, we've got Chris Dent stall down there, haven't we?
Exactly. Allison. He's unintentionally deflected that down to third slip. It was a brilliant stop.
Yes.
To get some sort of a hand on that, and he's getting a pat on the back from Adam Hoses. The third slip fielder, Jake Libby, saves 3 runs. Phillips didn't mean to try and score any, but he'll get 1.
Yes.
Get up the other end, which could be, in fact, it will be the last over before lunch. This one, it's flown by these 5.3 overs. I don't think there's no chance. It's already well into 109. They won't get another over in. Allison bowls, Bancroft defends. So I suppose whilst I would love to
you get Mark on one day,
but
the book's called Pack Your Bags, Brother: The Cricketing Journey of Mark Alleyne, and I narrate it, and about half the book is just simply him talking in the words he uses, and you get a real feel of his personality from that. And he's got a lot to say about a lot of things, and he's had an extraordinary career with great backstory and enormous achievements and great challenges now, which he is honest about, and a son who's playing top-level football.
Well, Allison has lost his run. That's handy. That gives us an extra few
on loan
seconds.
from Manchester City to Burnley this year. I don't know if you see, they got an equaliser against West Ham in the 92nd minute last Sunday, where the assist was from Max. But he's got a lovely chapter about being a parent of an aspiring footballer, and real insight into that, and that gives you a feeling of Mark too.
Alison Bowles, we thought about playing there. Bancroft didn't come too close to it, but then just left it again. I'm sure I remember somebody saying about, I can't remember whether it was a first game of the season or something like that, and somebody'd asked Mike, whenever you're going to watch Max play, well, no, I've seen plenty of him play.
Oh, no, it's not true. He was up, but he did go up.
Well, no. I know. It was just, I think it was just one story. I'm sure he talks an awful lot about the commitment that is required. Being a
he's got a very
parent,
good temperament, Max. Mark's got,
Alison in full and pushed away to mid-on. Bancroft takes a couple of steps down, but we'll get back. And that will complete the session, a mini session, with Gloucestershire at 15 without loss, still behind by 102, but Bancroft and Phillips have seen off those 6 overs there.
I think Mark's greatest contribution, he thinks, when he started playing for Colpit Heath under sevens, was to suggest to him that he was a defender, because he said they were playing, can't remember how many they played, 5 aside, 7 aside. He said you get more of the ball if you're a defender, and he really took to being a defender. And he thinks that was his main contribution to his career, to suggest he became a defender.
Well, there you go. These suggestions that parents make. I mean, my dad suggested I should give up trying to bowl seam and bowl leg spin, because everybody wants a leg spinner.
Yes. Oh, very good.
Well, yeah, but no, that is another of many aspects which I will be very excited to read. I'd nearly made a start on it last night, and then I was on the phone for an hour to somebody about the game. So
we're getting a lot of nice comments from people.
I would imagine so.
It's not just Mark's story, it's the story of Gloucestershire in those years, because he talks so much about the other people in the team and what they did.
So, as you say, Pack Your Brags, Brother, The Cricketing Journey of Mark Lane, a book which I'm sure, even if you're watching or listening to us from a Worcestershire point of view as well, I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of county supporters, full stop, but not just Gloucestershire fans who'd be very excited to read.
Slightly painful for Worcestershire, because I think 2 of the cup final successes were against Worcestershire. And Graham Hick was out for naught, 4th ball in both games.
Gosh, well, he certainly scored plenty of runs here, Graham Hick, over the years.
I saw him hit a big 100 here one year.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, thank you so much for your time, Stephen. It's been an enormous pleasure, and so I hope it is all going well, and certainly a must read from a Gloucestershire point of view especially, and more in general. So we'll be back in about 40 minutes time for the second session of play. Gloucestershire are 15 for no wicket in their second innings. Worcestershire, just as a reminder, started the day on 205 for 7. They extended that score to 267 with wickets today for Kishore, Williams and Ahmed. So 102 back, but still 10 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire trying to set Worcestershire something. We'll be back in 40 minutes time for the second session of play. Join us then.
Cameron Bancroft and Joe Shilling.
We're back. Afternoon session here on the third day between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire from Cheltenham College, where the deficit for Gloucestershire stands at 102. 6 overs for the openers Bancroft and Phillips to negotiate before the lunch break, which they were able to do successfully and without really any major alarms. But it's often been the case this season, and we certainly saw it actually in the fixture between these teams at New Road, where you get to around about this period and everything can seem quite serene and okay, and then the ball starts to do a little bit as the lacquer comes off it. So certainly a lot of hard work ahead for Gloucestershire if they're going to set Worcestershire something really challenging. Tom Taylor to resume from the chapel end, bowls a full ball, which Phillips will just rock forward onto and place into the offside for a single. So underway with 1 run to move Phillips on to 3. Bancroft has 13. He's now at the striker's end. Gloucestershire has 16 without loss. And it is Ed Seaborn and Frank Watson on the BBC Sport website and app. Commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Bristol, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and BBC Hereford and Worcester. And also on the Gloucestershire Live stream. So welcome along as the sun peeps back out again at Cheltenham. Keeper up to the stumps, and Bancroft is meeting that one with the forward defence as well into the covers. I guess in the early stages here, Worcestershire are just, I mean, they don't really need to change anything from their first innings either. There's still going to be some assistance there. We saw it when Seam bowled this morning.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they'll have said to themselves or had in their huddle. Just keep nagging away and wait for the pitch to do the rest.
Taylor in, Bancroft. It's a bit of a thick edge there, but he does keep it down and also wide of the 2 slips. Down to third man. They had since the start of the innings. Very first ball. Unfortunately, you weren't here to celebrate.
I did notice though, and yeah, well, maybe they would have done it anyway, but I did mention it to the captain and to the coach, how many runs had gone through there in the first innings.
So just the one that time. Bancroft has 14. Taylor bowling to Phillips inside edge. I had no idea where that was gone. he pirouetted in his attempt to try and locate the ball, which was behind him. But he gets a streaky single. So 18 without loss moves the deficit down below 100.
I think the other thing is that it's hard, isn't it, for us to predict the effect of the heavy roller on this pitch and whether it made a difference and for how long it will make a difference. You mentioned about it suddenly, the lacquer off the ball and everything.
Taylor in, Bancroft defends relatively high up on the bat as he was propping forward. It's also often been the sort of ground, and we've seen it plenty in particularly the 50 over games, maybe more so than in this one so far, but it's the sort of place where you really can have a big partnership and then a flurry of wickets out of nowhere. It's not always an easy sort of place to read things as Bancroft taps away to the offside. There's no runs, so 3 runs from the first over after lunch. Worcestershire getting round fairly quickly. I mean, you'd imagine the over 8 oughtn't to be an issue. I think it does say -1 at the moment, but I can imagine they'd have plenty of time to take care of that. I suppose you just want to make sure it stays there rather than going further for that to be a concern.
Ben Allison to take up the attack from the College lawn end, from where he bowled this morning, and so well in the first innings when he produced those career best figures of 5 for 19 and was incredibly accurate throughout that spell. None for 7 off 3 so far. He's in and he bowls, and this one's worked away on the leg side by Joe Phillips, straight to Swanepoel at mid-wicket. 3 slips in play. It's pretty much the field that Allison operated to in the first innings. He doesn't have the third man, has the long leg instead. Worcestershire seeking a breakthrough. And Allison, it is in again in bright sunshine. Bowls, and Phillips works this one away again on the onside, this time straighter up to mid-on. Tom Taylor, the fielder, there. And there's no run. Significantly smaller crowd than for the first 2 days of this game. And we tend to find this at New Road as well. Saturdays aren't as well supported as Fridays, certainly. I don't know, maybe that people have things to do with their families, or there's football on, there's league cricket that distracts people. But quite a lot fewer here today. Allison in, bowls. Phillips is forward, plays back to the bowler.
I suppose it's one of the last weekends of school holidays as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So grandchildren and children to be seen.
It's hard to say. I mean, I did see somebody say there were 3,000 here yesterday. It certainly was very, very well populated. The marquees are reasonably busy, but seats in general not quite as fully occupied as they were. Here's Allison again, bowls, and that's 4 runs to Joe Phillips. Probably just about as good a shot as he's played in the game. Over-pitched by Allison on leg stump and just eased through mid-wicket to the boundary by Phillips. Pleasant shot.
He didn't really bother to
Takes
keep it down,
to
did he?
22. No, it was just, there was a big gap there, wasn't it?
I mean, when you've got 3 slips, you know, I suppose you'd love to have catchers both behind the bat and in front of the bat, but you've only got limited resources as a captain.
Allison again is in bowls, and he's on the back foot this time defending. So Allison hasn't managed a maiden yet in this innings, having been almost bowling maidens to order in the first innings. I mean, just 17.5 overs, 9 maidens. It really was remarkable stuff from Allison in the first innings, but just not hit that same rhythm yet in this second. He's in now and he bowls, and that one is full and on off stump and played back up the pitch to the bowler end of the over. 4 runs came from it, 22 without loss. The deficit is 95.
Yeah, they've rotated strike pretty well, even though the run rate is under 3, and I mean the actual rate doesn't matter at all. If they're batting at the end of the day and going at 3s, then they'll have a 3-figure lead. So that's not a major concern at all. But both bowlers 4 overs for 11, but no maidens, and Bancroft and Phillips have both found space to defend the ball and pick up singles. But there's Taylor beating Bancroft, which hasn't happened a massive amount in this innings thus far. Cullen with a smart take up to the stumps. Bancroft going a little way across his crease, as we know he does like to shuffle about a fair bit. And he can't do what he has been doing and get a long way down. As in comes Taylor and bowls, and shouldering arms, no stroke. Should flag up in about half an hour's time. We will be joined by the head of the ground staff here, Christian Brain. And it should be quite interesting, hopefully, for everybody to hear about some of the particularly unique challenges, not just in terms of preparing pitches here, but particularly given the set of circumstances this year. Taylor in full and played off into the onside, just wide of mid-on, and Bancroft runs through for 1, so 23 without loss. And also in terms of the preparation of this pitch, given that it was used for that Northamptonshire 50-over match, just refreshing it and preparing it again for a 4-day fixture. So that'll be coming up in around about half an hour's time. 3 slips go down. Phillips back on strike. Taylor bowls to him and just allowed to pass by through to Cullen, who's one of the brigade that wears the number 13. It was Benny Howell's number for Gloucestershire in recent times. So it's either you're not superstitious at all, or you think it's unlucky for everybody else, or, like me, you've got Swiss family. It's a lucky number in Switzerland, 13, yeah. Taylor in now, and off a controlled outer part of the bat from Phillips. Fine enough of backward point, plenty fine enough that, again, just take a single. 9 to Phillips, 24 without loss.
My dad was in the Navy, and he told me that he knew more than one captain who would not sail on Friday the 13th. But he didn't believe in it because he made his maiden voyage, my dad, on Friday the 13th.
When nobody else would go.
Yeah, not on his own.
Taylor now. Bancroft wants a single, and he'll certainly get it, as that's played to where a backward point would be, but there was more of a regulation point. So 3 singles in the over. 16 for Bancroft, 25 without loss, and really the most important number, that number next to deficit, 92.
Yeah, and the fact that not much has happened in terms of the ball passing the bat. There was one in that over that beat Bancroft, taken by Cullen, but generally nothing edged really, well, certainly not catchable. And good start to this innings. Jake Libby is now removed from third slip and put in on the drive at short mid-wicket. Vatican goes further behind square on the offside. Big gap square of the wicket now on the offside. Allison from the College lawn end. Long striding run up. He's in, he bowls, and forward comes Cameron Bancroft. Blocks it out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields. And a bit of by play going on out there. D'Oliveira saying to Cullen, that's yours, you could get that. You're nearer than me. Cullen saying, well, hang on, if you pick it up and you're going to run him out, you're going to need somebody here by the stumps. None of it serious, I don't think. Here's Allison again. Bowls. Bancroft is again forward. Slightly unusual forward defensive. The bat and the front leg are conventional, but the back knee, the right knee, collapsing in behind the stroke. Not from the coaching book. It's all right after you've hit it, but you want to be a bit firmer, a bit stronger with the back half of the body if you want to keep the bat straight. Allison in again. Bancroft waits and lets that one go outside the off stump. Nicely taken by Cullen. Standing up to both the bowlers. And I think that neither is of express pace, nor is the pitch particularly quick. He isn't having too much difficulty as long as the line is good. Might test him if they go leg side. 2 slips. What would you call Latigan's position? Short third man, I suppose, really. It's not backward point, he's too far round. Bancroft is again pushing forward, and again that back knee just collapses a little bit.
I'll just divert things to off field. I'm afraid the bouncy castle has collapsed. There's major news from over at Deep Square Leg. The bouncy castle has collapsed.
It's gone.
The bounce has gone from its bungee.
There's me watching the football, watching the cricket, and the bouncy castle's collapsed.
This is much more important news.
It's a sorry mess on the far side. As Allison is in again to Bancroft, and he's working it down towards the collapsed bouncy castle for a single. As Fateh Singh does the fielding.
Gosh,
Trust
what a mess.
Seabourne to see what's really going on here in Cheltenham. I wonder if it's been collapsed on purpose. If they've deflated it on purpose.
I think I might need to go and do some investigative
Oh,
journalism.
no,
Oh no,
it's
there
gone,
goes
yeah.
the other one.
Yeah, they're definitely coming down.
There goes the inflatable net thing.
They've had enough. And in fact, the van, look, that takes them away is just reversed in.
Oh, is fun over?
It looks like it. Fun's over for the weekend. Allison in again, bowls. Turned on the leg side by Phillips. No run taken. End of the over, just a 1 run from it. Bancroft has 17. Phillips has 9. Gloucestershire are 26 without loss.
The kids over there just staring at it, and I'm sure they're weeping with,
Yeah, I
with
was just
sorrow.
gonna say.
They'll take the ice cream van away soon. What are we gonna
Sun's
do then?
disappeared as well.
Oh dear. They've cancelled fun. We did have family fun day already, actually. So I mean, we better not overexcite them. A family fun day for one of the 50 over games at Bristol. It was the Kent game. Tom Taylor into his 6th over, so still no bowling changes as Bancroft plays that one towards square leg. It rather squeezed away. I was deceived by it. I thought that he hadn't really timed it, and then it seemed to speed away. But I think he played it with a fairly straight bat, yeah, and it was an odd one because I thought he was trying to hit it down the ground, and he sort of was, but it still went off at some pace out to backward square, and he takes 2 for it. I thought maybe I was doing him a bit of a disservice by saying it was a slightly
Slightly
false shot,
yeah.
but yeah, it sort of was, but yet
Plenty
he's
of
still
bat
got
on
plenty of bat, yeah. 28 without loss. Taylor in to Bancroft, and this is clipped away, and Swanepoel gets down and stops it from mid-wicket, but again, not before they've come through for 1. Bancroft on to 20. So despite what is still a rapid outfield with only a couple of patches of green, if you just took a photo of Matthew Waite in close-up down at at fine leg with nothing else around it,
Yeah,
you'd
think
get a
it was
completely
ordinary summer. Yeah.
completely different perspective. Phillips is on 9, Taylor to him and make that 10. So he just lets the ball come to him and manoeuvres it down to third man for one more. 30 without loss. And the other patch of significant green is over the middle of the part of the college square that Taylor is sort of running in from, just away to his right. Other than that, maybe a few small islands of green around, but mostly it's a brown mat. Bancroft waits, and then it gives him the charge, and then just defends. That was very dramatic for absolutely nothing at all. Really did. As Taylor was running in as well, he didn't wait. Wanted to put it in his mind that he was coming at him, and Taylor adjusted his length very nicely. And Bancroft, having done all that, just defends into the covers. There's a leg gully in now, so 2 slips and Allison standing at that leg gully position. Taylor in, Bancroft again comes down the pitch. There's an appeal for caught behind, not from everybody, it has to be said. Taylor was convinced. Those behind went up immediately and then don't look particularly disappointed. And then there was absolutely nothing from D'Oliveira's having a laugh with Alex Wharf, I think. So I don't know. D'Oliveira didn't appeal at all from mid-on. Neither did mid-off, cover or mid-wicket. Strange one. Tom Taylor seemed very sure. Bancroft trying to leave the ball and just
away, didn't he?
Yeah, he just flinched at it. Taylor bowls. This time it's a very decisive up and out of the way from Bancroft. End of the over. Those moments have been pretty few and far between in the 11 overs thus far, and it's up to these two to, having, I suppose, seen off almost half an hour, well, about 20 minutes actually, since the lunch break. They've got themselves back in. They've resumed where they left off, and now they've just got to keep doing this for another extended period.
Joe Phillips on 10 on strike. Ben Allison to take up the attack from the college lawn end. Ooh, inside edge, I think, saved him there. Taken on the pad and hadn't gone very far forward. Looked adjacent, but they stopped the appeal. Yeah, maybe a bit high as well. 30 without loss then. Still trailing by 87. But a good start to the second innings. More, I think, as we were saying earlier, because it's been uneventful than anything else. It's not like they've set off at great pace or anything, but it's the fact that they've offered little encouragement to the bowlers. That might be changing as we're into the 12th over, because he's struck on the pad again here by Allison. Cullen now standing up. Heavy roller's effect might just be wearing off a little bit. Never quite sure how that works.
But you've also got an extra fielder in front of the bat as well. There are fewer obvious singles, so then the batters start to feel it's either dot or boundary.
More pressure.
Yeah.
Allison again in. Edged for 4 to third man. Through the slips. Probably where the third slip would have been. It wasn't catchable. It was along the ground. It was a full shot, but It brings 4 runs. 34 without loss. Could say it was slightly encouraging for the bowler. But Worcestershire be disappointed they haven't made an early breakthrough. Bearing in mind that in the first innings, it was 28 for 4. 34 without loss now. Phillips yet to convince, though, to be fair. He's played one good shot, but hasn't been as solid as his captain at the other end. Allison in, bowls. He's going to get 4 more here, though, because he's just drifted into the pads. 8 runs in 2 balls for Joe Phillips. Gets a glove punch from Bancroft. And all just looking a bit flat, isn't it, for Worcestershire? I mean, they would have gone out there before lunch exceptionally buoyed by what had happened this morning and believing they could knock a couple over early. Hasn't happened, and now their patience is going to be tested. Allison still looking for that breakthrough. He's in. Phillips is forward, pushing up to Taylor at mid-off. So good from the Gloucestershire openers in the second innings.
He's not a flashy player, Joe Phillips. No. He doesn't deviate too much from the few shots he knows gets him runs, and he's happy to just stick with those.
Allison in again, and he works this to Swanepoel at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, and nothing wrong with that. There have been many players who've built excellent careers on playing to their strengths and not trying to take on things that they aren't capable of. Fair play. Perfectly good method, that is.
I wonder whether, probably not to Bancroft, but we saw basically no short pitch bowling at all in the first innings, and they tried one and Borman smacked it into the stands, and they didn't try another. It's probably not there yet, because these two will have their spells, and then I think Swanepoel and Waite will have theirs. Or if eventually they might just try the odd one. Certainly not with the keeper up either, but that's another nice and easy shot from Bancroft. It's a classy one as well off the back foot, just steers it through the vacant point area and just lets the outfield and the slope do the rest. It was all about the placement. 4 more runs to Bancroft. So his 3rd boundary. And just a little flurry here for Gloucestershire with 3 boundaries in the last 5 balls. And that has taken the leg gully out. So 2 slips still there, but Bancroft's got a lot of room on that leg side now. 42 without loss, and he's in line and defending into the offside. I can hear the cold in my voice a little bit. That's when your lips just stop moving properly.
It is cold. People will find it hard to believe that are listening to us, but we are cold. I've got my woolly hat and it's going on.
It's everybody in shorts over there at the college lawn end. Members in hats and shirt sleeves. Taylor bowls, back of a length. Bancroft runs it away. There's a single there as backward point has to slide across and just ensure that that doesn't continue on its way down the hill. 1 more run, 43 for no wicket. I suppose again, though.
Down.
Sort of thinking back to the similarities with the reverse fixture. It wasn't the opening stand. I'll give you the numbers in a moment. Taylor In, clipped away, uppishly, but well away from any fielder, down to Waite at long leg. A single for Phillips, 19 to him. The deficit 73. But Gloucestershire had got very close to knocking off the 100, more or less, it was 90, 99 runs, the deficit at New Road. They were 81 for 1, with Bancroft and Borman going quite nicely. And then they lost 3 wickets for 3 runs. So Taylor bowls, Bancroft forward, driving. Be another tumbling save at point. But again, it's into enough space that they can come through for 1 more, 45 without loss. So the cautionary tale is there. And it is a long way to go. Batted very well so far at 45 run opening stand. But yeah, 72 more runs to knock off, and then got to build a total from there. So Worcestershire shouldn't be panicking. I'm sure they won't. Taylor in. Oh, it's flashed and missed at that as Phillips. It was a ball that was full enough that he thought he could have a drive at. That's the first time, really, that one of these two have gone searching for a shot. Phillips gets away with it as he misses his booming cover drive. Having said he was sort of settled in on his method, he just had one of those moments, which you're probably going to get at some point in a long innings, where he just attempted, but he's still there. And the opening stand remains unbroken at 45. Joe Phillips, for the first time in his innings, wants new gloves. He must get through so many pairs when he's batting a long time. He's very particular about it.
Matthew Waite coming into the attack at the College Lawn end. Worcestershire need a breakthrough. This is a good start to this Gloucestershire second innings. 45 without loss. They've added 30 since lunch without any trouble whatsoever.
It was Matthew Waite who broke that partnership I was just talking about, and it does feel, maybe talking about it at lunch, I think, where he does seem to like playing on this ground, and he does seem to provide breakthroughs when he comes into the attack. So tricky period for Gloucestershire potentially, but they should have the confidence of 13 solid overs of batting behind them.
Bancroft on strike. Leg slip in, or leg gully almost, as well as a long leg. Mid-wicket on the drive. Waite bowls. Bancroft works this away on the leg side for a single. Swanepoel out on the boundary, where a gentleman has draped his sweater or shirt over an advertising hoarding. I would not be happy if I were the person who paid for the advertisement.
Yes, it says o'clock. Thankfully, it's covering the O rather than the L.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's advertising a drink taken at a certain time of day, which corresponds quite startlingly to what happens in the Watson household on many a summer evening. Remarkably accurate assessment. What Waite again from the College Lawn end bowls, and it's down the leg side. It's going to be 4. There's going to be 4 leg byes. It's just flicked the pad of Phillips as it's gone through and raced away down to the boundary. I'm not, people will have heard me say this before many times, but I'm not a fan of leg byes. I don't think it works quite right. I might change it a little bit if I were in charge. Waite comes in again and bowls. That's steered down on the offside. That boundary has brought up the 50. 50 without loss. I would keep leg byes if a bowler is bowling round the wicket. If it's a right arm round to a right-hander, left arm round to a left-hander, I'd say you can have leg byes if somebody targets the pads. But when you're over the wicket, certainly on the offside anyway, if Waite nips one back here now and does the batter all ends up and it takes the pad and runs away to third man for 4, what possible reward should you give to the batting side? Left alone this next one, I just don't see it at all. I think leg byes are a nonsense in that respect. I mean, okay, that one was down the leg side and it flicked the pad and went away, and you could argue that its wayward bowling is being penalised, but I don't like leg byes generally. I think they're a bit of a nonsense. Fielding side is penalised when the batting side has done nothing. Waite bowls, left alone outside the off stump, taken low down by Cullen.
They're annoying for scorers as well. Not that it's less of a problem now with everything being done electronically, but you take up so much room in your little box filling in the leg byes, and then it's always, mind you, actually, they're a very good way of making sure that your book balances.
They are.
You just add in a couple of leg byes.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Although, again, as you say,
take away a scorer's
electronic scoring has kind of done such jiggery pokery.
Take away the scorer's trick there.
Oh, that one is inside edge onto pad and just runs away on the offside. And there's no run end of the over. I'm going to be doing an update very shortly. I think football's coming to a close at Kidderminster Harriers. But you see my point. I've always thought bowler completely defeats the batsman's shot, takes him on the pad, and the ball runs away, and the batting side gets a run. It just seems nonsensical to me. But there we go.
I'm half remembering from New Road, because you're on the complete opposite end from Daniel Norcross, who says that leg byes should all count to the batter. he wants to kick the ball to the boundary. Because it's only poor bowling that results in leg byes, is his argument.
Well, it's not, is it? Blatantly not the case. By a Swanepoel into the attack.
I think he mostly just says it to irritate people like Stephen Finn, yeah. It's quite fun. Here's Swanepoel bowling. Oh, there is a short ball. That's plunked Bancroft on the helmet and gone behind the stump. So maybe not on the helmet, shoulder. Yeah. It's just what to start with. It sounded a bit kind of ball on metal, but it must have been ball hitting bone. It certainly made quite an audible noise, and Bancroft was taken by surprise, because that's the first short ball we've seen.
Talking about, I'm about to report on Hereford and Worcester when the Kidderminster game finishes. Kidderminster were 1 up. The other team had 2 players sent off.
Swanepoel bowls full and straight. Bancroft pushes offside. There's no run.
So they're down to 9 men with 15 minutes remaining, and the 9 men get an equaliser with 3 minutes to go. Goodness me.
Oh dear. Older shot.
The shots.
Gosh.
I'll be hearing all about it, I expect, when I go into the programme.
Swanepoel, back of a length down the leg side. Sure, by the looks of the way that he then stared back at where he landed, that he actually meant it to go there, but wasn't too far off being a little bonus brush of the gloves. But they don't have the leg slip or leg gully anymore. I suppose he could have tickled it through to the keeper. So a little bit of a change of pace and length of attack, really, as much as line from Swanepoel. Ball's now to Bancroft off the back foot, stands tall, drives through cover. It's running away down the hill, but it won't get to the boundary. And they'll pick up 2. 29 for Bancroft, 52 without loss. Swanepoel continuing to dig the ball into the pitch, and it is 29 to the Gloucestershire captain, 19 to Phillips. Swanepoel in, bowls full, forward goes Bancroft and plays back to the bowler. Side Kishore briefly poking his head round the corner and having a watch of a couple of deliveries away to our left-hand side. One ball remains in this 15th over. Swanepoel in and back of a length, worked away into the leg side. There's a substitute fielder on, Ben Gibbon, who completes the fielding, but again, enough space that they can take one. So Bancroft keeps the strike on 30, 19 to Joe Phillips. And there still hasn't been a maiden in this innings. They've scored not freely, but there's been plenty of gaps found and singles taken if boundaries haven't been scored. So end of that over at 53 without loss, and it is a warm welcome back to Christian Brain. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Ed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the viewers out there.
I'm going to make sure I get your title exactly right. Head of Grounds.
That's the one, yes.
That's what we're going with at Cheltenham College. Here comes Matthew Waite bowling to Bancroft, and that's tucked away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you're sort of getting the chance to, I mean, fairly decent weather forecast today, just sort of sit back and admire things today.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, a bit of a tricky first couple of days after that first day. Well, yeah, absolute deluge we had. Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that. I've seen rain like that, but not actually trying to put covers on. It was hard work.
There's Waite. Bowls now with a hurl down and a grunt of effort, and Bancroft just plays it straight back to him, says, I'll have another one, thank you. Yeah, just, I mean, the way it was coming down and the speed that the wind got up so quickly as well. I mean, it was just impossible for everyone, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just got to a point where you just like, well, you just throw your hands in the air. Luckily, we got obviously the dome covers onto the pitch, ready, obviously quickly before it started to come down heavier. But yeah, that was intense, I think is the word.
White bowls. Bancroft defends sturdily.
And luckily, we got quite away with it, really, because even though everything got very wet very quickly, we didn't get any more rain through on that first day.
That was my
through the night.
biggest concern almost. Then,
so it managed to sort of drain away overnight, and then we came in early, sat on the second day to get all the covers, but we did manage to get off, and let the elements do their work, and remarkably, it was all pretty much fine and started on time, which is great.
Yeah, Waite is in short. Bancroft has a go at it and misses it down the leg side. Didn't bounce amazingly highly, but Waite isn't the quickest, and in his second over, I think he meant to bowl it there anyway. It was a stray, but no harm done. But I suppose anybody that was there on that first day and witnessed that, and some of the pictures are just extraordinary. Various parts of the ground. Bancroft forward and defends into the onside. If you'd have told anybody we'd start on time the next day, I mean,
it was remarkable. Yeah, the videos I saw of socials and for people sent me of torrents of water flowing down the ground past the bar tents and all that sort of stuff. It was miraculous, really. But yeah, considering how dry the ground is, obviously with the slope here, probably helped. Get it away off the playing surface and around the areas. So but no, it was good, and a little bit more rain overnight last night, but no, not too much damage.
Waite in. Bancroft thinks about playing, leaves, gets back into his crease, and that is the first maiden over of this Gloucestershire second innings. So the score remains at 53 for no wicket. How much of a challenge has it been in terms of the outfield? Because I mean, I'm thinking back to when we lost a fair amount of time in that Middlesex match last year, and we were still feeling the effects of multiple heavy showers, wasn't it? But it wasn't anything like we had on day one. What's the difference been this year, even though obviously it's still been incredibly dry?
Yeah, the difference last year is last year it was a dry summer last year, but it was cool and dry right from the start, and we didn't really get the grass recovery, the spring flush as I call it, to recover the grass from the winter.
Swanepoel bowls to Phillips, who edges, hand off the bat, a bit of extra bounce, but he'll take a single down to deep third, so 54 without loss.
And what that caused is obviously, the coverage of grass on the outfield never really recovered the whole summer, whereas we didn't really get the warmth as we had this year. But this year is really good growing weather right up until sort of June. So we've had a lovely coverage of grass all over the field. And then that's when the heat came and basically just trying to dry it all out.
Swanepoel in down the leg side. Good take from Cullen, launching himself away to his left-hand side.
And then, with that rain we've had, I think that's obviously helped with having the coverage. Whereas last year it was a lot more bare earth, so it sort of got sort of tacky and a bit muddy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Last year, and hence why that caused a lot of the delays last year. But this year, with that better coverage of grass, even though it's very, very brown, it's there, if that makes sense.
Swanepoel bowls off pad and drops down just backward of square on the leg side. There's a mid-wicket, but no square leg, so I'll take one. It's a leg by, so 55 for no wicket, 62 behind.
And obviously with the challenge of this year's late festival, obviously with our term very closely around the corner, people that have maybe been here over the fortnight have seen a nice green patch over on where our first team rugby pitch will be.
Swanepoel bowls, tries a Yorker, and beautifully run away by Phillips, and also well stopped at backward point. So they'll take one. Could have been a boundary, but well saved. 56 without loss. You've got enough long grass there, do you think?
Well, where the first team rugby pitch is, it's looking actually okay, and I think we've got to get something we can sort of go with there, and we'll do what we can over the next week before term gets going.
Swanepoel in, driven back towards Swanepoel, who had a thought about deflecting it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, and it's tidied up by Taylor from mid-on.
But the rest of it is going to struggle until we get some decent rainfall.
So what would that be used for if it was a normal year?
What's on the field here?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So we have basically 4 rugby pitches on this field.
So four of them, right?
Yeah.
Swanepoel in out and pushed away for no run, over completed. 17 gone. Gloucestershire 56 without loss. The deficit 61.
Yeah. So in 2 weeks' time, we'll have the posts up and the pitches marked at least until grass growth starts going and they can potentially start using them. But so our term starts. We have our first team rugby pitch to our right here, and then one adjacent to it, and then one which is called the chapel, where the stand is sitting on, and then another smaller rugby pitch was basically a practice rugby pitch where the hospitality marquee is sat. Hence why we've had to change things around a little bit this year to try and protect those rugby areas. We couldn't do much about obviously the weather and the dry conditions, but infrastructure hasn't impacted on them.
Wait continues, and that's nicely played by Phillips. Knew exactly what he was doing there, just deflects it down towards the boundary, and it will go for 4 runs down at third man into the gully. Never left the ground, and it's 4 more runs to Phillips, 60 without loss. So they're past the halfway mark in terms of knocking off this deficit now. In terms of the lack of rain generally, just talk to me about just what a year this has been in terms of, I suppose, pitch preparation for both the squares that you've got to take care of.
Yeah, of course. It's all very tricky. Nothing beats natural rainwater for healthy turf. You can do as much water as you can at the tap, but it doesn't beat it.
Taylor goes in and bowls, and that's turned away backward of square on the leg side. There's a fielder on the boundary, but it's quite square, so actually just a single can be added.
Hence, well, yeah, so lots of tired squares and pitches all over the country from all different levels. It's yeah, it's been a challenge. It's maybe this is the norm going forward. You know, the rain will start at some point. You know, it won't stop all winter like it seems to these days. There's just lots of flooding around. But yeah, it's groundsmanship. It's changed even in my time. The seasons are all on top of each other. You just don't quite know what's going to come next. Yeah, it's something you just have to deal with.
Wait, bowls. Bancroft well out of his crease and blocking this one away. Up to Tom Taylor at mid-off.
Yeah, because the picture on this one obviously was a used one we used originally for the 50 over game against Northants. I did start preparing a new pitch. But the county obviously asked to go back onto the old one. But it's obviously, so it's getting a bit tired now. But they wanted one that's a bit more used, a bit more wear, to try and bring spin into the game a bit more.
Wait, in Fuller, driven. Bancroft picks out D'Oliveira at cover. Didn't middle it. No run.
And in that time, since the 50 over that game finished, we've had that real another hot period last week. We did try and get some water on it, but you can't water it too much because you want it then to dry out ready for play for this one. So it's yeah, a bit of a balancing act on trying to get them enough moisture in them to get the bounce and the pace in them, but get them dry enough ready to go. So yeah, it's always a bit tricky wherever the weather throws at you.
Wait, bowling. Bancroft. This one come off quite nicely off his bat, but mid-wicket, even though he's in pretty close, next Jake Libby in there, is able to sprawl on it and stop it, and there's no run. Do you think at some point we'll get to a stage where we have to even use a different type of grass because of the dry conditions?
Potentially, yeah. I'm starting to use what's called a tetraploid ryegrass now, which is like it's a genetic free like chromosome grass rather than two, which we normally have used in the past.
Wait, bowls. Bancroft forward, runs it away to cover, and there's no run. End of the over, 61 without loss.
Which we mainly use on our sort of winter pitches and some of the outfield areas, but not so much on the squares. I've used it this year on some of our smaller squares to see if it would just help with wear tolerance because we have some rugby played over some of our smaller squares to see how that develops. But obviously for your main squares, you want the fineness of the leaf. You don't want it too coarse. Obviously with the ball impact and all that sort of stuff, you don't want it sort of going around corners. So yeah, genetics are moving forward. We are looking at ways to obviously have more drought resistance, wear tolerance, all these sort of things, disease resistance. All these things are coming in all the time through science. So yeah, so we're looking at a bit more closely.
Swanepoel to Phillips, back and in line and defending away to mid-on. Because I kind of remember, it was a couple of years ago, there was the T20 World Cup out in the USA, and they had that temporary ground in the middle of, I can't remember the name of the park, Eisenhower Park or something, on Long Island, and the grass there, I wouldn't know what type it was, as Phillips defends into the covers, but the scores there were incredibly low. They'd got pitches, I think, which they prepared in Adelaide, and they transported them all across the world from Adelaide to New York. And then after all that, I don't think it worked amazingly well. And then the grass was the ball travelled so slowly through it that you know, you could, even top level players were smacking it so hard and they still couldn't get it to the boundary, left alone by Phillips there. But I don't know, I just, as when it comes to grass especially, I mean, there's far more that goes into it than certainly I would know about, as you've just been detailing.
Yeah, obviously, because we're obviously more of a cool. We're obviously use cool weather varieties because we are still in a class as a cool climate, not as like a warm weather varieties as you would do in like Australia and most parts of the USA.
Just want to pull in, and off the back foot, Phillips tries to force this away into the offside, and Hits it straight to D'Oliveira at mid-off.
Yeah, so particularly in Australia, they use mainly a variety called a couch grass, the couch grass they call it, which is it's a very coarse, very thick leaf grass because they have to obviously counter the heat that they have over there. So the varieties that are grown over there are obviously completely different to what we have over here because of our climate. But if this continues,
Swanepoel in now full and straight. Phillips well forward, just pushes away into the covers.
these things maybe have to start looking at coming into our environment. Yeah, with climate change and all the sort of everything we have to deal with. Yeah, genetics and everything else and scientific sort of stuff we'll have to try and help us out with in the future. You know, from grass and right through tree species. You know, we're going to survive the heat. You know, that sort of stuff. It's all going to change.
Swanepoel, Bowles and Phillips will play that one straight to cover. There's certainly no chance of a single there, so gets back after a couple of optimistic steps down. So a maiden now for Swanepoel, but 61 without loss, and Bancroft and Phillips looking to continue to build on what has been a very good start from this opening pair in this second innings. 30 to Bancroft, 26 to Phillips. So in terms of this year, is there anything different that you've had to do? I've noticed these sort of, I mean, as you can see it from this angle, these sort of lines across, particularly the first pitch that was used. What's that? And I'll finish in a mo as Waite is bowling to Bancroft, and that's flicked away to mid-wicket for a single. 62 without loss. What's going on
that
there?
was just a little bit of a trial from my point of view, really. As we find with this particular square, it doesn't get the use like our college square does. So gets quite thick with grass. We try and scarify and rake it through the summer, as well as verticut, which is obviously a way of keeping the grass thin. But because it doesn't get use and people running around on it as much as they say the college square does, we get quite a good thick grass coverage on the pitches. So as a way of trying to sort of just to thin it out a little bit, was to get like a rotary sort of wire brush machine, which is our gardener's machine really for doing sort of pathways and bits and things like that. So for moss clearance.
Wait, ball short, pulled away in the air. It's going to fall short of deep square. It was uppish from Phillips. It may have not been quite as alarming as it looked from this angle, but it was in the air for a long time. Swanepoel patrolling that deep square leg boundary. It was short and wide of him, but Phillips, well, he's acting out what happened at the non-strikers end with the usual hand signals. One more run to the total after all that, so 63 without loss, and moves Bancroft back on strike. There's a wide slip and a leg gully, short mid-wicket. Those fielders in particularly close, and two men back on the boundary. Waite into him. There's another short one attempted, which skips on through to Cullen, with Bancroft having ducked. Yeah, well, sorry, go
Yeah,
going back.
so you can see those little marks where obviously, because it's a bit of a quite sort of spiral effect rather than it being a rotary sort of brush sort of thing. So it's just a case of just trying to thin it out a little bit more, expose some of the surface, just see if it would make it sort of like make it a little bit quicker. Yeah, it played fine, but no different to anything else. So it's yeah, you've got to trial these things and see if they work, and if they don't, it's no harm done. So yeah, that's what you can see.
Waite bowls right up to the bat. Bancroft rather toes it out into the covers for no run. No, I love that though, because it I don't know, there's a temptation to sort of think you've got all the answers all the time, and I know conditions are changing, obviously methods are changing as well, but I suppose you don't always know until you actually see cricket played on it.
That's right. No, it's all a bit of trial and error, and try new things, and how you can trying to improve things. Basically, we do all our usual techniques of how you obviously just growing turf through the winter and make sure it's all there ready to go for the following season. But yeah, you can just tweak little things really and just see how it responds. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you then go move on.
Wait, bowls. Bancroft dabs it away. That will run for a little way off the college square. Should just be a couple. And Latigan, although his throw is a very long way away from the stumps, there's no chance of a third run. So 65 for no wicket, 52 runs behind. I'm sure I will have got you to talk about this before, but especially as half our listenership wouldn't have been following this, these Cheltenham fixtures last year, it probably is worth asking this question again, which I'll do at the end of the over because there's only one ball left, although Worcestershire are certainly taking their time over this because they're repositioning the field. There are now no slips at all. The one remaining slip is... No, there's not. Sorry, the keeper's up. I'm going mad. There's one slip. The second slip has gone into short extra, and that's the fielder that has stopped the ball, Ben Allison. Bancroft just a little bit turned round by it, but no harm done. End of the over, 65 without loss. Just especially for the benefit of maybe visiting listeners, just talk about the uniqueness in terms of having two squares when you start work on the county square. How much of a challenge that presents when you've got a school season to prepare pitches for as well.
Yeah, it's very unique. I don't think it's anywhere else I know of that's got this sort of thing. You'd normally just have your one square and you'd probably save a few pitches in your square for your county games. But yeah, having these two squares, it's a unique challenge. It works, obviously, because you have to, because obviously we're the position of this county square for all the obviously all the stands and the marquees, the infrastructure that goes around the ground. So we have to sort of have it in the middle of the ground. But having a square in your outfield as such for the school term, it's it's a bit strange, but we managed to do it. And then, we sort of swap it round sort of when term finishes, really, to start preparing them as such. But we're working on the square all year long, for all the squares.
Change of bowling. We've got spin coming into the attack, and Fateh Singh has dropped it in short first ball and been pummeled for a one bounce 4 over mid-wicket by Joe Phillips. It was a gift he was very grateful to receive. So 31 now to Phillips, 69 for no wicket.
Yeah, so you're all a bit touchy, especially early season when obviously the boys are running around the outfield and you don't want them taking a sliding stop and then putting a knee through it. But thankfully that's never happened yet, touch wood. But yeah, obviously all the visiting teams know where the square is, so the bowlers don't scratch their marks on the wicketkeepers don't scratch it and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it's manageable, but it's tricky.
Sing to Phillips and forward and defending into the offside.
And just going back to the usage of it, obviously we haven't got people running around on it as they would do normally on a square all summer.
Singh round the wicket with his left arm spin bowling, a little bit shorter, allowing Phillips to rock back. He runs it off the back foot to deep backward point. They take one more.
And a way of trying to do that in the past is obviously after the normal festival finishes in July, we maybe have a few more extra games post-festival for just to use them a bit more, whether that be some sort of representative cricket or wandering cricket or whatever is available around we can host before we can start cracking on with getting rugby pitches ready.
Singh in now. Bancroft squeezes this one off to square leg. Running round is Tom Taylor from mid-wicket. Scramble through for another single. So 34 for Bancroft. And 71 without loss as Phillips gets his glove sorted again. Singh into him. That's very full, almost a Yorker really from Singh, and squeezed off. Back to the bowler Singh in his sunglasses. There's no run. Quickly back to his mark and whirling in again. There's another shorter delivery, and Phillips again just content to cut it away out to the sweeper, take his single. So 7 off the over, 72 for no wicket.
Just going back to that point, obviously you can see obviously where the college square, you can see how battered and used it is, so how intensely it is used in those first 3 months of the summer, and then flipping it over to this one. So it's just a case of trying to do things differently and how we can just get a bit more use out of it, and just rather than just using it for a couple of weeks and then it's put away again for another year and that sort of stuff. So yeah, and going back to the brushing thing we talked about, just trying to just do different things differently and how we can try to improve, and with how it all works out, if that makes sense of what we can do.
Matthew Waite into his 5th over, 4 overs for 10 so far. Phillips goes back and knocks it to point, and there is no run.
Because the pitches don't play badly. I think they're just very good cricket pitches, in general. But with the college square, I think it plays better, just because I think it's more use on it. People ringing around on it, using the pitches more than this. But it's nothing broken as such. You're just trying to get a little bit better if you can. So if that makes sense.
I think we probably better let you go at the end of this over, and we'll let Frank come back in as Phillips gets beaten by a ball on his outside edge. Carries on through to Cullen behind the stumps. Just one more question. I guess we've touched on it in terms of the different timing this year, and is there obviously the rugby pitch is probably number one. Is there anything else in terms of the different timings this year that has changed things at all?
Not overly, no. It's just been a bit of a strange time, because obviously we've been going straight into term, usually straight into this, so we've had a bit of a lull period.
Wait, and now Phillips had over the ball, defending that one exaggeratedly into the offside.
Because we've got obviously our prep school field and our Reeves field, where people would, if they come to, probably parked on before. So we got these two other fields rather than this one. So we've been getting those ready as well. Got obviously scarifying the squares on there, because like I said about rugby being played on them, and then getting those ready for the term. So as soon as this is done, we can get this field as cleared as quickly as possible to start putting posts up and get the rugby ready. So yeah, it's been a bit of a different year, put it that way.
Waite in driving Phillips square of the wicket, and D'Oliveira has now positioned himself at backward point and collapses rather on the ball, but stops it.
Yeah, so it's been a bit strange, but we're trying to keep it going with with what we can and what we can get on in that little gap between the terms. So yeah, hopefully back into July, fingers crossed, next year, with a bit more of a normal festival, and then we might be back in this situation then the following year. So it's we'll just see how things plan out. But it's been good though. It's been good to keep it going, and it's been good crowds.
Waite bangs it in short, and it has been pulled away by Phillips. Kept it down out to deep backward square for a single, so he'll level Bancroft on 34. 73 without loss. Yeah, well, that certainly echoes the sentiments of many, and well, yet again, and this one could still bubble up to be a very exciting game of cricket yet as well. But
yeah, it's Cheltenham.
Exactly. Again,
funny things happen at Cheltenham.
You just turn up year after year, and you don't know what you're going to get, but you know that it's going to be good whatever you do get. With two men's 50 over matches come down to the last over. The women's matches. Extraordinary comeback in that first women's match by Gloucestershire, and again, you bowl well, you bat well here, you get rewards for it, whatever it is that you do. As Waite bowls, driven by Bancroft up to mid on. That is the end of the over. Thank you very much for your time, Christian. It's always a great pleasure to chat to you, and all the best for, I suppose, what remains of this festival, and then the rugby season to come.
Sure. Thank you, Ed. And it's been great. Thank you very much for having me back again.
No problem at all. Christian Brain, head of grounds here at Cheltenham College. And as the clock strikes 3 o'clock, the players will have a drink out there. I say the players will. I think it's the Gloucestershire batters really who are being brought on a bit of a drink. Worcestershire still in a position where they, well, I don't know. They're looking as though they want to get on with it, and one of the reasons is that the over rate has actually ticked now to -2 for Worcestershire, so I just want to keep a little bit of an eye on that as Fateh Singh will bowl his second over and Frank Watson is back alongside me.
Yeah, good afternoon again. And yeah, Fateh Singh, maybe they turned to him a little bit earlier than they would have done normally. Comes in and bowls, and that just pops a little bit on Joe Phillips. Just bounced and took him by surprise. He played it well enough. First sign of any assistance for the bowler, and comes in again now and bowls, and that one is run off the face of the bat down to third man for a single, pursued by Latigan. I think, yeah, maybe they were planning to turn to him anyway, but possibly a little bit earlier than they might have done. I'm sure they would have thought that the seamers were going to make a breakthrough, but they've played really well, these two. There's been very little encouragement for Worcestershire. Not a lot's gone past the bat. Bancroft steers this one out square on the offside. Not many edges, and not much encouragement, as I say, for the fielding side. But they will believe, as we always say, and he needs a couple of wickets to change everything. Bancroft actually edges this one down to Latigan at short third. Slip and a leg slip. Two close catches. Taylor on the drive at short mid-wicket. But a good start, very good start. 74 without loss. Bancroft pushes this one into the offside. Easily the best opening partnership of the game. And probably better than Gloucestershire would have hoped for when they started in that tricky little period before lunch. Good bit of fielding at mid-on by Davalath prevents Bancroft from getting a single. End of the over, 74 without loss, so the deficit is 41, but well on the way to wiping that out, this pair, and they've done it, as we've said repeatedly, with a minimum of fuss, just efficiency, a bit like we saw from Worcestershire this morning.
If I had a couple of minutes at some point, I'd have a look and see what the highest opening stand is for Gloucestershire this season, because it doesn't feel as though there's been too many that have got to 70 or 80. So maybe at
so
tea time, if I've got a moment.
In these circumstances, on this pitch,
exactly,
it's a very good effort. It is a good effort, and it's been chanceless. Hardly anything gone past the bat. Bear Swanepoel replaces Matthew Waite at the College lawn end.
So change of ends for Swanepoel. He bowls a full ball, and that's played straight back up the pitch, and D'Oliveira will tiptoe onto the surface and prevent runs. And I think if it did happen, I'm just having a look to try and tot up just from the games that I can see. Second innings versus Durham. To look at that one. That might be the only candidate. Swanepoel in, that's defended again by Joe Phillips for no run. Yeah, 101 between Bancroft and Charlesworth in that second innings there. So I think that is not absolutely certain, but I'd be surprised if that isn't the only century partnership. And it was such a source of strength last year. Swanepoel in, Fuller, straighter, blocked by Phillips back. to the bowler, and it felt as though and Bancroft and Charlesworth didn't open the batting in every game, but in most of them. And of course, runs and hundreds really did flow for Gloucestershire last year. They had the joint most batting points in the division. Swanepoel in, ooh, a little bit of a leading edge there from Phillips. That's going to be a possible source of bother as this ball gets a bit softer, potentially. It didn't come very close at all to carrying to mid-wicket, but it's the sort of thing that Worcestershire might have to be after, because they've, well, like Gloucestershire, they're down to just one slip now, so catches have to come elsewhere. Swanepoel bowls, Phillips pushes away to backward point. Made a pleasant noise off the bat, but isn't going to run or runs for that. Score remains 74 without loss. But yeah, last year it felt as though Bancroft and Charlesworth almost as a minimum would put on at least 30 or 40, and sometimes it doesn't need to be a massive opening stand just to prevent that feeling of being immediately under pressure. Swanepoel bowls, edging, caught behind. That's a wicket for Swanepoel, and Worcestershire are over the moon about that. It's a massive hug from skipper D'Oliveira for Swanepoel. Phillips just going a little harder at that one, and it proves to be the end of that opening partnership. Hand off the bat, just got a little bit through his shot early, and then edge through to Cullen. And a good start from Gloucestershire, but it's a wicket maiden for Swanepoel, who's having a very good day, having added important runs with the bat as well. He's finally broken this opening stand, just got it to straighten a little bit as well. And Gloucestershire are 74 for 1 at the end of that over. They still trail by 43 runs. Ollie Price comes out to join Bancroft.
Well, interesting that Cullen took that catch. I was just noticed as I was looking through my binoculars that his mum and dad just arrived and taken their seats at the college lawn end, and he's picked up that catch. Important breakthrough. Worcestershire will now want to get another one. So often the case. Ollie Price played really well. I thought he was the best of the Gloucestershire batters in the first innings, even allowing for Tommy Borman's scoring more runs, because Price played with such confidence and assuredness when things were tough early on. But he's got it all to do again. Bancroft on strike for them in the meantime. 2 slips for Bancroft. Fateh Singh round the wicket. Bowls, and Bancroft takes advantage of the fact that the leg slip isn't there by playing a nice little paddle sweep, nicely controlled. Picks up 2 runs as Matthew Waite runs round from backward square to do the fielding. So Bancroft with the responsibility now. Skipper. What's going on with the umpire? Alex Wolf.
Sure.
Sing again, bowl. Short. Bancroft cuts. Great bit of fielding by Latigan behind square. It's a massive high 5 from Allison. High 10, in fact. There was a time when you would have just said, well done, mate. You're charging over now. Singh got away with that one. 2 not very good deliveries so far in this over. Bowls, and that is much better. That's where he wants to get it, but he can't. He's just got to get it there more frequently. An absolute beauty, turning past the edge into the gloves of Cullen. Could easily have been nicked to slip. It's just where he wants it to be. He's in again and he bowls, and it's too short, and he's cut by Bancroft out for a single. Davalath the fielder.
I mean, have a look at that go. That's just gone sideways.
That's exactly what he's got to do more often, isn't it?
You can't hit that.
Just reproduce that delivery. Maybe 6 inches straighter, but that's the challenge for Singh at this stage in his career, is to bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl until you can do that 8 out of 10 rather than 1 out of 6. He's in again now, bowls, and this one is just played off the back foot by Price, straight back up to the bowler. 77 for 1. Singh, very straight approach. Bowls, and Price is forward, pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler, end of the over. The man out, Phillips, for 35. And the deficit remains 40.
It's sort of how it was at New Road, wasn't it? Where, I mean, his figures were fantastic. There were lots of, you know, when he got it right, his wicket taking delivery was just terrific, and there tended to be one short ball and over around it, but it was good enough.
Yeah.
On that occasion, Swanepoel bowls Bancroft, struck on the pad, and eventually up goes the finger. Swanepoel's got another, and it's 77 for 2, 74 without loss. But now both openers gone, and 2 batters will be there on naught. Swanepoel getting one to maybe come back in off the surface. Bancroft, I think, was hoping that he'd got outside the line, but I'm not sure that he had.
I don't think he had. I think it's a bit like that one we saw this morning, the Allison one. So tight to call, isn't it? No, I don't. I think it's out. It's umpire's call, isn't it? Either just in front of off or fractionally. You can see where it's given.
Yeah.
Swanepoel's having a good game. He really is having a good game.
Coming to that, number 88, sponsored by Empire Fighting Change, Miles Hammond.
And I think the celebration tells you everything about how important they think that wicket is, because I'd almost go as far. Well, I wouldn't say Worcestershire are kind of critical of opponents when they exaggeratedly celebrate, but it's not a trademark, I don't think, of this team. I mean, they celebrate, but that was really a group thing, wasn't it? It was like they all had said, you know, we've got to get this guy. This is a big wicket. And there was a confident appeal. I can see why it was a confident appeal, but they had to wait a little bit. But then when it was eventually given, there was real joy, disbelief from Bancroft. I think you're right. I think he was probably one of those where he's hit him and he thinks, I reckon that's close, but I might just have gone outside the line.
And you can see where his feet ended up as well. Like, if you look back and then you'd have thought, well, I must have been outside, but
you hope, and then you look up and you see the dreaded finger and you realise that you've not got away with it. Hammond on a pair.
here is Swanepoel round the wicket to him, and he's just about misses that one as he left his bat kind of right there from its initial raised position. And then the ball does not miss it by very much. Bowled it from wide of the crease as well. Wasn't too far off stump either. Swanepoel just seems to be finding something that others didn't. Just, I mean, he's bending his back, but he's got the ability to generate some bounce as well, which you've got to respect as Hammond turns that one into the onside. There's no run. Energy changes completely in the field now for Worcestershire. Every ball, the net tightens a little on the batter, and there's a lot more spring in the step. But you know, it's it's kind of been the pattern of play, and it just happens so often here that you can have a partnership that's going along swimmingly for a long time, and then it's hard to start again. Swanepoel to Hammond, forward and running this one into the point area. Can't get away. So both Hammond and Price on naught, and they've had one big partnership. Gloucestershire, they need at least a couple more. They're still 40 behind for all of the good work that opening stand did. 2 slips in place. Swanepoel bowls to Hammond. That one takes off a bit. Cullen taking it up high.
Roller wearing off?
Maybe.
Just looking at that LBW again. Absolutely marginal, isn't it? Absolutely marginal. Just on off stump.
Last ball of this over. Swanepoel, fuller, straighter, touched into the onside and fielded at forward square by D'Oliveira. Swanepoel's figures standing out now almost in the same way that earlier on the figures of Allison really stood out in the first innings, because everyone else, whilst it's not, nobody else has conceded a massive amount of runs, but Waite has bowled the only maiden that Swanepoel hasn't bowled.
Yeah.
Swanepoel's bowled 3 of them out of 5 overs and taken 2 for 5 now.
He's got his tail up. It's just something, he just seems to have clicked today, Swanepoel. Well, he bowled pretty well in the first innings, I thought, but yeah, he's played well with the bat, he's fielded well, and he's on it with the ball at the moment. Now, we've got Latigan going in at silly mid-off. It's a big figure to get in there, isn't he? That's Singh bowls to Ollie Price, who pushes that back up the pitch. So Hose at slip, Latigan at silly mid-off, Cullen standing up. Crowded round the batters. Singh bowls again. Bit of turn. Goes past the outside edge. Well, he got a 5-foot in the corresponding fixture at New Road without bowling brilliantly. He's got a chance here, Singh, on a helpful pitch of playing a big part. Price is off the mark, sweeping this next one out to Waite at backward square leg. And that brings the left-handed Hammond onto strike. Latigan will now be at short leg, and we've got a leg slip and a conventional slip. Singh in discussion with the captain D'Oliveira about where to have his close fielders on the leg side, and he's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. Umpire Wharf is again getting involved with the positioning of the fielders. Not quite sure what his involvement is there. Man gone to short fine now, and the man on the boundary on the leg side has gone in front of square. Singh bowls to Hammond. He's on the back foot playing defensively. So we've got slip leg, slip, short leg, short fine leg. A man on the square leg boundary in front, mid wicket, mid on. Hammond is forward, steering it out on the offside. Cullen does the fielding. .78 for 2. Singh again over the wicket, bowls. Hammond on the back foot turns it past the diving Latigan at short leg. Gets a single, gets off the mark, keeps the strike, end of the over. 79 for 2. I wouldn't put it past Latigan to pluck one out of the air. He has got amazing hands in the field. Mainly, I must say, my evidence is based on his work in the deep, but he is a great catcher, and he just fielder who gets involved a lot, as you've already seen probably, and even on that last one from Hammond, he just stuck a hand out. He was interested, wasn't he? He wants to be involved. Having said that, he's not even looking.
He's got a job down to fine leg now as Hammond steers this one down to third man for a single.
He's just been getting a bit of stick from the bench, I think.
I'm not sure he actually realised that.
Looking.
Yeah,
yeah, he is. And he's got the shin pads on. He saw the funny side. It's a good job he didn't go in his direction, though. I don't think Byers Swanepoel would have seen the funny side.
Tommy Borman was doing that in Worcestershire's innings, just going straight from short leg to, with the shin pads on, you've got to go and field on the boundary now. It can't be the easiest. 80 for 2, 40 minutes left until tea. There's still 52 overs left in the day's play after this. So much cricket left even in today. Swanepoel to Price. A tidy defence. The ball ends up in the hands of mid-off. I just sort of thought, I don't know, would you not have thought that with those shin pads on, you'd stand somewhere like mid-off or mid-on, yeah, where you're not going to get too many touches. Don't know.
They are very light.
Yeah, I suppose. 80 for 2. Swanepoel continuing this testing spell, bowls wide of the off stump and no shot from Price. Carries on through to Cullen. Plenty of games setting themselves up elsewhere, with Northamptonshire currently demolishing Lancashire. That'll be a happy camp at Old Trafford, I'm sure, after Lancashire were rolled out for 137. Northamptonshire in their second innings are 104 without loss. So that's already a lead of 251 runs. Swanepoel bowling, driving, Price, good stop. That extra cover D'Oliveira at mid-off may have got there. Been at least a single, though. Possibly even a boundary.
Yeah, there are two. What's the plural of conundrum? Is it conundra?
Yeah,
there are two
conundrums.
Two conundrums about that game. Well, not conundrums. Two factors. Two areas of inquiry. One, how do Lancashire keep underachieving? And two, the Darren Lehman effect.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Swanepoel bowls. No stroke from Price.
I love analysing coach impact, you know. Sometimes in football, coach comes in, same players. Lehman's done it. He's turned the club around from an unhappy setup where everybody wanted to leave. They've become a real powerhouse.
Yeah. Just a couple of little bits here and there. Overseas player, Calvin Harrison permanently.
Yeah, Calvin Harrison, great signing.
Yeah.
But just making people believe, you know. Save Zabe, Vasconcelos.
Swanepoel is in and no stroke from Price. So 80 for 2 at the end of that over. And what was amazing is, I mean, we've had Northamptonshire here for the last 50 over match. And whilst probably the 50 over format continues to be the one that they seem to struggle in the most. I mean, they've had a terrible campaign, but they needed an awful lot to go their way on the final day to qualify, and ended up, well, not winning the game, and the rest of the stuff didn't fall into place anyway. But in terms of the championship and the T20, obviously couldn't have a better season than they are, really. And it all came from the first game where Lancashire were within 1 wicket of winning that match. George Bartlett played an incredible battling innings, 95, something like that, was there for well over 200 deliveries, and you think how different seasons could have been. You just never know. Northamptonshire lose their opener, Lancashire win their opener.
But they just it's fascinating. Sports psychology is fascinating. Singh over the wicket bowls. Oh, there you go. That's what I was talking about. Miles Hammond just turns it on the leg side and almost into Latigan's hands. It was in the air. I'm pretty sure it was in the air. And yeah, he just couldn't get his hand out quickly enough. But it's the sort of thing that can turn a game. Fielder just sticks a hand out and plucks the one out of the air. Hammond gets a single. 81 for 2. Fascinating stuff now. Price on strike. Singh bowls. He's on the back foot, plays defensively back to the bowler. Bit of pressure on Singh. He's a young bowler, not great experience. And when this one blocked, when a young spinner is the only real spinner, and you're on a pitch like this, everybody's looking at you and thinking, well, come on, you're the one who's got to get the wickets for us.
Yeah, your skipper's been bowled by one that pitched almost a foot outside leg stump and hit top of off.
Exactly. This one played off the back foot. More than one more experienced spin bowler in Worcestershire history has made that point to me in the past, that, you know, it's all very well saying, oh, you've got a nice helpful pitch here. Singh bowls, Price drives for a single. But he said, well, more than one, as I've said, actually, that puts you under pressure then. It's all right if there's two of you, because you can share the pressure around, if you like, but there's only one in this occasion, in this case, really, Singh. A lot resting on his shoulders. 82 for 2. Comes in there to Hammond again. On the back foot, Hammond pushes out in the offside for a single. End of the over. Swanepoel keen to remove his floppy and give it to umpire Ben Peverell. Goes in to continue his spell from the college lawn end. 83 for 2. And the deficit is 34.
So one-way traffic for the visitors at Old Trafford. Similar story at Derby, where Durham are 164 for 2, leading by 291 runs. Ben McKinney has 100 for Durham. They actually lost a wicket first ball of that innings. Alex Lees was out for a platinum duck, but then they've continued to march on in that game. Durham. Swanepoel round the wicket, tries a Yorker, which is played into the ground and back to the bowler.
McKinney's a great player to watch, isn't he?
And I saw quite a lot of him at Bristol earlier this season. It was a pretty extraordinary innings, 244 off 246 balls. Pretty much every delivery just come way across his stumps, just wouldn't miss the ball on his pads. Just it was so hard to know where to bowl at him. Swanepoel into Hammond, and that's just guided to point for no run.
He's brutal as well, isn't he? He really is. He can
sort of bullying left. I sort of likened it to Matthew Hayden a few times. Just that sort of bullying, imposing, tall, well-built left-hander, just punchy, forcing drives.
Yeah.
He's certainly not far off the reckoning for higher honours, or wasn't at one stage. Ooh, Hammond's hit somewhere midships there by a ball that he was trying to help away down to fine leg. Smacks into his body. In fact, I'm not even sure whether I might be making things up, but it almost looks as if I can see a red mark where the ball hit him just right at the bottom of his shirt, but maybe not. Maybe it's just coincidence. Mark from diving around or something. At Merchant Taylor's school, things maybe evened up slightly there. Full and straight here. Hammond plays back to the bowler. Kent 241 for 8, leading by 342. So it's not as though their position has been completely undermined, but they did have a bit of a wobble through the middle order. They lost 4 wickets for 13 runs, but a bit of a partnership between Benjamin and Matt Parkinson. 342 ahead. Full ball. Hammond drives to mid-off. He wants a single here. It's a well-taken one. Throw will come into the non-strikers end, where Price will be home easily enough. 84 for 2. Kent, in fact, 9 down now, so Looks like a target around the 350 mark for Middlesex to chase, and they'll possibly have to do that. 18 points behind Kent, who are second in the table coming in. Middlesex fourth on 99 points. I suppose Worcestershire would have quite liked a Middlesex win there. Swanepoel bowls defended by Price back to the bowler. I could have really tightened things up if Lancashire and Middlesex had won, but at the moment maybe going the other way. Division 1, well, Warwickshire 43 for 3, requiring a further 160 to win at Edgbaston against Sussex. Sussex were bowled out for 207 in their second innings. Yeah, Warwickshire in trouble, as are Surrey, who are 10 for 2, still needing 319 more to beat Nottinghamshire at the Oval. Yorkshire 300 for 9 in their second innings at Southampton, leading by 276. Leicestershire also 9 down in their second innings, leading Glamorgan by 254 at Grace Road.
Singh starts a new over to Miles Hammond, turns it on the leg side, diving stop by Latigan at short leg. Wouldn't have resulted in any runs even if he'd missed it, because Libby's just behind him. Singh again bowls, and Hammond this time squirts the ball out on the offside for a single. Yeah, what have we got bonus points so far in this innings? In this game, I mean. So Gloucestershire
4-3 to Worcestershire, isn't it?
Yeah, 4-3. Yeah, just that one batting point making the difference. Singh round the wicket now to the left-handed, the right-handed Price, and he's short again, and Price cuts. This is what Singh's got to work on, isn't it? It's not giving these scoring opportunities. So Hammond's got a single off one that was a tiny bit full, and now Price has got one off one that's a tiny bit short. Just get it in the middle. Just about there. Turned on the leg side. Latigan. It's tall. I don't know. It's what do you really want from somebody who's a short leg? I think you want somebody who stays down and keeps their head still and can catch anything, but harder to do that if you're tall. And short again from Singh, and cut for 4 by Ham. This is what we didn't see, isn't it, from
Kishore, yeah.
The easing of the pressure. Just dot, work the batsman. But if you're just giving a boundary away every over, or 2 or 3 singles, don't build that pressure. Only comes with experience. It's very difficult to be gained in any other way as Singh bowls. That one's played up to mid-on. D'Oliveira Fields, no run. End of the over, 90 for 2. 27 the deficit. I just think Worcestershire will feel if they can get another 1 or 2 before parity, they'll feel on top. But if you're only 2 down when you reach parity,
yeah,
it's the equivalent of a bad start, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just what I was thinking. I even though I'm sure Gloucestershire have been disappointed to have lost those 2 wickets as close together, if you're 2 down, knocking off a deficit of 117, I think you're still thinking that's pretty okay, especially because you've got the advantage. You'd think it would be an advantage of bowling last, yeah. So it almost could even out. I mean, you just never know. You don't feel like you can predict anything in terms of how things will be tomorrow, but it's clear that there are still balls out there that are really ripping. So, change of bowling, Swanepoel's spell is over, and Taylor now has to keep the pressure up and bowls a ball which Price has to stay a long way down on, and takes a hand off the bat as he's down the pitch and squatting really to keep that one out. That was one score I didn't mention just to tie the knot on the other championship scores. Essex 230 for 3 following on against Somerset. So they're still 81 runs away from making Somerset bat again. Taylor is in and Price again behind that and defending. Charlie Allison is batting at the moment for Essex, 58 not out. Matt Critchley has 39, so much better fist of it second time round for Essex. But as I say, still 81 behind, so to bat for an awful lot longer there. Hammond running almost all the way down to the other end to tend to a spot on the pitch as Price faces up and just glides this one away to backward point. And there is no run. 2 helmets at the moment unused behind Cullen. Latigan now down at third man in his shin pads.
Tom Taylor's wicketless, isn't he, in this game? Leading wicket taker in Division 1 last year.
Taylor bowls and Price just lets it come to him. Again, not looking to do anything more than defend. He almost had a double check. Because it doesn't feel as if, I mean, was it 17 overs, 0 for 35?
No. Went past the bat fairly regularly.
Yeah. It didn't feel as if it was wicketless, but yeah. So he is. He hasn't bowled so much from that end either.
Yeah, no.
College lawn end.
Yeah.
Trying his luck from this end. In and bowls and driven by Price. There's a little bit of hesitation, but eventually they've worked out that it did get past short extra and was wide enough of mid-off that they could come through. But again, they were pretty much shaking hands in the middle of the pitch for a moment, but both pretty aware of the developing situation. So a single to Price, he's on to 4. 91 for 2. 26 behind as the sun has gone in, and there's a little bit of a chill in the air, despite the fact that the forecast suggests that it should be relatively warm. There's a discrepancy depending on which forecast you look at. This is 16 degrees. That seems a bit more accurate than the 2021 that I was seeing elsewhere. And is Taylor round the wicket to Hammond. Just plays that one very softly and defensively, so just a single from Taylor's comeback over. 8 overs for 26 in this second innings. 91 for 2. Plenty of trips, I think, being made to the drinks tent back and forth. A few spectators with some ice creams over on the far side in front of the scoreboard. During one of the 50-over games, it was so hot that there was a huddle of spectators, almost like a set of penguins on a, huddling around for warmth in the shadow of the scoreboard.
I thought you were going to say huddling around the ice cream van.
No.
Price pushes Singh's first ball out into the covers. That was a good one. How many more can he land in the right place? That one's not a bad delivery. Swept by Price for a single. Didn't really get hold of it, but sort of squashed it down into the ground with his sweep shot, and it just dribbled away behind square. So Hammond on strike, the left-hander. This is where Singh doesn't want to be short, doesn't want to get cut away up this hill towards us by Hammond. Get it nice and full and turning into the left-hander. That's a good one. Just pushed away on the onside.
It's that field that left-arm spinners so often have to the left-hander, isn't it? We just leave cover wide open
And
trying to get one to go through
have
the
a
gate.
drive, yeah. Comes in and bowls again, and on the back foot, Hammond is just nudging it down to Latigan at short leg. 92 for 2 then. 25 runs behind. Oh, and Singh's got him down the leg side, or has he? No, he's not. Well, thought he'd caught him at leg slip. Even thought Hammond had started to walk. He went to turn it. It come off his thigh pad, I think. Ben Allison juggled the catch at leg slip.
Hip even, somewhere around there anyway.
But it bounced. And that one's turned on the leg side, just past Latigan at short leg, who managed to stop it. And they're being a bit silly out there, the Worcestershire fielders, and just the fact that Latigan stuck a hand out at short leg is enough to have a gaggle of players around him congratulating him. But just light-hearted and not in any way inappropriate. Just a bit of daftness out there to keep the mood up. But that one that went to leg slip did bounce and turn, which is encouraging.
Yeah, and the leg slip feels a good position to have with that happening.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Very nearly worked out well. Tom Taylor continues from the college lawn end, and Price is hoping to angle this one past backward point. He's not able to do so. Jake Libby, fielder at backward point. It doesn't have the cable net on. In fact, I think it's only 2, 3 who've got the cable net on out there. So it's just getting towards the stage where you're starting to get a little more confident with player identification on day 3 as Price leaves alone. You've got it completely sussed by day 4, and then of course it's time for a new set of players and got to start all over again next match. Another punch of gloves between Hammond and Price, who's continuing to do more gardening at Price's end than his own. Jogging back in time as Taylor rounds at the end of his run and dips his head and runs in again, and Price either another defensive shot with the hand off the bat. It's not looked massively troubled as Price, but I still don't know that. I mean, he always enjoys batting. He always gives off the air that he enjoys batting, but he's having to lunge down for a few of these, and suspect, especially as he's a tall man and likes to stand tall and play his shots. Not exactly what he'd be after, but it was a very robust block into the offside to that latest offering from Taylor. Jake Libby seems to be on umpire buttering up duties at backward point.
There's probably a reason for that. I mean, I've no idea what they're talking about, but Jake Libby is an umpire.
Yeah. I'm sure now that I'm sure I was told that, and as usual I've forgotten. In behind that, Price playing back to the bowler,
and he takes it very seriously. And he's got his eye on a career as an umpire, I think, in the future, doing some Premier League stuff. He's also a football referee as well. I said to him, "You must be mad to be a football referee," and he said, "No, I love it." So yeah, they could well be discussing the finer points. I mean, I bet he does occasionally say, you know, what are the tips on how do you keep concentrating and what's it all about?
Taylor in and defended into the covers. We've also got, which I'm sure would excite a certain type of person, 2 Cornish opening bats in this game, which can't happen too often with Jake Libby and Joe Phillips.
Yeah.
First maiden from Tom Taylor, that 9 overs for 26, 92 for 2. Still 25 back, Gloucestershire.
Fateh Singh being taken out of the attack. Matthew Waite coming into the attack at the chapel end. Yeah, of course, Jake Libby, the international umpire of the year for the last 2 or 3 years. I think Richard Illingworth, former Worcestershire player, still lives in Worcester, and obviously comes to the ground. He does umpire Worcestershire games occasionally, and often at the ground. So Jake Libby's got his ear to bash, or brain to pick, however you want to put it, if he wants to talk to somebody who's been there and done that at the very highest level. We take them so much for granted, don't we, umpires? We moan when they make mistakes and whatever, but they're so good, really. I mean, I've said to Richard Illingworth, who I do know quite well, you know, just how do you stay so calm when it's the IPL final, or, you know, the World Test final, or
I don't know
Champions Cup final, or whatever.
I mean, how they even hear it? Yeah, how do you even hear?
And he said, you know, it's just about routines and having kind of a measured approach to it all. And it's just so calm. Waite bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cullen. Had a couple of umpires speaking to the Worcestershire Cricket Society this winter. Dave Bradley and I interviewed them, asked them questions at various times as well. We have a Q&A afterwards, you know, the sort of thing. And Peter Willey was one, Steve O'Shaughnessy was another. Really interesting just to get their insight into the game. And Steve O'Shaughnessy was saying, you know, he finds it hard to believe that as Breakoff as Waite comes in and bowls, and Hammond is forward, plays defensively to Allison at silly mid-off. He finds it hard to believe that the selectors never ask the umpires now what they think about players. He said, you know, there was a time when selectors would ask all the umpires, you know, who have you seen? What do you think? You see them when you're out there, you hear them, you watch them closely, not just their techniques, but the way they handle pressure, etc., etc. So never ask anymore, never. Waite bowls, Hammond turns that on the leg side. And Allison, having moved over from extra cover, is again the fielder. 92 for 2, bit of a hiatus in proceedings at the moment. Bright sunshine. Worcestershire still ahead. We played a little game at lunchtime, didn't we? When I said how many wickets are going to be down at lunchtime, and
well, I must.
You said three.
Well,
three.
I think we. Yeah, I don't like playing those games.
Why not? They're harmless enough, aren't they? Turned away on the leg side again by Hammond.
I don't like it because you can only ever be wrong, or people will criticise you for being pessimistic. And I don't like it.
Anyway, you said 3.
I don't
you
think
could well be right.
No,
you could well be right.
I
There's
think
still
I
10
really
minutes
fully
to
committed. I wouldn't commit to anything.
Is that your mantra in life? Waite bowls again. Hammond taking on the pad as he tries to turn this on the leg side. They go 3 for a single. No signal from the umpire. Got a nick on it. The glove.
The problem is you can't. If I were doing the game as a new, completely, obviously we're impartial, but we're not completely neutral. Exactly.
No, but that doesn't stop you from having an opinion.
But it doesn't. But the problem is that the opinion is clouded by your association.
Okay.
Of course it is. So
Maybe.
It's different from. I couldn't give an opinion because I'm not entirely sure whether the heart is
ruling the head.
Is ruling the head or not.
Maybe. Anyway, I thought it would be 4. I thought we might get a little bit more going past the edge and maybe a little bit of an uneven bounce, but it hasn't been the case. We've got. I'll have to go and do an update in a minute. It'll be half time in the football, won't it? So maybe at the end of this over. But Waite bowls and steered out by Price on the offside, and that is the end of the over. So 93 for 2 and 10 minutes to go until the tea interval. And then a long evening session, which I don't think will be affected by the light tonight. Bright sunshine all around us at the moment.
Right, so as Frank gets the bat signal, it is Tom Taylor to start his next over. In round the wicket to Hammond, who's full and forward and blocking into the offside. Yeah, I would like to clarify, I made no definitive call on number of wickets. That was the ECB Reporters Network, not me. Wouldn't dream of doing such a thing in terms of predicting. Certainly not on this ground. Hammond engaged in some bat twirling activity as he now prepares to face up to Taylor in round the wicket and bowling. Once watched on through to Cullen, so this partnership has been together now for just over 10 overs. It's been a grind for both Hammond and Price, 16 runs added, but vital that they're still there at tea. It's going to be a lengthy evening session, as usually happens with these 104 over days. There'll be over 40 overs still to be bowled in the day's play in the evening session. Taylor bowls, Hammond flashes at it and misses it. Cut over the top of it. Thought it was short enough to have a go at, and then it skidded through, rehearsing a more vertical back foot drive rather than a horizontal bat cut shot. But he gets away with it, and again, no run. Hammond having to battle his usual attacking instincts here, but he kind of did that in his 100 at New Road as well. Taylor into him, and again, watchful leave. He was also battling some hand or forearm cramp, I think it was actually, rather than hand, because it was Borman who got hand cramp on day one here, just before that, torrential rain came down. Yeah, hand cramp.
Right.
And Hammond was getting forearm cramp throughout that innings, and physio was coming out with the pickle juice and all that sort of stuff, and Hammond was possibly slightly restricted in terms of some of the flowing stroke play.
Batted all the way through, didn't he?
Yeah.
139 not out.
Defended back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, he's got 2 big hundreds this year, Hammond. Only Bracey and Hammond have scored tons this season, and they've both scored 2 of them, including a sizable unbeaten one each. Hammond's 145 in the first innings against Derbyshire, being the other 100 this season. Taylor into him, worked away down the ground. It won't beat D'Oliveira, who'll come sliding across from mid-on. Hammond will take a single, and we'll have the strike at the end of Taylor's 10th over. 10 overs, 27. Gloucestershire 94 for 2. Things still pretty calm in terms of the general ambience around the place. Not much wind. A few spectators milling about around the outfield on their perambulations. Still plenty watching the cricket, but looks a very pleasant afternoon, not too fierce in terms of the sun. It's even warmed up ever so slightly on the balcony. Maybe it's just me.
No, probably has, just a little bit. Matthew Waite to bowl, 6 minutes before tea. Will we get more than 1 over? Have to wait and see. Probably. He comes in now to the left-handed Hammond over the wicket, bowls, and Hammond is taken on the pad. There's an appeal. Ball's run away behind square on the leg side, and umpire Wharf signals leg by as they go through for a single. Talking about staying calm, umpires, and being relaxed. Alex Wolf's very chilled.
He is, isn't he? Yeah.
Certainly seems to be anyway in his body language.
And sort of just
Everything's
that
very
authority though when the hands just come down, but they don't come out with any force at all, but they just gently open themselves, and you know in the field you better pay attention when those hands start moving.
very, very impressive. White bowls, Price drives down the ground. That's going to go all the way for four. Full toss, half volley and driven. Waite dive to his left to try and save it, but unable to do so.
And that is the first boundary I think Gloucestershire have hit in this match that's gone
Straight
dead
down
straight.
the ground. Yeah. Yeah. Good shout. It's a good shot too from Ollie Price.
Worcestershire
His
only had
first
two,
boundary.
so we've just not seen many in this game.
White balls again. That's another one. Half volley on leg stump this time, and he's not going to miss that. That is meat and drink. It really is in the slot. Just what you want. From a batting point of view, the 100 is up for Gloucestershire, so the deficit is just 17. And they're just 2 down. 103 for 2, the deficit 14. Can Worcestershire get a breakthrough before tea? White bowls, Price is forward, pushes out on the offside. Just 2 wickets have gone down then in the afternoon session. I think, given the pitch and the spin attack of Gloucestershire, the honours are very, very much even at the moment in this game. I really do. Worcestershire should be quite disappointed they haven't made more inroads this afternoon, I think, as White balls. Ooh, and that's going to be the 3rd boundary of the innings. And to be fair, he knew nothing about this one. Inside edge?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, gosh, how's that missed leg stump?
Goodness me.
He's just got a thick enough inside edge. Saves him.
Fortune favours the brave. Ollie Price has gone from 5 to 17 in this over. And Matthew Waite will feel if he'd have got him, he would have not minded the previous 2 boundaries, but gutted that one's gone to the boundary behind the keeper off the inside edge. And the last ball is left alone, gathered by Cullen, and they run through because they want to get one more over in before tea. 107 for 2. The deficit is 10, and we will have one more over before the interval.
Well, it felt an awful lot better for particularly the straight driven boundary, but when somebody like Matthew Waite gets hit for a couple of boundaries, you always feel as though there's a sting to come, and it nearly did. Taylor into Hammond. He can't tempt Hammond outside the off stump, and that has actually been the mark of Hammond's 2 sizable hundreds this year in terms of the quality of Hammond's judgment of which deliveries he doesn't have to play at. He's really left well when he's been at his best. To leave an awful lot more, I suspect, in this innings, as he gets thumped on the pad. And well, when Ben Peverell moves immediately, you know it is an absolutely terrible shout, because he stood and considered some that I think a lot of umpires would just have walked straight away and not considered at all. That one, he just didn't even give it a look. Hammond couldn't possibly capitalise on a scoring opportunity, as that was down the leg side. He tried to whip it away and doesn't get even a bonus leg bye for that. Score remains 107 for 2 in this last over before tea. Taylor bowls to Hammond, and again can't interest Hammond in a shot. So Gloucestershire were 15 without loss when this session began. Bancroft and Phillips built a very solid opening partnership of 74 wickets. Fell in quick succession, 2 wickets in the space of 8 deliveries, both off the bowling of Bayer Swanepoel. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 7, his figures, as Taylor bowls and Hammond swivels out of the way and lets it go by. Phillips the first to go, just pushing at one, getting an outside edge caught behind by the keeper Cullen for 35. Bancroft LBW for 37. He hoped he'd got just outside the line, but I'm not sure he quite was as far across as he hoped he was. He was LBW for 37, and Price and Hammond have really had to bide their time in this partnership. A real flurry of scoring until those 3 boundaries in the last over. Taylor in, Hammond whips that one away. It's a good looking shot, but it won't be for any runs at all, as a tumbling stop from D'Oliveira at mid-on. Earlier on, Worcestershire resumed their first innings this morning on 205 for 7. They added 62 more runs this morning, with Swanepoel making 42 and D'Oliveira ending up with 83. That partnership really frustrated Gloucestershire for over an hour this morning. The last 3 falling relatively quickly. Taylor in now, driving Hammond, just push driving up to mid-off. There is no run, and that is the end of the afternoon session on day 2 at 107 for 2. Gloucestershire have almost knocked off the lead of Worcestershire's on first innings, which ended up being 117. They're now 10 runs behind with 8 first innings wickets in hand, and hoping to maximise on their position in the evening session, where there are still 42 overs to come. Equally, Worcestershire know some quick wickets, and they could still be chasing a fairly meagre total. So it's one of those games where pretty much every session feels important, and that's probably the sign of a good game. So the players leave the field, as will the umpires, and Frank and I will be... Frank and me. No, Frank and I. That's the one. That's the one. Get me grammar sorted. Frank and I will be back in 20 minutes as I go and find a English GCSE book. Miles Hammond and Ollie Price will join the Worcestershire fielders out in the middle, who are particularly keen to get this evening session underway, possibly in part because their over rate still sits at -2, and yes, probably more so, exactly, because there's still 42 overs left in the day at around about 4:25. But it is certainly going to be another vital session. I mean, it's pretty much half of a normal day still to go. Well gone 4 o'clock, and forecast to be much brighter, I think, this evening than it was yesterday. So hopefully the light won't be an issue. And Ben Allison to kick us off.
From the chapel end, his first ball is outside the off stumps, steered down on the offside by Ollie Price. He's got on top of the bounce. Had to stand up quite tall, and he is a tall man. Bit of bounce for Allison, who bowled mainly, in fact, I think exclusively, from the college lawn end in the first innings when he got that career best. I can tell you already he's conceded more runs in 6.1 overs in this innings than he did in 17.5 overs in the first innings. Just the one slip in as he is about to bowl to the left-handed Miles Hammond. Round the wicket. Hammond on the walk, looking to flick this one away down the leg side. Hands on head from Allison and from Hosett's lip suggests that it might not have missed the stumps by much, that one. But oh, missed the stumps by a long way.
I think it's
misread that.
Must be because they could see leg stump.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah.
But yeah, no
A little
alarms
optimistic.
really. No alarms. In comes Allison again, and Hammond again is on the walk and pushing up to mid-off. Where Swanepoel fields. Swanepoel, who arguably would be in the conversation of most valuable player so far in this match if you were discussing it. Obviously anybody who gets 50, so Borman and D'Oliveira and Davalath would be in the conversation. Anybody who gets 5 wickets. So Allison or Kishore, who got 4, would be in the conversation. Hammond bowls, and this is played up to Swanepoel again at mid-off, but Swanepoel 2 in the first innings, 2 in this innings, and runs would also be worthy of mention. Having one of those games, Swanepoel, where he seems destined to influence it, but I would say honours are pretty even at the moment, even though Gloucestershire still trail by 9 and they're 2 down, given their spin attack and the nature of the wearing pitch. Allison bowls, Hammond on the walk, drives, half stopped by Libby in the covers. They take 2 runs as Latigan tidies up. 110 for 2. Didn't see this from Hammond, whether it's a ploy just against Allison or whether it's something he's going to keep doing against all the seams, I don't know, but he's come out after tea clearly determined to get down the track and be more aggressive. Allison again is in, and again Hammond is making his way towards the bowler as he plays that off his pads down to Fateh Singh at long leg for a single. That's the end of the over. Nelson is up, 111 for 2. The deficit is just 6, and Hammond has kept the strike.
You know, I suppose I was wondering what the chat would have been at tea from a Gloucestershire point of view, whether they'd have felt they needed to change anything or not. You'd suspect not, but equally Hammond being someone that, despite what we were discussing earlier about his quality of leave and that sort of thing, he's still somebody that would like to be scoring runs, so might feel that he might change a couple of things. This could be a key spell as well, as Swanepoel's back and Hammond is struck in a painful area as the ball goes off down to second slip, and that will certainly require some squatting and some contemplation of life.
Yeah,
Bent double in pain.
absolutely on target, I think, that one.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. We've all been there, and it is horrible.
You've got to make that slightly awkward adjustment of that piece of protective equipment in front of 3,000 people as well, or 2,500 maybe. 111 for 2. Swanepoel to Hammond, who plays that one in rather late protective mode out into the onside for no run. I was discussing this with Jack Taylor, who had on the commentary on the stream for one of the 50 over matches, about the fact that certain players seem to get hit there more than others, and Hammond being the one for Gloucestershire that just seems to happen to. Back of a length, and Hammond rises up and doesn't really try to hammer it away through the covers. Plays it to the fielder at cover and doesn't get a run for it. Davalath does the fielding.
The worst time it ever happened to me, Ed, it was keeping wicket, not batting. And it was very, very, very painful. And
round the wicket, Swanepoel dabbed away. Davalath comes in again, fields it cover.
I thought I'd got away with it, sort of thing. And then actually, after the game and in the evening, it got worse and worse and worse.
No.
And I was on holiday and I was playing a tour. I played a tour game for a club. We were down in Devon, in Exeter, actually, on a family holiday with my wife and 2 small daughters at the time. And I played this tour game because the club were on tour nearby.
Swanepoel bowls. Hammond again waits for it to come to him, blocks it away.
And we were staying in holiday accommodation, and by about midnight, it was so bad that I said to my wife, you're gonna have to take me to hospital. So we had to get the children up, who were about sort of 5 and 7 or something, and pack them into the car, take me off to the local hospital. It was a small hospital, can't remember, somewhere in Exeter. And I was in a mess. I really, really was.
Swanepoel tries a full ball. It's flicked off to mid-on by Hammond. There's no run. It's another maiden from Swanepoel. 4 out of 8. 2 for 7. Gloucestershire stuck on Nelson for 2.
Anyway, I won't go into too much detail, but there's a lot of swelling.
Oh, gosh.
And when I got to the hospital, they said, I'm afraid we've only got a female doctor on duty. And I said, go and find her. And when they did, they go and found her. And it turned out that she was from Worcester. And she had been to the school where I was currently a teacher. Anyway, she sorted me out, and I survived, but it was horrendous, absolutely horrendous. Gosh, and the reason was that if that particular piece of protective equipment isn't fitting exactly right and it gets smacked, then inflammation can ensue. Allison starts a new over bowling outside the off stump to Ollie Price, taken by Henry Cullen.
I don't think we better go into any more detail about that. But
in
at
all
least
seriousness,
it didn't crack.
No, it didn't. In all seriousness, there aren't many people who've played cricket at any level who haven't suffered what Miles Hammond did in that last over, and it hurts, and it's hard ball, isn't it? I've known some really good sportsmen who didn't play cricket because the ball was too hard, you know. Good footballers and tennis players. No, I don't want that coming at me. It's a tough game. Allison over the wicket, into Price, who's forward, pushing out into the covers. Libby does the fielding. Still tense, still enough jeopardy in this game to make it really interesting, because, you know, if these two, they came together at 77 for 2, so they've already added, what's that, nearly 40, 34. If they take this partnership, any partnership in this game that goes past 50 is important. But at the same time, Worcestershire get 2 wickets, it all changes again. Allison in, bowls, Price leaves alone outside the off stump. Quite wide, I think. Cullen had to move a long way across to his right to take that. It's been highly watchable, this game, since the start. It's a shame that the bouncy castles have gone. The fun's been cancelled, because we've got a big gap now on that far side, haven't we?
Or at least a few games of cricket happening.
Yeah, there are, and that's
there,
good
but
to see. That's good to see.
There's a bit of a gap over there. So
See the traffic.
Sad, yes, it's a sad sight seeing that open space where the fun once was.
Nice, and again bowls. Price again is forward, pushing out on the onside. There's not been a great deal of flamboyant batting to talk about in this game, if we're honest. You've had to really work for your runs, and those players that have managed to make significant contributions have had to dig deep into their resources of application. Thinking of Borman in the first innings, Price in the first innings, D'Oliveira and Adavalath. Allison again, who seems to have hit a good rhythm since tea, having changed to the College lawn end. That one just pushed out on the onside again. Hit excellent rhythm yesterday, of course. When he got his career best figures. But 1 dot away from another maiden here, Worcestershire. Allison passed umpire Wolf, bowls, and Price plays it back up the pitch. It is a maiden. 111 for 2 it remains. The deficit is 6. Allison now, it's his first maiden, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 24. And the battle continues.
Yes, sometimes you get the sense that at some point somebody might cut loose in certain games, in certain positions, that, you know, somebody could just really start to get their eye in and make this ground look as small as it usually is made to look. But it doesn't feel like that in this instance. It just feels like it's going to continue to be hard work. Flicking is Hammond. He beats mid-wicket. Mid-on will chase it off in the vague vicinity of the deep mid-wicket boundary. Won't make it anywhere near there, but 2 more to Miles Hammond, so the deficit 4. So 17 to Hammond from 56 deliveries, even though I think some people would still, even though he's played an awful lot of first-class cricket now, I sort of expect Hammond to play in the way that he does in white ball cricket, but he doesn't really. But even by Hammond's standards, it's had to be really patient. Dab and run, that's well placed by Hammond, as Libby and Tavalath thankfully slide away from each other out in the covers. They both executed a beautiful piece of synchronised sliding. I'm not sure it's quite going to catch on in the same way as synchronised swimming, but it was very neatly done. Top marks from this judge on the balcony. And 1 more to Hammond equals Price's score of 18. And it's steadily done, but Gloucestershire are nearly there at the point where that board changes from deficit to lead. 114 for 2. Swanepoel bowls to Price. That is left, and Cullen's missed it, and that'll be 4 byes, and that will mean Gloucestershire go from being behind by 3 to being ahead by 1. Swanepoel still standing there and contemplating exactly how that happened, but seemed to be a wide ball that just, I don't know, it just seemed to swerve on Cullen late. I thought it did bounce a decent amount, but it was more the fact that it seemed to handcuff
it. It can
him.
happen when the ball's gone past the bat, but he'll be disappointed with that because it was pretty straightforward and he could see it all the way. But it obviously did something a bit odd, didn't it? And even Swanepoel himself, I don't think he was chastising Cullen necessarily. He was just amazed at what happened. Libby and Worf, the umpire, in conversation again. I'm sure they're talking about umpiring. I'll have to ask him because.
How do you count to 6? Well, I go first 1,
do you
then
use
2.
Do you use a chromium clicker or a plastic? But it's animated conversation.
Yeah, we've been at it for a while. So 118 for 2. Swanepoel to Price. Will leave that one alone, and a regulation take this time for Cullen. It was just such an odd one that it sometimes the seam can get into the upright position, can't it? And then it can wobble. Whether that happened or whether it almost knuckled on him.
Yeah, it can. It just, I mean, it was close enough. If he'd have just done that with one hand, good radio. I'm demonstrating what he might have done. Literally just taking it one-handed, he probably have got it into a good position. As it was, he got into a bit of a mess with his hands.
I'm not sure how it didn't hit his chest, actually.
No. Just as well it didn't. It was travelling.
Swanepoel to Price, who drives and can't time it. He really had to get his spade out and try and dig it out into the offside, and just didn't quite angle the bat so that it beat backward point. Libby fields and goes straight back into his far more important conversation with umpire Alex Worf. I have no idea what
talking about
now.
How do you give that one? Libby's just demonstrated playing that one down the leg side and getting taken on the pad. How do you know it's not hit the glove?
Swanepoel in edging is Price, but it's a thick enough edge and it's going out towards the deep third boundary. They thought about a second, but Latigan, who's not got his shin pads on now, so that helped him a bit to get across to that one. He was able to tiptoe inside the boundary rope and keep it to a single, but it was it looked like a genuine edge, but it's the chances of slip catches have gone significantly down as this goes on, and yeah, exactly, and even if it's going to be catchable, as you say, there's only one person there to catch it, so you can play a little bit more with your outside edge, but yeah, it did look more like a accidental edge, but Price will take it because it's given him another single. 119 for 2, so if you like it this way, effectively 2 for 2.
Yeah, but I think they'd be really pleased with 119 for 2. I really do. Allison bowls, Price leaves outside the off stump. I mean, given that they had that little tricky period before lunch, they might have been thinking we could be 2 down at lunch. In fact, that we're 4 hours later, they're only 2 down is testament to their application, to the fact that the pitch maybe has been slightly flatter today. I think it has, but also perhaps the fact that Worcestershire haven't got a top-class spin attack, because Kishore has definitely been a challenge, and was a challenge, and will continue to be a challenge. Steered behind square on the offside by Price, and Jake Libby was a very good impression of a goalkeeper, sliding across to his left to take it. In fact, it wasn't a good impression of a goalkeeper because they don't catch it these days. They just push it out, don't they?
And they try and punch everything.
Because the ball moves around, I think, so much. But they do tend to parry rather than catch these days. Listen again. Price on the walk. Steers the ball to Libby again.
It's always been about that battle of which is going to be more effective, seam versus spin, and there's still time for it to change. But today it's felt a bit more as though that balance has potentially shifted more towards spin, which is where Gloucestershire needed to shift.
Well, it is, because they are, in terms of their spin attack, they are a long way ahead.
If seam had stayed more effective, I think it could have been really
yeah,
tricky for Gloucestershire
yeah.
from the deficit of 117.
Allison in, bowls, Price looking to drive it on the onside. Half a bat on it, not really in control. Well, in control, not really timing it, not really hitting it in the middle of the bat, and hence the excitement of Allison. Price just indicating to Hammond that it was an inducker from Allison, which is always likely given where he delivers the ball from. Balls again, and Price is on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. Delivers from almost beyond the perpendicular, above his head. Allison's always going to generally run the ball in to the right-hander and across the left-hander. And of course, he will get that one to just hold up and hit the seam, and that's how he gets the old outside edges off the right-handers. But it's his accuracy and his consistency. Sorry?
I don't think I could bowl that way. I'd fall over.
Yeah.
So I tried that.
That was a good shot from Price. This time timed better, but straight to Swanepoel and mid-on. It's the end of the over. I'll better get ready for the next update. And it remains, that's another maiden from Allison, 2 on the trot, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 24. It remains 119 for 2.
One way or another, they got 8 off the previous Swanepoel over, although only 4 counting against his figures. So they haven't stagnated this partnership. It's been a real team effort so far from Gloucestershire to erase this deficit. Nobody's got into the 40s, but everybody's got now at least into the late teens. And the question is, can somebody really go on? And Swanepoel bowling down the pitch goes Hammond and misses his attempted whip away into the onside. It's a direct hit from Tom Taylor with his underarm dribble onto the stumps. Just, I suppose, keeping Hammond honest a little. He knew he was always getting back. So again, just a couple of times Hammond has had a couple of opportunities on his pads and it's been whacked on them. It only removed 1 bail, that throw as well. It's defended back to the bowler. Hammond very delicately, with his gloves still on, positioned the bail back in place without knocking the other one off. That's always the trickiest part. Look really silly as put the 1 bail on, knock the other one off, pick that one up, and it just all gets very messy. 119 for 2, round the wicket in comes Swanepoel. He's there and bowls, and that is whipped away for 4 by Hammond out to deep backward square, just into his thigh, and a set of quick hands there. He picked his spot, no chance for Latigan running round from fine leg. So 123 for 2, and Worcestershire will post a second fielder on the leg side boundary. After that, Tom Taylor will field out at deep forward square, and Allison standing at a short, fairly straight mid-wicket. 123 for 2, Swanepoel bowls short to Hammond, who pulls at it and misses it. It was dug in by Bayers Swanepoel. It was fairly high up, and I couldn't tell, to be honest. I didn't actually pick the ball very well up from side on, so I wasn't sure exactly what height that passed Hammond at, but it looked quite high up. Goes back to this one and defends. And I'll finally get a look at a replay, and I think he genuinely did have a go at it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether he'd played one of those almost half shadow pulls where you sort of pull underneath the ball, but you know you're going to miss it. I think he did have a go at it. And they have set the trap a little bit with those two fielders out deep. I don't know that it's a full-on short ball plan, but I did wonder whether there might come a point where Worcestershire might have to try this, and he said that early this morning. It's just a length ball which is straying a little in line, and Hammond can tuck it down to fine leg and take one. So the lead moves on to 7. Hammond 23, Price 19. They've both got the same strike rate to the decimal point for their respective innings, and this partnership continues to move up through the late 40s. It's not really been the roaring 40s, but I said to somebody at the break, it could be another attritional session this, and I thought, well, yeah, from a Gloucestershire point of view, I hope it is, because attritional's rather suiting
Well, it's been an
Gloucestershire at this
game,
point.
isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Very much so. But this is making up for perhaps the fact that they didn't bat so well first time round. Allison round the wicket, bowls to Hammond, and be 4 more down the leg side. Free gift, really. No fine leg. Well, fine leg is wide, long leg, and he's just tickled it. Literally just tickled it off the face of the bat. Down to fine leg for 4. Nothing Henry Cullen could do. And you earn the right, don't you, to pick up runs like that by application and keeping out the good ones. And then goes to 23. Allison bowls again, and he's in behind that one, which might have kept a little bit low, pushing it up to mid-on.
Just get the feeling even when the odd one does that, it's not doing it quite as quickly as it was. 50 partnership did come up with that 4, yeah. The ball was just a bit late.
Allison bowls. Hammond is forward, pushing to Swanepoel at mid-off. But yeah, attritional, as you say, is the word, and it has been really since the first morning.
So it gets to that point, you've got to bowl straight. You can't really just hang it outside the off stump and expect to get catches behind. So you have to bring every mode of dismissal into play. So there's going to be a lot of forward defending.
Certainly get the impression, don't you, both from this morning and from this innings, as Allison bowls again, Hammond pushes up to mid-off, that it's got easier to bat on, just slightly. Not when you see a ball like the one that Kishore bowled Oliveira with, which pitched leg and hit the top of off. And certainly he is going to be the key bowler in the 4th innings. Not taking anything away from Middleton or Ollie Price, but he's going to be the key man. And how many Worcestershire have to chase is going to be a big factor. Allison bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Hammond, taken by Cullen. And if he has got runs to play with, Kishore, by that I mean, if they're chasing something in excess of 175 or something like that, and then I think probably Gloucester should become favourites on this pitch, which we know tomorrow is going to be taking a lot of turn. Hammond again round the wicket, bowls. Hammond again, Allison again, bowls to Hammond, steers it out square on the offside. Fielded by Latigan. End of the over. They lead by 11. Hammond has 27, Price has 19, Gloucester are 128 for 2.
Swanepoel's had 3 this spell. I mean, there's no reason to take him off. Just where then they've almost got to go back to Fateh Singh, I'd have thought. I mean, maybe they're not going to bother about this overrate business at all, which was at -2, and they've bowled solid seam since tea as Price is in, and that's left. Price is in, Swanepoel into Price, and that's left alone. But they might need to go back to him if they can't break this partnership relatively soon. We haven't had a single no ball in this match, which is really unusual for Cheltenham, because you know there's quite a lot for the bowlers to deal with here, even from the end where they're not starting their run on a square. Swanepoel in full and driven. Price won't get a run here. Bobbles up to Allison, who was rightly not getting right down low to that one, just in case he might have copped a blow in the chops. Ends up taking it around about chest height on the 3rd bounce. We often, you know, did see some no balls bowled in earlier on in this festival, as Swanepoel bowls again very full, and Price for the 2nd time drives straight to mid-off. But yeah, I don't imagine it's because the umpires aren't watching.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's just discipline
just
stuff.
Been any, yeah.
In a way, you might say, well, there's nobody in this game that's of a pace that they should be straining and bowling no balls, but that view's really the right one. Price blocks this one away again, mid-off full field. I say mid-off full field. Ben Allison will touch it with his boot so that D'Oliveira can sprint after it.
His team are in action at the moment.
Oh.
Allison 1-1 when I last looked.
Who does he support? Is it West? It's not West Ham, is
Ipswich.
it? Oh, is it Ipswich? He's that
They're
side
winning.
of it.
They've
Essex.
won 2-1 against Sunderland. He'll be very, very pleased tonight. Very pleased.
Swanepoel bowls one on a length. Price outside his crease to defend, and again very straight. And again, there's no run.
But he's going to be even more pleased when he finds out that Norwich lost 3-0 as well.
Dear.
But yeah, a late winner, I think, for his boys. 90th minute. So they've spent a lot of money this summer, Ipswich. Not that I'm jealous.
Swanepoel turned into the onside by Price. That will spoil what would have been another maiden from Swanepoel with a single out to deep mid-wicket. Price on to 20 and has kept the strike with the lead at 12 for the loss of 2. Well, I'm sure James Bracey would have been glad for these early partnerships after the result for the Gas today.
No, they won.
I don't always check these things, but
they won 5-3.
5-3.
Yeah. What a game.
So he might even have had plenty of time to watch it whilst his top order was doing the job. Yeah, gosh, that would be brave.
Fateh Singh is being reintroduced at the college college chapel end, and I think you're right. I think they kind of had to go back to him. Latigan is donning the shin pads and the helmet again. He's going to go in at silly mid-off. I'm sure my update will be coming imminently, but I'll see if I can get through the over. He bowls round the wicket outside the off stump. Good start. Left alone, but turned and bounced. Just needs to just relax, I think, Fateh Singh. Bowls again now. That's short. Cut away. The Davalath Fields. He was telling us, Fateh Singh, in one of the one-day cup games when he bowled particularly well, well, no, one of the T20 games, and he bowled well, and then we recalled it in one of the One Day Cup games. And he was playing with Usama Mir, the other overseas, well, the overseas spinner who was playing, and he was just about to bowl a crucial couple of overs in a T20. Bowls here, and Hammond pushes out on the offside. And Usama came up and put his arm around him and had a quiet word in his ear, and then he bowled a couple of really good overs, and we said to him, was that helpful, what Usama said? He said, oh yeah. I said, what did he say to you? We thought it'd be a pearl of wisdom. Oh, beats the bat outside the off stump as Hammond goes back. I mean, you know, just float it up, bowl it a bit slower, throw it a bit wider. He said to me, bowl with your heart. There you go, simple as that. That's all you got to do, bowl with your heart.
I find the hand usually better, but
Yeah,
okay.
there you go. Simple as that. In he comes again, bowls. This is a good over though, isn't it? He's been right on the mark. And that one is played by Hammond up to mid-on. That was a tidy over from Fateh Singh. Probably the best over that he's bowled. 8 overs, no wins, no wicket for 24.
Yeah, that was a good comeback over. And I think, well, Kishore has had a bit of a habit of taking his wickets in the first over of a spell, and so often you feel that his first couple of overs of a spell of a spinner, it's before almost you've settled into their rhythm. If they can settle early, it can be particularly key. So I got through one there. Change of ends for Allison, who's now back from the college lawn end where he was particularly happy in that first innings. Bowls one outside, Price is off stump, and he doesn't play a shot. He seemed to be happy enough for now for Price to bat a long way out of his crease. They've tried standing up, standing back. It hasn't seemed to cause the terror that it's done in recent test matches. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Maybe county players are just a bit more used to it rather than the ones who don't play any county cricket at all. Short mid-wicket, shortish extra cover, wide slip. Allison to Price, who drives up to mid-off, and it's got to the point where it's not easy to really leather the soft ball. So actually that creates a single to mid-off. Fairly comfortable one. The harder ball probably makes it straight to that fielder, and you can't take that. And they've gone to 14. But it does feel as if you really need to thrash this to get a boundary. And again, you've got one of the quickest outfields I've ever seen, and a fast scoring ground, but you just can't really make the most of it. And a lot of big shots have been attempted. Not many have really worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even when Swanepoel was scoring quickly, that wasn't how he was playing. Keeper does come up for Hammond, who does look to me still to be just outside his crease, and then he triggers back and flicks this one towards deep backward square. The ball is running towards the boundary. Excellent sliding stop from Swanepoel. Well run as well, because they didn't just assume that the ball would be carried away to the rope, so they have come back for 3. But well stopped from Swanepoel. One thing about this outfield, actually, and we noticed this quite early in the festival, is you can still slide on it.
Slider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it so smooth?
Yeah. I was going to say that this morning, and somebody slid it very effectively.
It actually goes back, so you were doing your update. I was talking with Christian Brain about that point about there being a actually better growth of grass, even though it's now died. Because it was better growing conditions this spring compared with last spring. Allison to Price, and that's pushed away to mid-on for no run. Sun just comes back out. So it's actually more blue sky than cloud, but now looks as though we might be set for a period of sunshine. I say the forecast looked as if it would still be pretty playable in a couple of hours' time. This sort of rate will be closing around about 7 o'clock. Allison into Price, who drives away, and D'Oliveira watches the bounce at mid-off. And they can't get a run. And what's going on here? Where's the keeper going?
Thought it was
It's not the end of the over. Alex Wharf's having a word with Price about where he's facing up. It's
yeah, they're very hot on it now.
Yeah. Price is often in conversation with the umpires about that. He's got such a, as you pointed out, he's got a wide open stance, tall man. Allison to Price, he drives, he'll get at least a single here. In fact, to get at least two, he might even get a third as it's running out towards the deep extra cover boundary. It's a fairly long way out there, and yet they will come back for a third run, just an easing of the ball through extra cover from Price. And another 3, so 20 runs is the lead. Price on to 25, Hammond on 30. And a decent over there for Gloucestershire with a couple of 3s and a single.
Yeah, a worry for Worcestershire is, I think, that there's not much encouragement, is there, out there? I get the impression that the batters are finding it reasonably comfortable against the seam, and Fateh Singh is asking questions, but perhaps not often enough. And oh, I've got to do my update.
Still get the feeling though that he, well, there is the unplayable ball out there. We saw it from Kishore to D'Oliveira. We saw one from Fateh Singh, I think, in his first spell that really spat. Just don't know when it's going to come. Singh to Price and forward and defending back to the bowler. It does seem as though some of the regular turn from the straight has maybe got a bit less, but there's the odd ball that does really misbehave. Price, again, a long way forward to defend that one. He does have the benefit of the long reach. 2 slips. Singh into Price. Again, just meet that one defensively. 2 sweepers posted out at deep backward square and deep cover, rather than the deep point. Cover mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on. Singh to Price, sweeping, gets it behind square. Waite should probably just about keep this to 1. He does well, actually, because the ball did bounce up a little bit on him. If he'd taken his eye off that, then would have got by him and maybe even been 3, never mind 2, but single to Price, who's always happy to sweep, but hasn't yet swept one to the boundaries, just used it as an opportunity to rotate the strike. Price on to 26. Singh into Hammond, who has tried to swivel on that and pull it down the leg side, even though there is a leg slip in for him, but the ball just turned and went off the gloves of Cullen, actually, to Allison, who caught it well at leg slip. Quick reactions, those drills in the morning do pay off occasionally. Singh, Hammond gives him the charge and then just blocks it back to him. So another good over from Singh, who's bowled well in this 2-over comeback. And 138 for 2, 31 overs left to be bowled. I will just tell you, Durham have declared at Derby, so they've declared on 295 for 6 and set Derbyshire 423 to win. Northamptonshire still all over Lancashire. They've got a 331-run lead with 8 wickets in hand. Middlesex actually going pretty well against Kent. They're 44 without loss, but they still need 312 more to win. So a long way to go, but those sorts of totals don't scare batting lineups in the same way it used to.
No, you've got to start somewhere, and they've made a good start. So yeah, lots of interesting situations developing around the country.
Could be plenty of good run chasers in the first division. Well, might be one here, but
well, there could be one here. It could be a nervy one, couldn't it? If the Gloucestershire spinners get to work on this pitch. But at the moment, Worcestershire bowlers, as I was just saying in my update, they need a breakthrough. Good partnership this. Played well, these two. But as I have repeatedly said throughout the day, perhaps the most worrying thing from Worcestershire point of view is that they've done it without too many problems. Ben Allison to continue from the College lawn end. Ball into Ollie Price. In that wide stance, weight on the front foot. As Allison is in and Price is on the back foot, this time pushing out into the covers. Where Ben Gibbon, who is the 12th man on the field, does the field. I think Swanepoel might be the man who's gone off. Perhaps needs a bit of attention. Oh no, he's the 3rd man. So I'll have a rethink. Latigan's out there in the shin pads at short mid wicket. Waits at mid on. In again comes Allison. Bowls. Inside edge from Price. Going to get him a run down to Adavalath. That backward square leg. Libby's out there.
Where's Matthew Waite gone?
Yeah, Matthew Waite's at mid on. Oh, is he?
That's Tom Taylor
Tom
at mid on,
Taylor's
isn't it?
Maybe it's Matthew Waite. I do wonder whether he goes off to change his shoes before he has a bowl. I'm not sure. Well, I think you might be right that it is him who's gone off. Could be just a call of nature. Miles Hammond, left-hander on strike, wearing number 88. Keeper standing up. Hammond still outside his crease though, with the keeper standing up. It's going to trigger back in. And does exactly that and pushes out on the offside. 139 for 2. 27 the lead. And is it 30 overs left in the day after this? 2 more updates for me to do. 5:30 and one just before 6.
I'm certainly keeping busy.
Yeah. Sports show on a Saturday afternoon. Allison round the wicket, bowls. Hammond clips away on the leg side. A long chase is fruitless for Ben Gibbon, and Hammond picks up another boundary to move to 34. This is becoming a very significant partnership. Came together at 77 for 2, so they've put on 66 so far. And as we know, in a low-scoring game, and you have to call this a low-scoring game so far, that's a really important contribution. Round the wicket, Allison to Hammond, left alone. Taken by Cullen, standing up to the stumps. He's been quite tidy, Henry Cullen, apart from that 4 bars that took him by surprise when he was standing back. When we think the ball sort of wobbled after he'd gone past the stumps. But he's been good up to the stumps, deputising, of course, for Gareth Roderick. Hammond waits again as Allison moves in. And bowls. Short, cut away, but good diving stop by Latigan in the covers. End of the over. 1-4, 3 for 2. The lead remains 26. So despite it being a really good partnership, they're still effectively 26 for 2.
And nobody's got into the 40s yet in this innings either. It's
No.
just
Yeah.
everybody's
Everybody's made something. Yeah.
Which is certainly one way to do it. I haven't heard many noises off the bat like that last one, but you know, even the boundaries that have been scored have tended to be more just get the ball rolling across the outfield rather than really giving it a larrup. Hammond seems to want a drink. Price is just checking his guard there as Singh bowls round the wicket. Back foot just dabbed gently off to the offside just behind square by Ollie Price. And Singh in once again looking for a sweep shot. He's got this away pretty fine as Price. He'll get 2. Hammond sprinting, thinking about a third, but they're not interested in that on the arm of Matthew Waite, who is back on the field. A slightly odd connection from Price, but he did just help it round the corner and adds another couple of runs. Steady accumulation for the most part from Price. There was that over where he scored 3 boundaries. Up to 29, Singh into him. Another sweep shot, which again doesn't quite middle, but I feel he's pretty much just looking for that sweeper out there, not looking to do too much with it. Takes 1 more, so now every batter in this innings has reached 30. Who's going to win the race to 40? 146 for 2. Lead on to 29. Hammond down for some more prodding. And Singh into him, goes back and just touches it to mid-wicket. They really are trying to tempt him with a charge down and a smack over the top, because there's no fielder at mid-off at all, either deep or...
We got the charge
back.
down.
Yeah, he did come down, and then for the second time he's done that. He's really come a long way down and then just defended. I suppose mid-on is fairly deep. He's quite wide as well, so they kind of happy until Hammond shows he might do it once successfully, that he comes down, but he's not interested. Just plays it out square on the offside. Singh at least is rattling through some overs here. He's doing better than that, but he's bowling an accurate spell, and Gloucestershire aren't getting him away, but has a nice byproduct to the fact that he's not wasting much time in these overs. Looks to be in I think his best rhythm so far. 146 for 2, so Gloucestershire not far off surpassing their first innings score of 150. And Alfie Johnson comes out with the fetching green bib. I got to wear a pink bib at Headingley last month. Gosh, that was exciting. One of about 50 people on the outfield all wearing pink bibs, but they're green here. 146 for 2, end of the over.
Yeah, I don't quite see why the subs have to wear them when they take the drinks. It's not as if they hang around out there and they're going to be confused
just in
for
case
a fielder.
Jarvo turns up. That guy who just stands there in the anthems and manages to get in. Yeah.
It is Matthew Waite, so maybe he was changing his boots. Comes on from the college lawn end to bowl right arm over the wicket to Ollie Price, who clips him up to mid-on. D'Oliveira is the fielder. 146 for 2. Libby's in conversation with Alex Wolf again. He'll know everything about umpiring by the end of this game, if he doesn't already. He's done his exams. He's enjoying it, he said. Actually umpired his teammates a couple of times in league cricket, I think. Waite bowls down the leg side. Price whips this away down to fine leg. Fielded down there by Singh, and they get 2. Tumbling stop from Fateh Singh. Good return.
I was a bit worried for that juvenile goal there, which was in the firing line.
148 for 2. Price goes to 32. Hammond is 34. Ben Allison does the polishing. Returns the ball to Matthew Waite. Just sense. Am I wrong in saying this, that batting looks easier now than it has at any point during the game? And that's not good news from a Worcestershire point of view. They need to change that. They need to get a breakthrough. Waite in, bowls. And have they got the breakthrough? No. Big shout for LBW. Played round it, but he looked a long way down. What do you think?
He's going down the leg side. It started off fine, but
good shout, but going down.
It struck him maybe just more middle and leg than leg, but he's a tall man. He's a long way down, and the ball is angling in. I don't think that's actually very close.
No. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's exactly what
the amount, the extent to which Worcestershire need a wicket is reflected in the enthusiasm of the appeal and the number of players that got involved in it.
It's also because it's the sort of angle of attack they're going for, isn't it? With these 2 short mid-wickets mid-on as well.
And they haven't had many shouts, have they? But it's one in the bank, they'll feel. And Peveril, he's been hard to convince, actually, in this game.
It's also because when he has raised the finger, he's tended to take his time as well. So you just you have an agonising wait as a batter, even if you think you're probably safe.
Alex Wolff, he's definitely talking to Jake Labby about umpiring. Waity is in again from the... Oh, and he shouts again, but this time he's forward again, and again umpire Peveril is unmoved. Again, we'll have a look at the replay. Maybe shouting the other one, but still probably going down a bit, I think. What do you reckon?
It probably had. I don't think it had any more going for it than that one. I don't know.
I didn't have my glasses on when I was looking at the replay.
I thought that one was even just, don't know, centimetre or 2 more leg stump than middle and leg, even when it struck him.
I don't think Waite got involved in that.
No, I don't think they really, even with the enthusiasm, I don't think they really thought that was out.
In again. Bowls, Price is forward. Plenty of bat on this one. Pushes out on the offside. Good over, though, from Matthew Waite. 148 for 2 at the end of it. The lead is 31.
There's just that sense with Waite starting his spell that way that Worcestershire might find a potentially fruitful bowling partnership here, because Singh has begun very well, 3 overs for 5, and Matthew Waite there at least beating the bat of Price, even if the ball was, in my estimation anyway, not going on to hit the stumps, and certainly not in the umpires. Singh bowled 10 overs for 28, and he's into Hammond, who defends into the offside. So they've continued to tinker with these close catches. Leg slip, and now Latigan back in at short leg. So they're giving Singh an attacking field here. And he's kind of yorked himself there as Hammond. He shimmied down. Then, I don't know if it was quite on the low full toss that he just got there, or whether it just dipped on him. But for a moment, Worcestershire thought that might just nutmeg him and go right on through, but turned away to mid-on for 1. 149 for 2. 2 slips for Price, but the short leg, or the other close catcher, I should say, comes out, and Price comes forward and manoeuvres it into the covers, gets 1 and brings up the 150 for Gloucestershire. And there was a certain sense of sarcasm when Gloucestershire reached 150 in the first innings. very different applause here in the second.
Yeah, they played really well.
Seeing to Hammond, who goes back, defends to short leg. Still feel that he would just desperately love Hammond just to have a whack down the ground, but continues to resist that temptation. Again, back into his crease and working the ball to mid-wicket. Hammond's, for my money, best innings in first-class cricket on this ground. 169 he made against Hampshire, and he was in a real head-to-head tussle with Liam Dawson. Overpitched and driven through extra cover. That's a lovely forcing extra cover drive from Hammond to the boundary, and that completes the over with a 4. So 39 for Hammond, and the lead now 37. It was a fascinating tussle. It was a game that Gloucestershire went on to lose. They were made to follow on, and Hammond scored a lot of his runs around a hat-trick from Kyle Abbott. Tom Price took a hat-trick in 2022, and he was also part of a hat-trick with Kyle Abbott, but it was a really good Hampshire attack. And he's back here, Hammond facing another left-arm spinner this year's Cheltenham Festival as well.
Waite starts a new over from the college lawn end, and Price plays that down on the onside. Well, I picked out Hammond as one of the key men in this innings. I think Hammond, Bracey, Bancroft, Price, the wickets that Worcestershire really needed. The celebration when Bancroft was out suggests that the Worcestershire players share that opinion. But it's Hammond who, having got naught in the first innings, is really digging in. And the fact that Worcestershire's bowlers just not seeming to get the same response from the pitch as they did earlier in the game. They talked about it nipping around and turning. Well, Singer's got the odd one to turn, but I just sense that the seamers are not really getting much off the surface. We're not seeing many player misses. We're not seeing edges. We're seeing a lot in the middle of the bat. Nipping it back in occasionally maybe and hitting the pad, but not a lot going the other way.
Has been surprising that, because even this morning when Rao came on after we'd seen a lot of spin, those first couple of overs from Aman Rao where he passed the bat, he had the catch dropped off his bowling as well. He was generating opportunities. We haven't really seen that this innings. I mean, it's not as though Worcestershire are doing anything differently. It's just they aren't getting the same assistance. They're still not. It's not as though they're bowling both sides of the wicket. They're not bowling short. They're not bowling many half volleys at all.
That one, you could hear the grunt from Waite as he bowled that one. It was played defensively by Price. He's putting a lot of effort into it, as he does. But he is not passing the bat, and he shapes the ball away from the right-handers mainly, Matthew Waite, but I think he's trying more now, bowling to Price to sort of nip it back in. Grunt again, as that one is pushed away on the onside off an inside edge, and Waite has his hands on his head. He is giving it everything, is Matthew Waite. In fact, I don't think there'd be anybody pointing any fingers at Worcestershire and saying they haven't performed well at all in this innings. I think it's been a good contest, but they've applied themselves well, the batters, and Worcestershire, despite their best efforts, nobody's been profligate. Have not been able to get a lot of response from the pitch.
Waite to Price, and this is turned away towards deep backwards square, so another last ball single from Price. That's him on to 34, 155 for 2. Frank just off to do an update for BBC Hereford and Worcester. So a lot of 30s around. Bancroft 37, Phillips 35, Price 34 not out, Hammond 39 not out, and the lead at 38. But every Gloucestershire batter also out there for 100 minutes or more. Hasn't been a flurry of boundaries, but it's just been a really disciplined, workmanlike performance from Gloucestershire with the bat so far, second time round, and they're getting themselves little by little into a position where, having been behind in the game for all of it, they might just start to nose in front as Price will deflect this off to backward point for no run. Fateh Singh into his 12th over, none for 34. Price forward and dabbling into the offside again. Backward of square, no run. They've moved second slip to leg slip now for Singh. And it is Singh again round the wicket, sweeping Price. He's got a much better connection on that, but it will spin towards the fielder again. I mean, his full-on commitment is the word for Matthew Waite at the moment, mid-spell. It's a sturdy unit is Matthew Waite, but he gets himself down, tumbles across on this rock-hard outfield and saves a couple of runs. The spin did help him slightly, but he still had a lot of work to do there. Saves 2 runs, 2 more to Price. It's up to 36. Singh into him, driven away up through the covers, out to the sweeper on the offside. So 1 more run, lead on to 41. Gloucestershire to 158 for 2. Maybe a couple of spectators have been forced to tear themselves away, with it being a Saturday and other commitments possibly, as that's pushed away to backward point, but certainly the several that remain enjoying the work of the home side in this second innings. Singh in a little bit shorter, turn past short leg. They'll sprint through for a quick single. It's a good piece of fielding from Jake Libby, but although his throw was right at the stumps, Price is home and Hammond is on to 40 with that single. Lead 42 at the end of that over. We could have potentially, looks as if we will have one result this evening, depending on how many overs are left at Edgbaston, but I assume they'll be making up time there. Warwickshire are 150 for 4. They need 53 more runs to win to beat Sussex. They were wobbling at 42 for 3, but Dan Mosley, 58. He has been dismissed, but Vanch Jani, 56, not out. And
good young player.
yeah, he's certainly seems to be making a name for himself across formats of late, and he's playing a vital innings for Warwickshire there as they look to sustain their title chase. So they need 53 more to win with 6 wickets in hand.
Here's Matthew Waite in from the College lawn end. Bangs that one in short. Miles Hammond swivels and rolls his wrists over the top of it, pulls it out to Bayers Swanepoel down below us on the square leg boundary. They go through for a single, 160 for 2. So Worcestershire trailing now by 43. Still 24 overs left in the day, so still a fair bit of cricket to be played. Still time for this game to turn again. But at the moment, these two batting Gloucestershire into contention once again. Weight in. Bowles, Price defends. My attention is drawn to a man, the yellowest trousers I've ever seen.
Oh,
Away
oh dear.
to our right.
Sort of English mustard colour.
Yeah, very, very bright yellow. You got to, you got to have a certain amount of confidence to wear those trousers.
Either that, or he went to the burger van and just spilt a little bit of mustard and just thought, well, let's just go the whole hog. And
well, even if that is the case, you've still got to be confident. Anyway, Weight with the man in the yellow trousers behind him comes in from the college lawn end and bowls, and Price is again forward, pushing solidly into the covers, exercising patience and watchfulness. Both these innings from Price and Hammond. Price 92 deliveries now for his 37, and Hammond, well, no, the same, 91. Actually, they've both faced 91, which is amazing. Hammond 41, Price 37. Really good stuff from the Gloucestershire pair. Here's Weight again in bowls, and Price is forward, plays that back up the pitch. Wanted a run, but is just as well he didn't set off because it went into the stumps at the far end and only ran about a yard away, and they didn't take a run. 160 for 2. Lovely evening, bit chilly, but blue skies, bright sunshine. The light could fade, I think. We might not get another full hour in, I don't know. Hard to say, we'll have to wait and see. Perhaps with the sky staying clear, we should be okay. It surprised me the other night, Ed, just break off his Weight bowls, and Price is forward, and he gets a run this time, running out on the offside. Libby Fields, wayward throw, but it's a small ground this, and although Devalath is a long way away on the leg side, he was able to come in and back up, and they still only get one. Now, I was going to say it surprised me because we are still in August. I know the longest day is the middle of June, but went out at, I don't know, something like 9 o'clock with the dog the other night, and it was dark. It was almost dark. I couldn't believe it, really. Yeah. It's amazing how quickly it closes in. They are. It's surprising. When you've had a summer like we've had, you just kind of, it's taken by surprise, I think, when September arrives. Not that far away. Matthew Weight in, bowls, driven into the covers by Hammond, but straight to the fielder. No run. 161 for 2. My favourite day of the year coming, or every September. Ask any retired teacher. Favourite day of the year, first Monday in September. First Monday in September, wake up with a smile on your face.
I mean, I should have known that, really, with my parents both being teachers.
Yeah.
Should have thought of that, really.
I like Christmas, my birthday, and the first Monday in September.
Relief. That
Fantastic.
Noise of screaming children echoing around the halls.
Oh, fantastic.
Here comes Chateau Singh from round the wicket. Price rocks back and punches this to deep cover for 1 run. 39 to Price. 62 for 2. Yeah, and also when you're just travelling about, you just notice the roads that little bit emptier, the public transport not full of parents trying to keep their children under control. It's bliss when the school holidays end. Singh round the wicket to Hammond, drops it short, clattered away. That'll be 4 runs through deep mid-wicket. He's not bowled one of those for a while, as Singh, but when he did, Hammond was ready for it. Even though there's quite a lot of fielders stacked in that area, I don't think any of them saw it especially well. Not that it mattered, because it really did give that one a fair old thump. 166 for 2. Ball has been retrieved from the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Singh bowling once again. Just walks at him that time. Hammond out of his crease. Just blocks it quite firmly, actually, back to the bowler. Still trying to mess with Singh's length, even though he's not actually really he's not gone through at all with any of his charges down, as that's played into the ground, and they seem to love it when Dan Latigan touches the ball. was relatively comfortably short of short leg, but every time he touches it, there's a yelp from somebody.
There's a bit of by-play going on out there, isn't there?
Singh to Hammond. Fuller covers up cautiously in defence. And there's no run. Innings run rate hovering around 3 and over. Singh into Hammond again. Can't do too much with that. It's a good straight delivery from Singh. Just the one drag down in that over, and means 5 runs have been taken off it.
Stephen Mann's been in touch, regular correspondent. He says, with the pitch flattening out, what do you think's a chaseable score for Worcestershire? Well, yeah, I'm not sure it is flattening out that much. It hasn't. It's flat. It seems to be flattening out a little bit for the seamers. I think it isn't going to be easy against Syker Short and against Middleton and against Ollie Price, the Gloucestershire spinners. So, what's chaseable? Weight bowl, Short, cut away by Price for 4. 170 for 2. What's chaseable? I'm still arguing that anything over 150 will be tough. Anything over 200 will be very tough. And if Kishore bowls, say, 35–40% of the overs, which he could easily do, then I think it'll be a really tough test for the Worcestershire batters on this pitch tomorrow. So don't get too excited, I'm saying, if you're a Worcestershire supporter. I think this partnership has made a massive difference. Weight again from the College lawn end bowls, and Price cuts. Libby misfields. They nearly take a single, but they don't. And Libby recovers quite quickly. 170 for 2. The lead is 53. Doesn't sound much. And it could still be kept within chaseable margins if Worcestershire can make a breakthrough and push home that advantage before the close. Still everything to play for. Weight bowls in, Price drives back to the bowler, does his own fielding. Nicely done.
Certainly at the outset of this innings, I didn't really.
You didn't think they'd be 170 for 2?
Well, no, I'll probably give you that, but in a way, what I say would probably betray that as well. I didn't really entertain the possibility that there would come a point where Gloucestershire might even have to make a decision on what they wanted to do. It just didn't feel as if it was, it felt as if it would play out naturally. But
yeah,
I don't know. I'm not saying we're there yet, but close of play could be.
Weight bowls, Price forward again, pushing out on the onside. Latigan fields. I'll say it again. It's the fact that so many balls are hitting the middle of the bat, I think, that is probably the most worrying thing from a Worcestershire point of view. Nothing's gone through to the slips. Bat hasn't been passed very often at all, has it? Many player misses at all. You know what they need, don't you? Change the ball.
Well, I'd wondered. There was a point I wondered why there hadn't been any discussions.
Weight bowls, Price steers it down into the gully. Libby fields. Against Northamptonshire at Wantage Road, when Worcestershire got absolutely blown away by Ben Sanderson, they tried to change the ball, Northampton. They tried to change the ball about 6 times. And eventually the umpires relented. And I was almost joking and saying, that they've worn them down. Sue Redfern was one of them. Neil Pratt was the other. They were worn down.
They do, though,
come on,
we've
got to change it. Come on, we've got to change it. No, we're not changing it. No, we're not changing it. They finally agreed to change it. And Ben Sanderson took a wicket immediately. And then they lost 4 wickets for 2 runs in 13 balls. Game over. weight in bowls to Price. Keeper standing up now, steered into the gully. End of the over, 170 for 2 it remains. The lead remains 53. And, you know, that's why they do it, isn't it? That's why they try it. This ball's not doing anything.
Eventually the umpires just go, you know, it's like a child with the...
Yeah, that's exactly what I said at the time.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I said at the time. It's like a child moaning that he wants an ice cream. Eventually gets one. It's like my dog asking for more food, and eventually he gets it, because I just can't be bothered with him whining anymore.
You get the staring eyes.
4 wickets for 2 runs in 13 balls.
Not certainly change any game.
Well, you see, if that happened here, Worcestershire would be cock-a-hoop.
So, I mean, if the jubilation with the first 2 wickets, I shudder to think what it would be like.
Yeah, if they got 4.
Thank gosh. Singh round the wicket in Hammond back, steering away to Waite at backward point. Watch that one just to the last moment, in case it might misbehave. We've not seen one do that for a while. Singh to Hammond back and playing a really bizarre shot. It's a hop back. On the hop back, played a tuck to mid-on with his back foot then out to one side. Keeping himself amused almost, Hammond. Sometimes you feel when he's doing things like that, he defends back to the bowler there, because he'd like to keep himself amused by smacking a couple of boundaries, but he's staying true to task. Singh into him, and that's off the back foot, just rocks back and jabs it away through the covers. It won't go to the boundary, or shouldn't go to the boundary, and Swanepoel's fielded well. It's excellent running, though. They've come back for 3 there. I didn't think they quite managed the third, but they have. Hammond up to 48. The lead to 56. 173 for 2. As the field switches back round for Price. And continue to move this second close catcher behind the bat around. Second slip, leg slip, second slip, leg slip. He's back to second slip now. Singh to Price as an appeal for LBW here. And Alex Wharf considering that one closely as the throw comes into the non-striker's end a long way late. And fortunately for the thrower, Tom Taylor, it is backed up well by D'Oliveira. They take one on that curious sweep shot from Price, where he got down low and then the ball bounced on him a little bit. I'm afraid I didn't see what this... Was it a leg by signalled?
No, I don't think so. I didn't. I'll have a look. Hang on.
Singh bowls another back foot punch from Hammond. They'll be fancying maybe a third here as well. No, they'll just go for 2 this time. But that is Hammond's half century. 102 balls and 6 fours. And again, just like at New Road, he's shown his maturity, he's applied himself. He came out at a tricky time when 2 quick wickets had fallen. Price hadn't scored yet. And not only is he steadied the ship, but he's steering it to a... Not quite there yet, but potentially towards safer waters, he says, torturing the metaphor.
It wasn't a leg by, it was a run, so...
It was, yeah. I thought I might have missed it, but I wasn't sure anyway.
I would imagine that it's a source of frustration to Brett D'Oliveira that Fateh Singh isn't testing the batters a bit more on this pitch. His youth, his inexperience is probably the reason that he can't find that absolute consistency. And it's highlighted, as this one's played up to mid-on by Price, it's highlighted by the direct comparison to the left-arm spinner in the opposition, isn't it? We saw in the previous fixture the two left arm spinners of the two sides sort of head to head, didn't we? With Singh getting his fifer and winning the game after we'd had an extraordinary number of overs of spin. Here, White bowls, Price drives. Here, you've got three spinners in the Gloucestershire side. D'Oliveira doesn't really bowl. He's not really a frontline spinner anymore for Worcestershire, is he? So you can't really say that he counts, really. I just think it. Do you know what I mean? The imbalance between the amount of overs that's being bowled in. Singh under pressure, young, inexperienced, not able to get as much out of the pitch as his more illustrious opponent. White bowls, Price drives beautifully through the covers. Taylor's in pursuit, going to pull it up just inside the rope. We've had a few threes today, and we didn't have any yesterday, I don't think, at all. Another good shot. Warm applause.
That will be the 100 partnership. Yeah, there it is on the board.
First 100 partnership of the game. So, mate, I suppose we've got to say it's flattening out. First 100 partnership of the game, but as I say, I think it's also to do with the fact that you'd really be, if you had front line spinners in your side, you'd probably be expecting them to be shouldering a fair bit of the bowling burden, and Worcestershire just haven't got them. They've got the promising Singh, but not the experience of the opponents. White bowls outside the off stump. This session, well, these last two sessions have transformed the game, I think. That might be overstating it a bit. Two quick wickets would change things, but I really do think they've changed the mood. They've changed the feel about it.
Yeah, and again, I go back to the sort of the way of looking at it in terms of seam looks less likely now to be the defining factor in the game.
Yeah. But, I'm thinking back to that game at Worcester. Van Buren bowled 48 overs, didn't he, in that one Worcestershire innings. You're never going to see Worcestershire have a spinner bowl 48 overs at the moment, anyway. They just haven't got a spinner on the staff who's capable of doing that. Wait again, in, and Hammond lets that go outside the off stump. Excellent partnership between these two. Hammond now has 50, as we know. Price has 47. He's only 3 runs away from his 50 in this game, and said it repeatedly. Not only have they played well, not only have they turned things around with this 100 partnership, but they've also done it in measured, very professional fashion.
Things are hotting up at Edgbaston, by the way, where Ed Barnard was out for 1 and Vanchjani followed very quickly for 62. So Warwickshire still need 47 to win, but they're now 6 wickets down. But it's not exactly a bad partnership to have for the 7th wicket with Alex Davis and Chris Wokes. Yeah, just a sort of situation where Wokes so often seems to come through. But here is Singh to Price, and that's just nudged to square leg. And there is no square leg saving the 1, so another single, 180 for 2. And
it's flattened out when the seamers are bowling. I don't think we can argue with that. But what you would hope to see, you just want to see Singh turn the odd one past the right hander and maybe get the odd one to pop in up to Miles Hammond.
Singh then to Hammond, and it is straight forward defence. Back to the bowler. Sun comes back out again. The rather imposing turrets of the pavilion casting some angular shadows down onto the field of play down to our right as Singh bowls to Hammond, who flicks that off into the onside, but mid-wicket darts across. And Jake Libby will prevent a run there. And on around 50, again, both batters have faced the same number of deliveries, 107, but that'll change now as Hammond goes back and defends. Encouragement continues. As Singh bowls, Hammond does come down. He does hit that one a long way out towards deep mid-wicket.
Dropped.
Oh, it's 6 runs anyway.
Dropped in the crowd, I hasten to add, if you're listening.
Oh, it's just been hurled back in by
a man in a banana outfit.
Yeah, I was going to say, it does seem to be in fancy dress. Is there a sort of orange?
He's in a onesie.
Yeah.
And he's got a helmet on and a bat.
I'm glad you can see that because my eyes are getting tired.
He's wearing a yellow onesie. He's got a bat under his arm. And
what's that orange thing on his back?
It's a hood that's down. It's a bobble on his hood. And he's got a white front. It wasn't him who dropped it. It was the man in the grey shirt who dropped it.
Extraordinary throw back in. Singh to Hammond, who's back to defending now and to the offside. So that was a sudden outburst. Hammond had enough and whacked it over deep mid-wicket. So 186 for 2. The lead is on to 69.
Singh's figures 15 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 56.
It's just the way that Kishore bowled, just that. And you sometimes you felt, well, maybe is it just a bit quick? Is it just a bit full? But it paid off, and they couldn't get him away.
Yeah, it bit and it held, it gripped. What was that?
Brett D'Oliveira's coming on to bowl.
I thought he won the raffle.
The winning number is number 15.
Well, that would, you know, let's not beat about the bush. This would not have been in the plan, I don't think, for Brett D'Oliveira to bowl. I mean, it's not unheard of, as we know, obviously, but it would not have been in the plan, I don't think.
Warwickshire is 7 down.
Oh,
Davies out for naught.
He's had a bad season, hasn't he? Don't think he's had a very good season, Alex Davies. I think he might be leaving. D'Oliveira's first ball is whipped away to mid-wicket. I will have an update any second. I think might just get through the over. 186 for 2. D'Oliveira from the college lawn end and bowls, and that one is driven square on the offside. Matthew Waite goes round to do the fielding. Good throw, good pickup, good work, a single taken. 187 for 2. The lead, 70. So they're effectively 70 for 2, and given where they were, that is a tremendous comeback by this pair. It really is.
That one is defended off to extra cover by Hammond as duty calls Frank Watson. D'Oliveira shuffles in over the wicket, tosses one up. Hammond plays it back to the skipper for no run. I suppose the one thing you'd say is if D'Oliveira can take a wicket here, it almost counts double. There'll be a furious excitement if it were to happen, but Hammond determined it won't, just knocks it off out towards deep square. Just amble through for a single. Happy enough with that. Hammond on to 57. 188 for 2. 18 overs left in the day's play after this delivery. D'Oliveira into Price, who drives out through the covers, and that will be his half century. 110 deliveries. He has been out there for over that amount already in this match, but his first innings, where he was out there for 117 balls, yielded 31 runs in tough conditions with the ball nipping about. Hasn't nipped about so much here. Not that it's the easiest. You've got to work very hard for your runs. Worcestershire are not offering up easy scoring opportunities, but needs to have really applied themselves. This gritty red ball cricket. Both now reaching their half centuries. The partnership continues to build. It's worth 112 now. Gloucestershire's lead 72. We have a change of bowling from the Chapel end. So Singh, 8 overs for 33, but he's out of the attack, and back comes Tom Taylor for another spell. Over the wicket he bowls to Price, who will run this one down towards the man, thinking about a second, but they'll just take the 1 run. So 190 for 2. In other news, Surrey 117 for 6 against Division 1 leaders Nottinghamshire. So Ollie Stone has taken 3 wickets, having claimed 6 in the first innings. A couple for Dylan Pennington and 1 for Brett Hutton. Ollie Pope 66 not out. He's got 66 out of 117, but Surrey still need 212 to win. Appeal for LBW here as Taylor strikes Hammond on the pad. He's given him out. Ooh. Wow, that was a long time.
It was a long way down.
Hammond has to go. Much. The reason for my surprise, and we haven't got a great view, but it was just the length of time. And you must feel as a batter, if an umpire takes that long, that it was almost a reluctant raise of the finger somehow. But anyway, Hammond goes. The partnership is at an end. It's a very brave decision. I think you have to say that. A long way down. It may have just struck him in line. Eagle eyes to know exactly where that's going that far down, but the decision has been made, and Gloucestershire are 190 for 3. Hammond out for 57, so still with 17 overs left. Lead at 73, so goodness knows he's made his mark with that innings, Hammond. But he's dragging himself off after that partnership of 113 with Price, and out comes James Bracey.
Well, he doesn't give many, does he, Alex Wharf? It was round the wicket. It was a long way forward. It hit him in line, delivered from where Taylor delivered that ball. If that hits you in line and you're that far forward, you think how long that's got to carry on going on that line. I think the chances of it going on to hit are not, unless it's straightened off the pitch, I don't think the chances are very high. That's the way I interpreted it. When I did my umpiring exams, they showed us lots of examples of bowlers bowling round the wicket. And if you hit the batter in line, unless he's back on the stumps, it's going on to miss. But it might just be that it held up a little bit. I don't know. He's a good umpire. He's a top-ranked umpire, isn't he? So,
well, first wicket of the match for Tom Taylor. Now bowling to Bracey down the leg side. Again, there are gasps from the field to suggest that that was about to flick off James Bracey's leg bail.
On a pair, Bracey, isn't he? Hammond wasn't. I said he was earlier. I was wrong. He got 1 in the first things.
Yeah.
But Bracey is on a pair. But yeah, I think he can consider himself a bit unlucky, Miles Hammond.
190 for 3.
I have to have another look at it.
Taylor to the left-handed Bracey, in and bowls. Bracey defends up to mid-off. I'll tell you the other reason why that might particularly irritate Gloucestershire. I'm not saying whether it's out or not out. Either way, it will irritate them, because it was such a running theme through the first 3 matches of the season. In the first game, it was Leas Deploy. In the second game, it was McKinney and it was Lees. They were all doing exactly what Hammond has just done. They get down, they get across, and even though the ball hit them in line, the umpire would not give it because he wasn't sure. Oh, that's a good one from Taylor. That's the beating of James Bracey. And you just, well, you know, there's it doesn't surprise you almost because it's what happens. You break a partnership, you expect things to happen and it to be tricky for a new batter to start. Well,
so difficult to get the exact arrangement.
as I say, either way, it feels as though when the same thing happened earlier in the season, a different sort of type of decision was reached. Bracey trying to get off the mark, quick single to cover, shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He'd been well home, so he is off the pair and will have the strike at the end of that wicket-taking over from Tom Taylor. The score at the end of it, 191 for 3, 74 runs in front.
I must say, when at the more and more, well, it's been many years, I suppose, since I formulated this opinion, but professional cricketers, they're pretty relaxed about umpiring decisions generally. I mean, I can think of, you know, some really quite... I mean, there was that one, if you remember, at Chelmsford last year when Worcestershire lost the game when Ethan Brooks was caught and bowled by Jamie Porter. And
oh, yes.
Everybody thought the ball bad. I mean, the whole of the country was looking at it and it was talked about and everything else. The players themselves, just break off as D'Oliveira starts a new over and Bracey drives him into the covers for a single. The players themselves were over it within half an hour, you know. And I was probably more upset than they were, and they were saying, well, you know, these things happen. When you're playing day after day after day after day, you get them. You get given some bad ones and you get one or two, and they're pretty relaxed about it, I think. I'm not saying Miles Hammond isn't at the moment hit up, but he'll be all right tomorrow. Yeah. D'Oliveira bowls quicker. Price on the back foot plays defensively, and there's no run. And before you know it, he'll be playing next week against Durham and he won't even be thinking about it. That's the way it goes. D'Oliveira bowls again. Hammond, and not Hammond. Freudian slip. Price drives back to the bowler. Going to be a late finish here. D'Oliveira again bowls. Price cuts. Straight to Allison. 192 for 3. 5 past 6 and 16 overs left after this.
Yeah.
Price is forward. No run. It's going to be another hour, isn't it? At least.
Yeah, they've had spin bowling, but it still hasn't felt as though the overs have been got through any quicker than when it was -2, the over rate.
Well, no. That one got through fairly quickly by D'Oliveira. Bracey has 2. Price has 51. 192 for 3. More importantly, the lead is 75.
I must also say an extraordinary day for Essex at Taunton, where they've closed on 314 for 3, having been forced to follow on. They lead Somerset by 3 runs. Charlie Allison's 105 not out at close of play. And Matt Critchley, 76 not out. They've both batted for 260 minutes plus. Taylor to Bracey, open face guide. Won't get a run to Latigan at backward point. So they were 311 runs behind on first innings, and now effectively 3 for 3 going into the final day.
And Warwickshire?
Warwickshire are 167 for 7. It's going to be agonising there.
Needing...
They need 36 more. Michael Booth is batting with Chris Wokes. And the wicket goes Taylor wide of the off stump, and
that's
Bracey
a good
leaves it
game of
alone.
cricket, isn't it?
Yeah. It's been a fast-moving one. I mean, no innings has lasted longer than Sussex's 61.5 overs, and you figure Warwickshire's second innings won't last longer than that either. But there we are. Sometimes those low scorers can at least be exciting. Could be a couple more like that as well, both at Southampton and at Grace Road. Taylor to Bracey, not interested in that one. Hampshire 104 for 3, needing a further 174 to beat Yorkshire. Albert and Prest out there at the moment. Glamorgan have recovered from a very shaky start. They were 37 for 3, having been set 257 to win, but they're now 95 for 3, so a further 162 needed there. Kieran Carlson is 56 not out. Taylor bowls, Bracey off the back foot, right into the ground, loops up nicely for Latigan at backward point, and there is no run. Surrey 121 for 7 now at the Oval. Patterson White taking the latest wicket. Jordan Clark gone for 2, so Nottinghamshire, I believe, will stay top, even if Somerset can force a win tomorrow at Taunton. The gap would narrow. Derbyshire are 44 for 6 at Derby against Durham. Taylor in down the leg side. Bracey, not sure he really had an enormous amount of a go at that one. Cullen takes well. 3 for Potts, 2 for Stokes, 1 for Carse. Derbyshire in tatters, needing 379 more.
Not going to get those, I don't think.
It's what's going on now?
Allison's coming in from the boundary.
There's a
Bracey's the wide-footed stance has been adopted by quite a few of the Gloucestershire batters. Oh, he's having fun.
There also seems to be a sort of some circuits being run by the man in the onesie. This is driven away by Bracey. It just bobbles over the dive of Libby from cover. They should be able to pick up 3 runs here. Will they? No, they decide to stay with 2. So good work from Libby to get back towards the boundary and keep it to 2. So 194 for 3.
Yeah, trends creep in, don't they, to batters' setups. Nobody talked about trigger movements 15 years ago. And the wide-footed stance with the weight leaning forward, which Ollie Price adopts. Bracey's weight appears to be more evenly distributed, but he's got the feet very, very wide, so it's just transfer of weight to get forward and back to some extent. Quite trendy, as is batting on off stump. Certainly was a couple of years ago. When bowlers were running up, couldn't see the stumps. But again, you got Price, look, with the bat between the feet. Oliveira bowls and he drives back to him. Wide-footed, stands bat between the feet. Whereas I think when kids are starting off, you still teach them to have the bat behind the back foot, probably. Price off the back foot plays this out through the covers. Waite does the fielding. The lead moves on to 78. Oliveira to Bracey over the wicket. Bracey is forward, plays that out on the offside. Just have a look at this stance of Bracey's and yeah, bat between the feet, weight evenly distributed despite the breadth of the stance. Drives that nicely through the covers.
Whoops.
Tom Taylor fell over. He was going to slide. Oh, they're all just falling about out there at the moment. Tom Taylor's chasing it back. He was just going to slide and he caught his studs in the turf and tripped and thought, well, they are absolutely in
bent
pieces.
double.
He tripped and he thought, well, I'll still try and stop it. So he did. He just crawled along and stopped it almost with his nose. Brilliant. They got a single. Oliveira in again, bowls, and Price on the back foot to this one, just drops it down in front of him. They're at least picking the over rate up a little bit, aren't they, with D'Oliveira whizzing through his overs.
They've got
now.
one back.
-1. Comes in again now. Past umpire Pavel, bowls, and Price is forward, plays it back up the pitch to him, end of the over. So we're getting through them fairly quickly now. 14 left in the day. 66 gone in the innings. So the new ball will be due first thing in the morning.
Yep.
Bracey's on 5, Price is on 52. Gloucestershire have got a lead of 79. And they've played really well to get it. But Worcestershire will feel that a couple of wickets will change things. And if they can get them before the close, 2 or 3 more, they'll come back tomorrow morning believing they can get into a position where they can challenge for the games. Everything to play for. Just get these two out tonight, they'll probably feel, won't they?
Especially as you get towards the end of the day and then night watchman gets padded up or something, you might get a bonus wicket there, and it just looks so much better at the scoreboard, even if one of the wickets is a night watchman. Bracey turning this one into the onside, and it's just skipped past Davalath, so they'll take a second run. And that's all with Singh running round the fine leg boundary to deep square. So Bracey is on to 7, 198 for 3. Speaking of 7, Derbyshire 47 for 7.
Fletcher will be having, he won't be enjoying that.
12 overs. Gosh.
In 12 overs? 47 for 7.
Yeah, 47 for 7 in
overs.
12 overs.
Goodness gracious.
Extraordinary. Tom Taylor to Bracey, appeal for LBW. We wait. Not out.
Miles Hammond sitting, going, what?
Well, I thought I'd hang on this time, because after the amount of time the last one took, I mean, it's to be honest,
any less
he's
out than
actually
the other
he's
one?
actually less far down the crease than Hammond was. I suppose the only question is whether he's more obviously outside the line of off stump. He might just have been.
Not sure.
There we are. Perhaps that underlines the, well, I say 50-50 nature of it. You're sort of hoping as a batter it's not 50-50, but as a bowler perhaps you hope it is. Taylor goes in now, he bowls Fuller, driven away right into the ground and
You say
stopped by Libby at cover.
to the umpire, what do you think? He said, well, it was 50-50, so I gave one and not the other.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be very happy with that explanation, would you? I think that would be going straight in the captain's report at the end of play. I thought it was umpire's call, actually, so
Yeah.
I just gave it out.
Yeah. Do you give that? Well, sometimes I do, and 50% of the time I don't.
198 for 3. The lead's on to 81. Taylor to Bracey's across and
I bet his heart was
defending.
in his mouth, though, Bracey.
gosh, yeah. Well, again, especially when you know an umpire's just taken 5 seconds to raise his finger one time. I didn't want to call it. I didn't want to call it that he said not out until everybody stopped appealing. Would also say Northamptonshire have declared on 298 for 4 at Old Trafford, so they've set Lancashire a rather unlikely 446 to win there. With Harrison and Chahal on a final day Old Trafford pitch. Taylor bowls. Bracey onto the front foot and defends.
Signing of the season, Harrison.
Yeah. Well, he's been incredible wherever he's played, whatever format.
Best slip fielder in the country.
Well,
isn't
that's the thing, you get so much, don't you? You get somebody who can score hundreds, batting in the top order. I know there's this. It's inevitably what happens is as soon as somebody does well for a season, everybody says get him in the England side, but they are going to Bangladesh this winter. Anyway, Taylor bowls a full ball and it's driven, beats extra cover and beats mid-off as well. I don't think it's going to quite have the legs to go to the boundary. They'll run him up and they'll just settle for 3. Bracey might have fancied a sprint for a 4th, but I think Price has been out there long enough that he's not quite of the same mind. But the 200 for the innings comes up.
200 up. Yeah.
Lead moves on to 84 And Bracey hasn't come out playing in flashy manner at all, but he's been pretty positive. 10 off 19, just ensured at the moment at least that there's no kind of cascade of wickets. Still 13 overs left as the sun goes in again.
The great thing about Calvin Harrison being at Northants is that if he does really well, Notts aren't going to come and sign him.
Can we have you back, please?
D'Oliveira bowls to Bracey, just works this one away on the leg side for a single.
I mean, Patterson White's having a good time of it at Notts
Good
as well,
cricketer.
but yeah.
Good cricketer, I think. Really good cricketer. But I honestly do think Calvin Harrison's the signing of the season, if not the signing of the last 5 years for Northants. Really, really good cricketer. Blocked by Price, this one. And D'Oliveira again is in from the college lawn end, bowls and goes forward again, studiously forward, pushing out into the offside. Libby Fields. Bit of tiredness in the fielding in the last 10 minutes or so from Worcestershire, I think. Been out there a long time. D'Oliveira bowls again, pushed out on the offside. This time between the two fielders in the covers. So Price is able to take a single. 12 overs left in the day. Maybe we'll get through by 7 if D'Oliveira keeps bowling. But I don't think Gloucestershire would have turned it down if you'd offered them this position.
No.
Just before lunch. D'Oliveira bowls, Bracey on the back foot, steers down to slip. Having been bowled out for 150 in the first innings, to be 203 for 3 in the second.
Hands would have been bitten off, elbows snapped off, all those things.
Yeah. D'Oliveira again bowls. Bracey drives on the offside, square of the wicket, just a single. Adamalath has spent most of the day down there. Probably made friends with the man behind the blue sign, who's gone home, I think, or at least he's put his top on because he's taken it off the advertising board.
Still got the man in the onesie and the helmet for company out there.
I'm not sure what that's all about.
He seems to be the
He's
only
not
one.
watching any cricket.
No.
And he does seem to be the only one in fancy dress. But they're a strange lot down here.
Oh gosh. Well, there's. It is those ones that turn up just on their own in fancy dress.
Yeah, that worry you a little bit with a bat and a helmet on.
There was a.
It's probably. Do you know what? I reckon it's probably a stag party. Or
It probably is.
mind you, looking at the age of them, if it is, it's a second marriage.
204 for 3. Well, we had a Pope doing the rounds at Bristol in one of the one-day cup games. I think he was the only one who come in fancy dress. Came with props as well. Taylor over the wicket, Yorker to Bracey and dug out to mid-off. I still remember. I forget the name. I should remember the name of the stand at the Oval that backs onto the Harleyford Road. But there was one person sitting in that stand on something like day 3 of the Gloucestershire-Surrey match about, what would it have been, 2021, that game, dressed in a full Pirates outfit, just sitting completely on his own in the middle
I
of
reckon
this
this
stand.
is a stag do because it's.
Taylor, and now Bracey plays that one very late, and from this angle it looked as if it was close to off stump, but I don't think it was.
There's 13 men and the man in the onesie, and they're all sat together, and he's the only one in fancy dress, but they're all wearing the same cap.
Okay.
So it's a club or a stag do of some sort, isn't it? And he's got a bat as well. As I say, it might be a second marriage.
Taylor in, and Bracey drives into the ground. Oh dear, well there's another
Goodness me.
bit of tiredness at the end of the day, and this one will cost for Allison. has it go underneath him. The tall man just
Good
went straight
fielder
through
as
his
well,
legs.
he's
Yeah, surprising to see that. And it's a boundary for Bracey, 208 for 3. Lead on to 91. No ability to recover that time with the speed of the outfield, bounded on past him. Bracey has 16. Switching between sunglasses and normal glasses as the light just fades a little bit, and Bracey flashes that one away through cover point for 4 more runs. That was probably as forceful as a shot as we've seen for a while. Okay, there was the 6 from Hammond, but in terms of really attacking a drive, we haven't seen much of that recently.
It was there to be hit, wasn't it? And
yeah.
wow, he's strong there, isn't he, Bryce?
He is. It is still his strongest area, and also maybe sensing an opportunity to pounce. The lead onto 95. 212 for 3. Bracey waits. Taylor bowls to him. He's gone after that one as well. Wide outside off stump, but he's cut over the top of it. Bounces through to Cullen. Gloves on. He has kept well as Cullen, and the only blemish, if you can even call it that, really, because it was an impossible swerve that he had to deal with late from Swanepoel. Those are the only byes he's conceded. Coming in as I say coming in as a replacement keeper. I mean, you know what I mean. He started the game and then got the gloves. Taylor, full delivery. Bracey meets it. Times that one pretty well, even though he's only defended it to mid-off at the end of an over that has conceded 8 runs. Gloucestershire 212 for 3. So one of Bradda's stubby buses makes its way along the Sanford Road. He seemed particularly taken with those in the first couple of days.
He had somebody messaged him and said there are no number 90, but well, you were here, weren't you? No number 90s in Cheltenham. And another one came, and Bradda's got the binoculars out, and he said there are, whether you like it or not. Here's D'Oliveira from
lost.
The College Lawn End Bowls, and Price drives up to mid-off. A word for Ollie Price, been very, very, very patient and very, very watchful. Very, very professional. 53 off 124 balls. That one is the slider, or the flatter one from D'Oliveira. Didn't quite get it right. Price on the back foot. Hits it through the covers, picks up a single. Bracey's on 20 already. Didn't seem 5 minutes since he came in. Faced 28 deliveries. Survived that one big shout for LBW. Drops this one down in front of him.
I think Ollie Price is the potential victim of the day at the end. Not that he knows it.
Right, okay. D'Oliveira bowls. Bracey plays defensively. I think Swanepoel might be a target, I think. He's had an interesting day, hasn't he? D'Oliveira again is in, bowls, and Bracey drives nicely, straight back to the bowler. Does his own fielding. He's bowled quite well, D'Oliveira. He's landed everything so far, hasn't he? A couple of short ones.
I haven't been able to take any liberties against him.
Bracey remarks his guard with 1 ball left in the over, 10 left after this. On the back foot, keeps the strike as he nurdles it into the covers for a single. End of the over, 214 for 3. The lead is 87. I used the word nurdle at home the other day. My wife said, nurdle? There is no such word as nurdle. I said, I beg your pardon. Been married to a cricketer for 37 years and you don't know what nurdle means. But it is I said I use it all. Gee, I've never heard you use it in commentary. I said, well, I do use it in commentary. And there was a good example. And not only did I use it in commentary, I used to do it a lot when I played as well.
Right.
Because you do just nerdle it round, don't you, for singles?
I feel like
third man round the corner.
I feel like you've got on the couch there, the psychiatrist's couch, and I should say it's okay.
Is
It's
it
okay,
not a word you ever use in commentary?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
okay.
No,
Oh,
no,
that's fine.
absolutely not.
No, I feel fine now.
I'd have to check it how it's spelled.
I've always spelt it Nurdle, but I'll check.
I
what
thought
you
that was
call
how it's spelled as well. So there we go. Sing back, left arm spin, defended leg side
My
first.
wife happens to be listening at the moment, and she's just messaged me. That's the first time that you've ever used the word in commentary.
Sing, Bracey, reverse sweep, and it's well fielded by Adam Hose at slip. Well, that was. Well, he toppled over backwards to Adam Hose. It must have come off Bracey's boot and then looped up to slip. Sing in back foot defence, no run.
I'm going to use it every over now.
You can't get away with stuff here.
It's not the first time I've ever used it. And you, please, just say it again. You use it, don't you? Every commentator uses the word.
I don't like overusing it, but Bracey going back into his crease appeal for LBW. It's turned down again by umpire Wharf, despite the sustained appeal.
Going down the leg side.
I think well, there we go.
Hit it.
I thought it might have been two noises, but yeah, no, it does look as if he's hit it from the replay, even not that you can always be certain, but just the angle it went off at suggested bat.
Oh dear.
Gets a
here we
single
are.
for it.
Right, listen to this, please, if you are listening.
Oh gosh.
A nurdle is a tiny lentil-sized plastic pellet.
How do you know how big a lentil is? There are different types of lentil. Sing round the wicket, bowls defended, no run.
Used as the raw material in the manufacturing of nearly all plastic products. However, listen again, alternative meaning cricket, to gently tap or deflect the ball to score a safe, easy run. There we are.
How big's a lentil?
And what about this?
Back goes. This is going to go into accidental partridge, isn't it? Back goes Price, and he drives out to deep cover, and that'll be a single to end the over. It's 216 for 3, and the lead is 99.
Bored? Who's bored? Toothpaste. The wave-like ribbon of toothpaste squeezed onto a toothbrush in commercials is also a nurdle. AI says, but it does mention cricket. To score a single with a gentle deflection of the ball. Thank you very much.
It's terrible. You've got your pui lentils. They're quite small. You've got those larger yellow ones, haven't you? That I can't remember the name of. You've got the green ones that are sort of in between. There's no one size for a lentil. This has got me incensed.
I've been sent a link now. Yes, nurdle is a real word. D'Oliveira bowls. Price just deflects this down on the offside. Plastic pellet, toothpaste blob, cricket verb. There we are. D'Oliveira will leave nurdles. D'Oliveira in bowls, and Price doesn't nurdle this. He drives it square on the offside for a single out to Waite, who returns to Cullen. Price moves on to 55. It's a crucial. He's played actually in both innings.
Yep.
Very, very important contributions from Ollie Price. Just showing you don't have to go out there and smash it all around to influence a game. D'Oliveira bowls, Bracey drives nicely up to Swanepoel at mid-on, but no run. And all the batters, I'll say it again, all the batters that have made the significant contributions in this game have been rewarded for application rather than flair. Bracey, almost. He was going to whack that, wasn't he? And he changed his mind at the last minute.
It was a big slog sweep he had in mind, yeah.
Libby at mid-wicket. Everybody could see it. D'Oliveira around the wicket to Bracey. Goes back. Plays it late defensively. Back up the pitch to the bowler. 8 overs left after this. Finish about 7, I reckon.
He is bowling well. I mean, especially a long day,
Yeah, yes.
responsibility of captaincy.
Round the wicket again, bowled. Bracey again picked the bat up as though he intended to whack it. Just nurdled it for a single and kept the strike at the end of the over. 218 for 3. The lead, 101.
Who are the great nudgers and nurdlers in the game? Because it's often used in combination with that word, isn't it? The nudge and the nurdle.
Well, I mean, there've been some great ones over the years. In my childhood, John Edrich was the arch nurdler. Who now would you say? It's not. I mean, it's not a modern
My
way of
childhood
playing,
was
is
probably Shanderpaul.
it? Yeah, massive nurdler.
Singh bowling. This is played into the ground and picked up at mid-wicket for no run.
Though, wasn't he?
He was.
He nurdled his way to many 100.
Singh over the wicket, bowling. Bracey carefully forward, defending out into the offside.
Clive Radley, who played for Middlesex in England, great nurdler. Players who just sort of tuck it
Simon
around,
Katic.
Yeah,
Another one.
yeah.
Reverse sweep
Good
from
shot.
Bracey.
Played
He's
it well, didn't
got
he?
hold of that one. Yeah, that'll be 4 runs. There's only a couple of fielders on the offside, really. In fact, his hose is going to have to run all the way from
Really good
slip
shot.
to chase that, because Swanepoel's the only other one who's closer to it, and he's had to do an awful lot today, bat and ball, and in the field. He's made some good stops and some big chases, actually, as Swanepoel. He has done it all today.
Played that very well, didn't he?
He does like his reverse sweep, does Bracey. That he's a fan of a paddle, but he can't do that because of the leg slip.
Yeah.
2-2-2 for 3. So the lead on to 105. About half an hour left in this third day. Crowd is certainly thinned now, but those that are here wrapped with attention as Bracey plays that into Latigan, and there's no yell from somebody. So either the yeller in chief for when Latigan touches the ball is off the field, or they're too tired to to yell. That's a good comeback, that. Singh in now, and that's defended back to the bowler. That's a very good comeback from Mrs. Watson there. I can't believe this. I don't think I've ever had a sort of marital scrap on cricket commentary before. No, it's not a scrap. I wasn't prepared for this. He'll be in a onesie on the far side before too long if you're not careful. Goes onto the back foot, does Bracey, and forces away into the onside, and there's no run. It's 222 for 3 at the end of the over. There's 7 overs left. Gloucestershire ahead by 105. Price has 56 and Bracey has 27.
It's been a long day.
It has.
Yeah. Well, I reiterate what I've said. Batting's not been easy. It's probably looked more straightforward since lunch than it has at any stage in the game, but that's a great credit to Price and to Hammond and to Bracey and to the opening pair, Bancroft and Phillips, who also played well, and they've changed the game. So everything was going perfectly to plan for Worcestershire. They turned up this morning, they extended their lead past 3 figures. They would have been very happy with that. They even would have been happy to have a little 6-over dabble before lunch to try and pick up a wicket. It wasn't to be. And since then, well, I wouldn't say the game's been taken away from them. They're still very much in the game. But the advantage that they had has been eroded. That's how I'd put it. Bias Swanepoel is back into the attack at the College Lawn end. In bright sunshine. He has hit Ollie Price right where it hurts. Was it Price who got hit before?
Hammond.
It was Hammond before,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Well, and maybe it wasn't quite
Maybe
a
not.
bullseye this time, but it was.
Yeah.
It really wasn't far away. He's doesn't appear to be quite as discomforted as.
I think he's inside edged it into it as well. Not that you can ever really prepare for impact.
But he's okay. He's back up on his feet and he's ready to go again straight away. And it hasn't affected his footwork because he's leaning into that one and pushing it into the covers, and then holds the bat up like a lollipop man or woman on the crossing. Says no.
Do you like an update from Edgbaston,
Yes.
by the way? They're 8 down, Warwickshire with 13 to win.
Is Woke still in?
He is. Wokes and Bamber are not out.
Actually,
batters.
Bamber's a decent batter, I think. Price on the back foot, plays defensively. Bamber's got to be as good a number 10 as there is in Championship
Decent,
cricket,
yeah.
I think.
Hannon Dolby's number 11. The blocker. Surrey are 9 down at the Oval, so Notts could actually be the first to wrap up
A win.
victory in this round.
Swanepoel again bowls. Price steers this square on the offside and again holds up the lollipop. The big red stop sign for his partner, Libby Fields, and resumes his umpiring seminar.
They'll come away with an extra qualification off the field today, I think.
He'll be on the... Oh, what are they doing? They're trying to change the ball. A bit late for that, isn't it?
You'd have thought so. You'd have thought that would have come about 50 overs ago.
They are, I think. Umpire Ben Peverell's bringing it over. Alex Wolf says, nah, they'll have a new one in 5 overs. They'll have a new one in the morning.
Gloucestershire did this around this time as well, didn't they? And you thought exactly the same thing. You're that close to having it changed anyway. And what sort of shape is the change ball going to be in anyway?
I think sometimes when they change it, you just want one that might be a bit harder. I think that can be a benefit. But anyway, it's not been changed. Swanepoel has been down to the boundary for some reason. Oh, they threw it back to him and he missed it. So he's had to go and get it. So here we go. Wasted a couple of minutes. Swanepoel is in again. Bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-on by Ollie Price. I don't know how many times I've said that in this innings. What's he faced now, Price? He's faced 134 deliveries for his 56.
So he's faced 150 in the match. Sorry, 250 in the match.
Yeah. More than anybody else. Swanepoel in bowls. Played out on the onside. No run, end of the over. A maiden, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 17, Swanepoel. And what have we got left in the day? 5. And Singh's going to bowl the first
6
of them. 6 left in the day. Fateh Singh, 17 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 62. It's not that expensive, but probably disappointing in that he hasn't taken a wicket. And really hasn't looked like taking many wickets.
Oh, he's not going to get a wicket with that. Short, pulled, clears the stand. That's off towards the burger van at deep mid-wicket. That was a genuine drag down. It's a tiny boundary. Bracey, you just know that you don't really have to hit it particularly hard. Just watch it onto the bat, swivel, and away it goes. 6 runs for James Bracey, so lead on to 111. And we're going to get the ball back on field. There we go. Somebody's popped out from behind the stand to lob it back. So, second 6 of the innings. Hammond hit one a little squarer than that. Singh in. Oh, another short one. That's disappearing as well. 6 more over mid-wicket. That's off to the Greek food stand. So it's doing a tour of the food outlets out at deep mid-wicket. It's pretty slow. It's very short. It's with the turn. And it's about a 50-yard boundary. Can we have our ball back, please? Here it comes. Well, it's a good way of trying to get it changed, actually, if that was the aim, because if it goes on to the Sanford Road, then it has to be changed. 234 for 3. So this over's gone 6-6. I don't think Bracey will be getting too overexcited. No. He's turned it away into the onside for no run. There are certain cricketers that you just wonder whether they might start to tick a little bit if they've hit 2 6s in the first 2 balls of an over, but Bracey not among that. Admittedly, fairly small number in Championship cricket. This is wider, and a late cut from Bracey will bring 4 more. It's going out to the greener part of the outfield, but has plenty on it. And another boundary. And Singh has gone for 16 in 4 balls here, and Bracey's racing towards a half-century. Every Gloucestershire batter has reached 35. Lead to 121. It was even when those 2 fairly quick wickets fell before they'd taken the lead. Singh bowls Bracey, will play that right into the ground, and it's plucked by Singh to his left-hand side for no run. You know, there were times when you'd have thought, well, if Gloucestershire can even, if they can even set 150, admittedly the field's changed because they've scored these runs, looped up by Singh into the block hole, dug out into the ground, out to Allison at cover, and that completes the over. So 5 overs left. Lead 121. You know, it doesn't feel as impossible to get, you know, a target of even late hundreds, 200, but at the same time, I guess we won't know how tough it is until Kishore starts bowling,
yeah,
maybe.
Exactly. I mean, I'd hate to be, what would Dave Bradley call me, the chairman of the pessimist club, but chasing 200 plus on this pitch against Kishore is going to be a tall order. I really think that. And I don't care how much it's flattened out. And what we've seen today, he is going to get a lot of response from this surface. It's dry, it's worn. I mean, the last ball of the first innings was a ripper, an absolute ripper. And there's no reason to suggest that he isn't going to be able to reproduce that. Taylor has replaced Swanepoel at the college lawn end, and his first ball is driven by Ollie Price into the covers, D'Oliveira Fields.
The other aspect is they may now, I mean, there's only, 101 overs less the innings change left in the match, so they might be chasing it at some sort of a rate as well. They've got to take the 7 wickets and then they'll have to bat.
Taylor bowls outside the off stump. Full on game now in the stag party. He's batting. He's got the helmet on. The stumps are a bin.
No,
they're using a wind ball.
Surprise, he's just missed the ball.
He's got pads on now as well. He's had a swing at that one, missed it down the leg side. Probably slightly more exciting game over than the one in the middle.
He's taking his helmet off.
He's shaking hands with the bowler.
Had enough.
Here's Taylor again. Bowls. Price forward. Plays up to White at mid-off, and there's no run. 56 now to Ollie Price.
I suppose the only thing to say in his defence is that a dustbin that size is quite a sizable object.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got a glass on top of it. Helmet's back on. Batting in a yellow onesie. No gloves, pads. Proper cricket bat. Orange wind ball. Bowlers in, round the bin, down the leg side.
Off target. Got a massive great bin to aim at, and you couldn't even hit that.
Price forward again to Taylor. You've got bins at both ends. He's bowling. Are you bowling round the bin or over the bin? He's gone for. Oh, is he been given out? He's tucked his bat under his arm. High five. He's gone for a walk. I think he might have been given out. Meanwhile, in the county match, Warwickshire update.
They need 7 to win
8
with
down.
still 2 wickets left.
Going to do it. They're going to sneak over the line, aren't they?
The classic Chris Wokes.
Yeah. He's still got a bit of experience about him, hasn't he? Ollie Price runs this one very deliberately down to third man, where Adam Hose is having a graze. Fancied a break from the slips. He's been there all day. He's left Allison in there and he's gone down to third man. Saves 2. It's going in the nets now. Onesie man. Doing the full tour of the college facilities. Bracey remarking his guard hasn't been up this end for a while. Little jig and squat, stretch. As you say, nearing a rapid 50. If he gets this 50, down the leg side, misses that one. Cullen takes neatly, end of the over. If he gets this 50, it'll be the fastest 50 in the game by some margin, unless he takes an hour to get the remaining 7.
Yeah.
4 overs left in the day. 239 for 3. Bracey has 43. Price has 57. And Fateh Singh has been replaced at the chapel end by Swanepoel, who's come off from one end and gone on at the other. They couldn't leave Singh on really if he's going to go for that many, because they just haven't got the runs to play with, and the lead is now 122.
Yeah, so 1 over spell from Swanepoel at the college lawn end, and switches to the chapel end as he comes to Price. He's thinking of a quick single but decides it's too close to backward point, so they'll stay where they are. And the sun is out, which I don't know, I mean, probably would just about, more than just about get through anyway, even if it went in, because there isn't that, that layer that we had yesterday, which just wasn't going anywhere. Even though there was some blue sky in the distance to the north, just wasn't getting to us. Swanepoel into Price, who drives to D'Oliveira at mid-off. And there will not be a run. 5 to win at Edgbaston.
Good time to get a wicket.
Could have a tie there. That would be exciting. Definitely wouldn't take a tie here. I can't do that again.
What a game!
Oh, I can't go through that final day again. Swanepoel in now, and Price. It's down the pitch, but just letting it come to him and defending to cover.
Has to be one of the greatest games of cricket ever. Has to be.
Sadly, there's just not time here. Worcestershire have batted too long in their first innings to have that. And of course, we had the time taken out of the game with the deluge on day 1, which we couldn't have afforded on sort of a comparison in terms of 2 short first innings and 2 long second innings. Swanepoel's in, beats Price on the outside edge. First time we've seen ball beating bat for a while. The other thing I always remember about that game was, I think they did like they did here, a members forum, but I think it was at either lunch or tea, probably lunchtime on the 3rd day. Pretty sure it was lunchtime, yeah. And Mark Lane, head coach, was there. They were fielding questions, and Bracey was still in on 100 and lots. In goes Swanepoel, driven away, and that'll be a single to wide mid-off. Price onto 58. The lead to 1, 2, 3, and as a 50 partnership up, by the way, that snuck up on me. Price has scored 7 of them. And it's a 50 partnership of 87 balls. No extras. 43 Bracey, 7 Price. 240 for 3. But Mark Lane decided to ask a question himself.
Did he?
That's very, very Mark Lane. Said, I've got a question for you, for the members. How many should we set them and what time should we declare?
Excellent.
And of course, everybody went, declare now.
Right.
If they declared now,
Yeah.
Swanepoel in now, and this is
They would have got
angled
hammered.
into the leg side out to deep square for one run. And of course, you never know because it might be a different set of circumstances. But yes, in theory,
Yeah.
the pitch was obviously good enough that Glamorgan could have won easily if they'd set them even 500.
Amazing. It just had everything. The conclusion was absolutely incredible. 241 for 3. 18 deliveries left in what's been a pretty long day. And Warwickshire have lost a wicket.
With the scores level.
And who's out?
Bamber's gone for 9. So Hannon Dolby will have 1 ball to face in Crocom's over, with Wokes at the non-strikers end and the
Wokes
scores
just have
level.
to get 1 run. Fantastic. You called a tie. Here we go. Round the wicket. Tom Taylor to the left-handed James Bracey from the College lawn end. Bracey is forward. Plays that solidly up to mid-off. 241 for 3. Well, this has been a really good day for Gloucestershire here. And they will be very, very happy. And Ned's going to watch 2 games at once.
No, not at all. Don't give it away. I've still got my full attention out on the
I
field.
don't think there's any problem with that. I think we can interest our listeners and viewers by telling them what's happening there as well. Bracey drives this into the covers. And there's no run. Yeah, it's been a great day here for Gloucestershire. They've didn't enjoy the morning session particularly, but goodness me, they've batted well. 6 overs before lunch survived, and
Hannon Dolby's blocked it.
Since then, they've taken a lead of 124. Bracey turning this one on the leg side makes it 125 with a single out to Jake Libby. So 2 overs left in the day after this. And an epic Ed Seabrook day will come to a conclusion. Been on all day with me nipping off to do updates and so on.
Oh, we've had hopefully some enjoyable contributions elsewhere with Stephen Short coming on and Christian Brain. Hopefully some interesting stuff around the Mark Lane biography and what it's like to tend to the grounds here.
Taylor bowls, steered down behind square on the offside by Ollie Price, who's nurdled his way to 58. Yeah,
It's been a word count on.
Been a pretty good nerdling.
Nerdle count tomorrow.
We could invite people to say who they think the arch nerdlers were.
Mm.
It's not modern. It's not Bazball, is it? You know, you nerd. Well, Alistair Cook was a bit of a nerdler, wasn't he?
Could do.
I think he'd probably admit to that. Taylor over the wicket to Price, who steers this down to third for a single. Hose the fielder. But these Worcestershire boys are looking forward to getting off and putting their feet up, having a shower. Maybe, I mean, quite a few of the Worcestershire, most of the Worcestershire team, I suppose, quite a considerable number live in Worcester, so they have a short drive home. Might even wait till they get home and have a soak in the bath, I should think. It's Taylor round the wicket to Bracey, and he's forward, driving. Pushing really rather than driving out on the offside at Avalath Fields, end of the over. Henry Cullen's still got plenty of life, bounces from one end to the other, having taken that. Hard work keeping wicket for this length of time. Ooh, Wokes has played and missed.
He's played and missed at the first 2 balls of the over.
First 2.
Yeah.
Who's bowling?
Jadav Unadkat, the Indian left-arm seamer.
243 for 3 here then, with 2 overs to go. The lead is 126. James Bracey has moved on to 45 from 57 deliveries, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Ollie Price, 59 off 147 deliveries, is on strike.
Not sure whether Swanepoel lost his run there or whether that was Price just not quite ready, but Swanepoel will have to go all the way back. It's a trudge back at this stage, but it's his last over of the day as he bowls to Price, and a full ball is ballooning off to mid-on. It goes straight into the ground. So hard is the ground that it's looped up quite a way and fielded by Taylor at mid-on. It's funny, you know, sometimes 79th over in the field, it doesn't feel as long as I suspect this might feel for Worcestershire. They've only had 3 wickets to celebrate, and the 100+ deficits turned into a 100+ lead as Price again defends. And there's no run. Swanepoel has bowled amazingly well. 2 for 19 in his 14th over, and there has been, you know, whatever you say, there has been noticeably less for the seamers today. Really had to work so hard, and Swanepoel's just, I suppose, as he bangs one in, that's pulled away by Price. He does like to attack the short ball, and that will be right in front of his teammates in the dugout for 4 runs. So he's into the 60s. The lead moves up to 130. 247 for 3. He hasn't had many of those to play, but he was happy, I think, to receive that one. But I was just about to say, I think Swanepoel is just, he's still been the one bowler that's managed to get a little bit of up and down out of this. And he's still going into his 14th over here. But it's an appeal for LBW here, which Alex Wharf is stock still for, and now just moves off. And I don't think he's going to, does he know he is going to signal leg bite eventually? So it wasn't bat. Right up in the block hole on the toe, but probably just angling down. Bit hard to tell, really. Alex Wharf is so tall that you actually can't see the point of impact at all. 248 for 3. Bracey back on strike, Swanepoel into him, and that's pushed away into the offside for no run. At Edgbaston, Chris Wokes has now played out a maiden from Unadkat, which means with the scores still level and Warwickshire 9 down, Holly Hannon-Dolby will be on strike, which probably means that he's going to block for another maiden before Wokes gets another opportunity. But who knows? Maybe Oliver Hannon-Dolby will win it. A remarkable finish at Edgbaston as Swanepoel completes this over. There's another appeal for LBW, but it doesn't look particularly convincing even from this angle. Not out, says umpire Wharf, and that completes the penultimate over of day 3, just as the clock ticks to 7 o'clock. Well, I say just as. I was being figurative because it's now gone to 7:01 just to be annoying. But there's 1 over left in the day's play, so whoever was padded up can rest easy.
Tom Taylor will bowl it from the College Lawn end.
Not sure who... This is terrible. I shouldn't be watching this. Oliver Hannon-Dolby's now just let the ball hit his body and not played a shot. And they optimistically ran through for what might have been the winning run, but he didn't play a shot. So he'll have to go back.
Taylor again over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Ollie Price. Pushes this back up the pitch.
There's a hot air balloon over in the distance, right over the scoreboard, for a distance away.
Lovely evening to do that, I should think. 5 deliveries left in the day. Interesting to find out whether the players think it's really flattened out there. I think Taylor Bowles, Price, goodness knows how many times he's played the forward defensive in this innings, but it's been a very, very good innings for the side for Ollie Price. It really has. It's been outstanding application. Good day for Gloucestershire. Still they're playing at Edgbaston. 9-10 deliveries now, I think, since the scores were level. Taylor Bowles. Again, Price is forward. He's hardly played and missed, has he, Ollie Price? It's been a fantastic effort in that respect.
They do log that sort of full shot percentage or whatever down
53 deliveries. Yeah, it's been very, very impressive. Still it goes on at Edgbaston. Still it goes on here. 3 deliveries left in the day. Quite a few of the crowd have stayed, especially in the tents. Taylor is in. Bowles. Price, solid as a rock. Plays back up the pitch.
I was thinking they've got their money's worth, but actually they're probably getting their money's worth out of the bar that's already been paid for, aren't they, in those marquees over there?
Some are, I suppose, yeah.
Oh, there was a sudden blinding flash from the ice cream van as it was extraordinary. It was lightning, but it was the sun glinting off the ice cream van as it's making its way out. 2 balls left.
Pleasure really has been cancelled now.
Yeah.
Taylor Bowles. Price defends again up to mid-off. 1 ball left in the day here. And still they go on at Edgbaston. Could be a 2nd consecutive maiden. Indeed it is. So here we are, 1 ball left. 248 for 3. The lead, 131. Outstanding effort from this pair of Bracey and Price. Well, in fact, from all the Gloucestershire batsmen in this innings. So, quick resume of the day. Worcestershire resuming this morning on 205 for 7, added 62 for the remaining 3 wickets. They were 267 all out. Last man out was D'Oliveira for 83. Swanepoel made 42, and Sai Kishore, the pick of the bowlers, 4 for 76 from 30 overs. Gloucestershire had a tricky little 6-over period to survive before lunch. They came through that unscathed. They lost Phillips for 35 and Bancroft for 37 in the afternoon session, both falling to Bayers Swanepoel, who's been the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers. His figures at the end of the day, 2 for 23 from 14 overs. Tom Taylor picked up Miles Hammond LBW for 57, but James Bracey has come in and played very positively for 45. Ollie Price has played very watchfully for his 63. And at the end of the day, Gloucestershire are 248 for 3 in 80 overs. A new ball will be due in the morning, and the lead is 131.
Yep. So an excellent day for Gloucestershire. Whilst it started off, you say, with Worcestershire building that lead up to what looked like alarming proportions, and well, it's ended with Gloucestershire looking as though it's in their hands as far as where they want this game to go from here. How aggressive might they be, and what sort of total do they think is enough with the weaponry that they've got as far as their bowling is concerned? It's been a wonderful day at Cheltenham Festival. We've just got one more day to save us, so whether you're coming to the ground tomorrow or whether you're joining us on the BBC Sport website and app or on the live stream, hopefully we can enjoy one more good day's cricket tomorrow. From Frank Watson and myself, Ed Seaborn, thanks for your company today, and we'll be back at around about 11 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good night.